Chapter 127. Just another ice sky lover. When we returned to the Demon Lord's castle, Mabel and I immediately announced our engagement. The announcement was held in the throne room. Those in attendance were Mabel and me, Chancellor Kelv, and General Rizenga, Minotaur soldiers, and elf members of the Magic Corps. Also present were the clothing artisans and the dwarf kitchen staff working in the Demon Lord's castle. Everyone we had connected with since coming to the Demon Lord's domain had gathered in the throne room. And so it is. The alchemist Thor Kanan has wished to be engaged to Mabel Refrain, and I, Demon Lord's rookie Everguard, have granted my permission. In front of everyone, the masked Demon Lord rookie declared it. That was the official stance of the Demon Lord's domain. Few knew the backstory, Mabel's connection to the Marquis of Mishra, and the fact that this engagement was partly to protect her. In this room, only Mabel, Rookie, Chancellor Kelv, General Rizenga, and I, along with Ugnis, were aware. Kelv had informed General Rizenga, and I had spoken with Ugnis myself. Mabel apparently spoke with Ugnis afterward, too. At any rate, officially within the Demon Lord's domain, this was a joyous occasion between Mabel and me. As you all know, Thurkanan has already abandoned his former family name Regis. He declared so before the Empire when he defeated the magical beast Gargarasa. Rookie continued, glancing around at the attendees. You can understand what it means for Thor to become engaged to a girl of the Demon Lord's domain, can you not? In other words, Thor-sama has become a resident of the Demon Lord's domain in both public and private life. Chancellor Kelv picked up Rookie's words. Thor-sama has cast aside the Empire and his noble family name, and chosen to wed Mabel of the Demon Lord's domain. Thor-sama is now officially one of us, someone we must protect as a resident of the Demon Lord's domain. Oh! Cheers rang through the throne room. The Minotaurs and elves clapped their hands. From outside the windows, there was also a pshi sound. Seems like the winged pixies had come too. It made me happy that everyone was celebrating, but this is incredibly embarrassing. Why yes. Mabel and I whispered to each other. Mabel's elf ears were red right to the tips. Mabel wore a dress that Rookie had prepared for her. It was made of wind magic weave fabric, so it was breathable and easy to move in. The material was light, so even small movements made the skirt flutter. The lace and ribbons were made from light magic weave fabric. The transparent cloth added just the right accent. Mabel, who's already adorable, looked even more mystical than usual. It was amazing. As for me, I was dressed in formal noble attire. It was what I had worn when I left the Empire, though the jacket had been newly tailored from dark magic weave fabric. The use of darkness symbolized that I had been dyed in the colors of the Demon Lord's domain. This jacket signified that I had cast off the garb of the Empire and donned that of the Demon Lord's domain. As everyone in the throne room watched Mabel and me. Congratulations. Thor-sama, Mabel-sama. Thor-sama is already one of our own in the Demon Lord's domain. Do you know how many times his magical items have helped us? The one who brings happiness to us all will now bring happiness to Mabel next. There's no greater joy than this. We must spread this news throughout the Demon Lord's domain. They offered their blessings with all their hearts. It was embarrassing, but still, I was really happy. That I was engaged to Mabel. That I had formally abandoned the Empire and become part of the Demon Lord's domain. It made me incredibly happy that everyone was celebrating that. Still incredibly embarrassing, though. Why, yes, it is. Throughout the engagement announcement, Mabel and I held hands the whole time. Rookie, seeing that, seemed to be smiling wryly. When I looked over at the others, General Rizenga had a satisfied smile on his face. Beside him, Ugnis nodded. When I glanced sideways, Mabel nodded back at Ugnis. Oh, Mabel, what's wrong? It's nothing. Mabel gave a little evasive smile. I'll tell you later. But before that, there's something I need to discuss with the other girls. Really? Yes, really. I see. If it's a secret between girls, I guess it can't be helped. Knowing Mabel, she'll tell me everything properly afterward. Satisfied, I turned back to Rookie. Rookie waited for the cheers to die down and looked around. As she cast her gaze, the attendees fell silent once more. Princess Sophia of the Empire has already been informed about Thor and Mabel's engagement. After a short pause, Rookie continued. Sooner or later, the Empire will respond. But Thor is no longer of the Empire. He is Thor Kanan, the alchemist under the direct command of Demon Lord Rookie Everguard. Let no one forget that. Understood? Understood. Good. Then once again, let us celebrate the engagement of Thor and Mabel. Again, everyone cheered. And so, With the blessings of everyone in the Demon Lord's domain, the engagement announcement came to an end. Mabel and I withdrew to our room. Finally, things have settled down, huh? Why, yes. Me and Mabel returned to the room. Just the two of us. No, even before this, whenever we did alchemist work, it was just the two of us in the room. But ever since the engagement announcement, somehow, I feel like the atmosphere in the room has changed. The engagement with Mabel is partly to protect her as a member of the Marquis Mishra family. But it's also true that I consider Mabel family. That's why I decided to always be with her. From now on, Mabel will be my fiancée, my caretaker, and my alchemy assistant. I'll have to slowly get used to this new relationship. It feels strange. Mabel muttered that beside me in the chair. Even though being with Thor-sama like this is usual, somehow, my face feels hot. Huh? Yeah. We exchanged gazes quietly, still uneasy. Maybe it's because the lingering excitement from the engagement ceremony remains. Even while talking, the topic ends up being about the engagement. Thinking back on the lively ceremony makes me restless. This is troublesome. Well, it can't be helped. In times like this. Anyway, let's prepare to make an item for Mabel. Why yes, let's do that. So, we decided to begin the alchemy work. We're tired from today's engagement announcement event, so let's just decide the plan for now. Yes, Thor-sama. And about Mabel's water spirit stone pendant. I spoke while looking at the pendant shining on Mabel's chest. I'm thinking of making a cover to hide the pendant so that the secret of Mabel's birth won't be discovered. Since it's important, I plan to use all available materials. Mabel's water spirit stone pendant shows she is connected to the Marquis Mishra family. If anyone in the Empire notices that, it would be bad. So, I will make a cover to hide the pendant. I plan to incorporate magic items into the cover to protect Mabel. That's why I want to use the rainbow magic stone that we got from Rookie-sama for the cover. Is that alright? That's such a precious item. Of course, I think an item made with that magic stone will definitely protect Mabel. I took out the rainbow magic stone from the ultra-small simple storage. The rainbow magic stone has all attributes and has the characteristic of changing. By using the all attributes and changing characteristics, you can make a very powerful magic item. It's perfect for protecting Mabel. I'm thinking to give the pendant the ability of a security buzzer. I said, that can stop the movement of enemies. If built into the pendant, it should be useful in an emergency. The security buzzer did stop the giant centipede's movement. That's right. Also, if used in Nosa town, it can call Isaac and the others. Princess Sophia is on our side, so I think she will lend her help. It's the best item for self-defense. Then, is it alright to give the pendant cover the security buzzer function? Yes, please do, Thor-sama. Got it. Then, the other ability is... Wait a moment, Thor-sama. Suddenly, Mabel raised her hand and stopped me. She looked at me with a curious expression. What's wrong, Mabel? If the pendant cover has multiple functions, wouldn't it get too big? Also, since the pendant will be stored in the ultra-small simple storage, I think it doesn't need too many amazing functions. Huh? The pendant will be made so Mabel can wear it normally. Oh, really? Because the water spirit stone pendant is a family keepsake for Mabel. In that case, it's natural she wants to wear it all the time. I am an alchemist. I will make it so that protecting Mabel and allowing her to wear the family keepsake can both be realized. My goal is to surpass the world of heroes, so I have to be able to do that much. But just making the security buzzer alone requires a lot of magic stones, right? And to add new functions on top of that. I think Rookie-sama gave me the rainbow magic stone so I could do that. I held the rainbow magic stone in my hand. The rainbow magic stone changes its color every few seconds, from white, black, yellow, blue. This magic stone holds all attributes: light, darkness, earth, water, fire, wind. An alchemist can process it to draw out any attribute they like. The rainbow magic stone has two special functions. One is that the rainbow magic stone possesses all attributes. So this stone can absorb magic power of light, darkness, earth, water, fire, and wind. And by using alchemy, it can release that as magic power of a certain attribute. Huh. Mabel's eyes widened. So that means the rainbow magic stone has a magic conversion function? Exactly. In other words, it can use an enormous amount of magic power. Normal magic stones can only absorb magic of their specific attribute. For example, a fire magic stone only absorbs fire magic power found in nature. When the magic power within the stone is used up, it absorbs fire magic from the surroundings again. But the Rainbow Magic Stone has all attributes. So it can absorb magic power of all attributes existing in nature simultaneously. Moreover, the Rainbow Magic Stone can transform into any attribute magic stone. It can release the magic power it absorbed as fire magic as a fire magic stone. That means it can absorb magic power of light, darkness, earth, water, fire, wind, and release it as fire magic. Absorbing all magic power and releasing it as one kind of magic power. That is the first characteristic of the Rainbow Magic Stone. Amazing. That's why the Rainbow Magic Stone is a treasured item. The amazing part is from here. When I appraise and understand it, I found that the Rainbow Magic Stone has the characteristic of changing, meaning it can freely change its shape. That's right. So when you use the Rainbow Magic Stone, you can add the changing characteristic to the material. Look, the Rainbow Magic Stone looks like clay, right? I pinched the Rainbow Magic Stone between my fingers and showed it to Mabel. What do you think would happen if we used metal with the property of changing for the cover of Mabel's pendant? Since the pendant cover would change. No way. Yeah, the pendant cover would transform into a security buzzer. This is the feature of the Rainbow Magic Stone. It has a high magic absorption rate and can handle various kinds of magical power. Therefore, magic items can be miniaturized. It can change the shape of the material itself. Therefore, a magic item can have multiple functions. It's an amazing ability, but of course, there are limits. For example, the size of the material itself cannot be changed. It's impossible to make a small pendant cover transform into a large, simple storage unit. To make that possible, you would need metal equivalent to that used for the simple storage. But if you did that, the pendant cover would become heavy. Furthermore, transformation cannot be done infinitely. I don't know for sure until I actually try, but I think the number of functions that can be given with the Rainbow Magic Stone is about 2. The current Rainbow Magic Stone has all attributes, but no functions. It can become anything, but right now, it is nothing. An alchemist narrows down that potential and gives it functions. For example, into a security buzzer, or into a laser pointer. That's how you use the Rainbow Magic Stone. Using that Rainbow Magic Stone, I will make the cover for Mabel's pendant. I will give it the function of a security buzzer and one more function, so that when needed, it can protect Mabel. As I thought, Thor-sama, you're amazing. Mabel said that and took my hand. I really wanted to wear my mother's pendant too, for you to understand that. Because it's Mabel, of course. I think about it a lot too. Thor-sama. Well, about the second function. I want Mabel to choose it. I spread out a mail order catalog on the table. For me, Mabel looked surprised. But I can't read the letters in this book. Yes, so I want you to look at the pictures and pick by intuition. Mabel's spontaneous ideas always help me. This time, I want to leave it to her. This pendant cover is something to carry as a keepsake of Mabel's family. Choosing based on function might be less meaningful than choosing based on Mabel's feelings. Anyway, with the security buzzer function, it's enough to protect Mabel. Adding a second function is more like my personal preference. Okay, I understand. You can take your time looking. There's no rush to make it. Yes. Saying that, Mabel began turning the pages. There was a pause for a while. While drinking tea, I once again appraised the Rainbow Magic Stone. This Rainbow Magic Stone can be set with 6 attributes. It's enough to make the security buzzer. The cover's material should be light and gentle on the skin, I guess. And then, Thor-sama, what about this? Suddenly, Mabel poked my hand. She grabbed my hand and guided it onto the mail order catalog. Somehow, it felt natural, so I looked at what Mabel was looking at. What was pictured was a hair dryer. Yes, it seems to be a magic item to make hair beautiful. In the mail order catalog, there was a picture of a woman who looked like she had just gotten out of the bath. Her long hair floated softly, and she closed her eyes with a comfortable expression. She was holding a strangely shaped tube. Wind was coming out of it, apparently drying her hair. Since Lord Thor chose the item for protecting me, I want an item to keep me beautiful. Mabel, you're already beautiful enough, though. But the woman in this photo has very beautiful hair. Mabel's silver hair is more beautiful, though. Thor-sama, sometimes you say things like that with a straight face. Because it's the truth. Thank you. But if Mabel's hair will become even more beautiful, making a hair dryer is fine, right? Just as Mabel thought, this hair dryer is for making a woman's hair beautiful. The mail order catalog even says, with the latest model hair dryer, smooth and shiny hair. This page, Some letters have disappeared here and there. That's right. There are marks like the paper was scraped off. Because it's old, the pages seem to have stuck together. The previous owner forcibly peeled them apart. That's why some letters are missing. Let's try reading only the parts we can. With our company's latest technology dryer for glossy and smooth hair. Lately, haven't you experienced your hair? This dryer will solve your. Just by using it after a bath, even long hair dries quickly. With our company's unique manufacturing method, it protects your hair. What's especially excellent is the highest grade negative ion. As everyone knows, negative ions are included in various devices. They enhance and protect the body. Smooth, glossy. Peace of mind. Definitely. I see. There's no doubt this is a magic item good for hair. You can tell even from the parts that are readable. But what exactly is this negative ion? Negative ion? Yes, that term exists. But the middle part is missing, so I don't know what it is. Moreover, the word is split at the line break. Because of that, I can't tell how many characters are missing. Since it says, as everyone knows, I think it must be a well-known term. The key is the word negative. That appeared in the otherworldly heroes line. Negative something. I know it too. But they used it as a combat term. Absolute zero. At temperatures below -200 degrees, your bones will freeze solid. The negative cold air freezes the atmosphere. It creates an ice wall before me. Referring to those lines, I think this negative ion is actually negative tie-in, low temperature. I agree. Negative tie-in, low temperature. Of course, it means a low temperature. The reason it's written as tie-in, low temperature, rather than low temperature is probably because it's imagining an attack magic. In other words, this dryer not only dries hair, but also has a function to generate cold air like ice storm. But, Thor-sama, this is an item for drying hair, right? That's right. Normally, there's no need for an ice storm-like function. Yes, to wash your hair, you have to be naked or lightly dressed. Being in such a state means you should be in a safe place. So why would it have a function for attack? I understand why Mabel doubts that. But this dryer is an item from the hero world. You need to think about it based on the common sense of that world where the strongest combat races live. But how about thinking about it the other way? The other way? Since you use the dryer after washing your hair, you're either naked or lightly dressed. So you're defenseless, right? That's exactly why it might need a function to protect you in case of emergency. Oh, Mabel's eyes widened. She nodded repeatedly, seeming convinced. Why, you're right. When washing hair, you're defenseless. So even in that state, the dryer has combat functions to protect the user. Because it's an item from the hero world, such precautions might have been necessary. So that's what negative tie-in means. Yes, I think that's the true identity of negative ion. But I want a little more certainty. I flipped through the pages of the mail order catalog. I'll also look for any other pages where negative ion might be written. That way, we might figure out what the missing characters say. Understood. Then Mabel, could you make some tea? If you push yourself too hard, Rookie-sama will get mad. Let's relax and look while sipping tea. Got it. Please wait a moment. Saying that, Mabel left the room and headed to the kitchen. I decided to carefully examine the mail order catalog. I hope there are other items with the term negative ion, because it's a word that hasn't appeared in any of the items made so far. I hope I find it soon. There it was. And it was on the page opposite the hairdryer. It seemed to be an item called air purifier. But this is troublesome. This page was the other half attached to the hairdryer page. So this one also had peeled paper and the text was gone. Instead of negative ion, it read my N. It's even harder to understand now. What a pain. Well, it can't be helped. Let's try to infer from the function of this air purifier. I turned my eyes to the description of the air purifier. I didn't need detailed information. I just needed to understand the power of my N. The air purifier uses the power of my N to clean the air, Specifically, it seemed to utilize my N to deal with microorganisms. If that's the case, the true identity of my N is highly likely to be -ion. Ice storm is a low-temperature storm that freezes large numbers of insects and birds. By the same logic, chili could freeze microorganisms, small living things, and neutralize them. There are almost no organisms that can survive in such extreme cold. But is it really okay to say it's negative ion? What should I do? If I check through the mail order catalog one by one, I might be able to grasp the true identity of negative ion. But that would take time. My goal is to protect Mabel. In this case, It's not that important to make it resemble the items from the hero's world. If I add the abilities of the Water Spirit Stone Pendant, the security alarm, and the hairdryer that manipulates negative low temperature, the goal of protecting Mabel will be achieved. Stopping movement with the voice of Officer and hitting with a wind of negative low temperature will neutralize most opponents. In that case, let's think while making it. Yeah, or rather, I want to start fiddling with the rainbow magic stones soon. I'm excited to see what kind of effect the change attribute will manifest. Of course, I'll add a function to the hairdryer to send a gentle breeze to dry Mabel's hair. Using the rainbow magic stone, it should be possible to make it small but high-powered. I drew the design of a pendant cover that doubles as a security alarm and hairdryer on parchment. This time, portability needs to be considered. I have to design it carefully. While I was thinking like that, I'm back, Thor-sama. Sorry for intruding. The door to the room opened, and Mabel entered with Agnes was with her. Mabel was holding Agnes's hand, which was bright red. Agnes was wearing a dress made of earth magic woven fabric. General Rizinga said, "Let's show everyone in the castle that Agnes can wear cute clothes now." Agnes looked down and tightly held Mabel's hand. She didn't try to meet my gaze. Mabel pushed Agnes's back gently and made her stand in front of me. Agnes-sama wants to convey a proposal from General Rizinga. And Mabel, there's no need to hesitate. I certainly agree with the general's proposal. Oh, Mabel, you're such a trouble. Agnes poked Mabel in a troubled manner. Then she looked at me, cleared her throat, and I will convey a proposal from Agnes's father. Rizinga freezed. To you, Thurkanen. With a nervous voice, trembling. If you're reluctant, you can refuse. And so, Agnes spoke the proposal from the general. Chapter 128. Just another Ice Sky lover. This time, it seems Mabel found some strange paper from the hero world. Thor-sama. What is it, Mabel? I found some strange paper in the corner of the warehouse. Could you take a look at it? One day, while tidying up the warehouse, Mabel said this. What she was holding was an old piece of paper. Judging by the photo printed on it, it must be from the hero world. It looks like a page torn from some book. I can't read it, but what does it say? It says, "We buy hidden treasures." Hidden treasures, you say? It's like a notice posted in taverns in the Empire. Places where people gather often have bulletin boards with all sorts of requests posted. There are such things. For example, things like, "We will pay a reward, so please collect medicinal herbs," or "Looking for people or items. Those who find them will be rewarded." So information gathers where people gather. That's right. The book this paper was tucked in probably circulated widely throughout the hero world. As expected of the hero world, Mabel and I sighed. Most likely, this page titled, "We Buy Treasures," came from a book distributed to major facilities in the hero world. In our world, that would be places like the royal palace or large stores. They might have been spreading information there to gather items and personnel. Truly, the hero world is an unfathomable place. So, Thor-sama, what kind of treasures are there in the hero world? This page has only one listed. It says, "Because it's an ultimate and special treasure, this magazine is searching with full effort. If you know anything, please contact us." Amazing. The hero world fully backing it up like that. That's right. And the name of the treasure is, Transformation item? Transformation? An item that changes your appearance when you wear it. Mabel's face showed surprise. In this world, there's the roleplay pajamas Thor-sama made. Is it something similar to that? Not quite. It seems this was an item used by heroes from another world when they transformed to fight against evil organizations. Evil organizations. The hero world actually had such groups. Yeah. Also, to keep records of the battles, they apparently took detailed notes. See, here it says, "We are searching for the early model transformation item used during filming." Filming. That means taking photos, right? It also means recording videos. It seems the hero world kept meticulous records of many things. Battles between heroes and evil organizations were likely part of that. In the photo, the hero's figure is shown. Because they're wearing a strangely shaped helmet, their face is completely hidden. Additionally, there's a complex-shaped belt around their waist. It glows and spins. This belt appears to be the transformation item. Yeah, I understand why people would want it. In our world, it would be like a holy sword or a scroll of ultimate magic. It's understandable to want to obtain it even by paying a large sum. How expensive is this transformation item? That's unknown. It says negotiable, and we accept offers. I see. If it's about as valuable as a holy sword or an ultimate magic scroll, it would probably cost several thousand gold coins. Right? Mabel and I sighed. Of course, the idea that a holy sword costs thousands of gold coins is just speculation. The holy swords owned by the Empire can't be bought with money. Sometimes magical swords appear on the market, but those cost a few hundred gold coins. I don't know how powerful the transformation item from the hero world is, but since they're gathering information so extensively in the book, it's probably just as expensive as a holy sword. No, maybe it's cheaper than a holy sword. Huh? If it was used by heroes from another world, wouldn't it be more valuable than a holy sword? Listen carefully, Mabel. I'll read the description again. Oh, okay. It says here, we are searching for the early model used during filming. Mabel seems to have realized something too. Yes, what the requester is looking for is the early model of the transformation item. In other words, the requester is searching for an early model of the transformation item. Compared to later models, it might be unstable or defective. That's why I think it's cheaper than holy swords or ultimate magic scrolls. I see. The existence of an early model implies there must be later models or improved versions. That means there are upgraded versions with better performance. Not only that, according to this paper, there are many more transformation items in the hero world. But if various transformation items do exist in the hero world, maybe the transformation items are used for ritual magic. Instead of the power coming from the item itself, the transformation might come from the ritual's power. Is that so? It would be unnatural for there to be many types of items causing the single effect of transformation. The belt might determine what form you transform into, but the important thing might be the ritual for the transformation. Like priests using ritual items to call forth holy power. It's common for what you wear to show your status or power. So that's what it was. The hero world is really deep and complex. Me and Mabel sat side by side, reading the page titled, We Buy Treasures. It seemed that various replicas of this item existed. It said here that even replica copies might have some value. So please do contact us. Something like that was written. Thor-sama. Yeah, Mabel. Thor-sama. Wouldn't you be able to copy this belt? I think I can. Since it's used in ritual magic, the important thing should be its shape. But the problem is the material. From just this paper, I can't tell what material the item is made of. If I'm going to make it, I'll have to try various materials. Maybe I should make about 5 versions with different materials. At least one of them should show some kind of magical reaction. Then I can study that one further and gradually bring it closer to the things from the hero world. As expected of Thor-sama. Then even those from the Demon Lord's domain can transform into heroes. But there's one more problem. Is that so? It seems a special pose is needed to transform into a hero. If we don't know that, just making the transformation item would be meaningless. Wait, hold on. Rookie said something like this before. That there might be another hero summoning someday. At that time, this transformation hero might appear. It might be good to study it now. Even if I can't do it alone, with everyone from the Demon Lord's domain helping, maybe we can find the correct ritual. Mabel, could you deliver a message to Rookie-sama? Why yes. What should I say? I'm going to copy this item, and I want permission to exhibit it. I told Mabel my plan. Then I activated my Creation Alchemy. Using We Buy Treasures as a reference, I began making a replica of the transformation item. A few days later, at the entrance of the Demon Lord's castle. So these are what the people from the hero world transformed with. How on earth do they do it? Could we perhaps do it too? Let's consider it a ritual for selecting heroes. It might be worth a try. People had gathered at the entrance of the Demon Lord's castle. What they were surrounding was the replica transformation item belt I made. Stone steps had been built around it to support the belt, and letters were carved into the steps. This is an item from the hero world used to transform into a hero. It is believed to be used in ritual magic. To understand the hero world better, touch it and perform various experiments. That's what it said. Ritual magic. I don't understand. What kind of thing could it be? The hero world is too complicated. We just can't grasp it. Everyone was wrapping the belt around their waists, shoulders, or foreheads. They seemed to be imagining how a hero wearing it would move, what kind of weapons they'd use, and so on. Studying the items from the hero world will help us understand heroes. Next to me, Demon Lord Rookie said this. She wore the Demon Lord style with mask and robe. From the balcony of the throne room, she looked down at the people at the castle entrance. Perhaps someone will succeed in transforming. Thor, you've made something interesting. Thank you, Rookie-sama. I heard heroes from another world fought evil organizations. If someone from the Demon Lord's domain can successfully transform, it would prove we are not the evil. Showing the transformed form when the heroes arrive could help avoid conflict. As expected of Rookie-sama. I've told everyone as well. Let's watch warmly over their efforts. Yes, Rookie-sama. Rookie and I looked down at the people warmly. On the ground. Everyone continued various experiments with the belt in hand. Ritual magic requires concentration and a strong wish. In other words, if you wear it and wish strongly, you can transform, right? Let's try. Transform. Transform. Transformation. Nope. Seems impossible. You really need concentration and magic power beyond even heroes. Now that I think about it, there were heroes who got stronger when they sensed a life-threatening situation. So latent potential awakens in danger. I see. Then I shall. Wait. Chancellor, where are you going with the belt still on your head? You want to encourage transformation by delivering an impact. Please stop. What if the belt breaks? A peaceful afternoon. Rookie and I sat side by side, drinking tea and listening to the people's voices. The number of people gathered at the Demon Lord's castle entrance kept increasing. Everyone was obsessed with the hero world's transformation item. As expected of an item used by heroes from another world, it seemed to have the power to captivate everyone. People researching transformation poses. People copying the figure of the transformation hero by referencing the exhibited We Buy Treasures paper. Some even reading documents they analyzed themselves, titled things like About the Hero World's Heroes' Special Moves or Secrets of Hero World Hero 22. The gallery kept growing. Looking down at this scene, Rookie and I, it's turned into more of a commotion than expected. Perhaps we underestimated the power of the hero from another world. Before this becomes a nationwide uproar, I thought it might be better to remove that transformation item. Chapter 129. Just another ice sky lover. This time, it seems Princess Sophia is thinking about something. Do I look like Liana now? This is at Princess Sophia's residence in the town of Nosa. On the morning that Thor came to visit, Sophia was wearing a slight disguise. It all started when she found some clip-in hair extensions in her luggage. When Sophia was at the detached palace, she kept her hair short for the maids to take care of it easily. While Liana's hair reached down her back, Sophia's hair only reached her shoulders. That was unavoidable, but Sophia had always longed for long hair. She wanted to try out various hairstyles and fashion herself. So when she cut her hair previously, she had kept the cut hair bundled up. For times when she wanted to try changing her hairstyle. I'll tie my hair up and put on a ribbon something like this, maybe? Sophia styled her cherry blossom-colored hair into a short ponytail. She attached a hair tie and connected the clip-in extensions there. She lightly shook her head. It was secure and wouldn't fall off. Looking in the mirror, she felt she was starting to look like Liana. How could she look even more alike? It was unavoidable that her arms were thinner than Liana's. She would cover that up with makeup to give her complexion a healthier look. And then, if I wrap some cloth around my body, would that help disguise my figure? To make me look a little healthier. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow came from the window. Looking toward the sound, she saw a white cat clinging to the windowsill. Oh, Soleil-sama. You've come, haven't you? Meow, meow. I'm clearing the room. It's okay even if you return to your original form, you know? When Sophia said this, the white cat shook its fur and removed its hood. The cat form disappeared, revealing a small girl in cat-like pajamas. She had wings on her back. This was Soleil, the light-winged fairy. I have come with a message. The alchemist will arrive shortly. Thank you, Soleil-sama. I have some sweets prepared for you. That makes me happy. Princess Sophia is such a good person. I like you too, Soleil-sama. We both struggled with the strength of our light magic. By the way, Sophia stood up and showed her hair with the extensions and her dress. Do you think I look like Liana now, Soleil-sama? Because your light magic is strong, I know you're Princess Sophia. Oh, that's right. The winged fairies can sense the flow of magical power. Are you imitating your little sister? Yes. It's a little prank. Sophia put a finger to her lips as if sharing a secret. I wonder if the alchemist will recognize me as Sophia in this form. That's unusual. Serious Princess Sophia playing pranks. Hehe. Yes, I guess so. At Soleil's comment, Sophia smiled like a child. There hasn't been anyone before who made me feel like it was okay to play pranks. Sophia had been confined to the detached palace all along. The only people close to her were the maids, and even they changed every few months. Sometimes Liana came to visit, but Sophia could never play pranks on her. Not because Liana was a princess, but because she was too honest. No matter what pranks Sophia tried, Liana would never fall for it. It was just too risky. Also, Sophia was always on guard at the detached palace. As a princess, and as Liana's older sister, she couldn't show weakness to others. But I feel like it might be okay to play pranks on Thorkainen-sama. With him, I could feel safe and be able to depend on him. That's right. The alchemist is someone you can truly trust. Yes, he makes people feel at ease. So you're disguising yourself as your little sister to meet the alchemist? Yes, it's a prank pretending to be Liana. What exactly are you going to do, Your Highness? Well, how about posing as if I'm swinging a holy sword? I think Thorkainen-sama will be interested and come closer. A Zubabababin kind of thing? Yes, I will do the Zubabababin. If you do that, I think the alchemist will come close to you. And that way, you want him to touch your arms and shoulders, right? Why yes, I understand. Sometimes Soleil wants to be touched by the alchemist too. Really, the Windwing fairies are good at that kind of thing, you know. Please explain in detail. They slip under the alchemist's clothes naked. That's absolutely impossible. That's why I think your method is good, Princess Sophia. But, what is it? I feel like your body is slimmer compared to Princess Liana. Do you think so too, Soleil-sama? How about loosening the dress strings and tucking some cloth underneath? That's a good idea. Could you help me? Understood. Soleil flew in the air and went behind Sophia. Then, she loosened the strings on the back of the dress. With a little extra room at the collar, Sophia put in some cloth and wrapped it around her chest. Liana's chest is smaller than mine, but she has a better physique. I'll disguise myself by wrapping cloth around my body. After patting it to adjust the thickness, Sophia smiled with satisfaction. Of course, she didn't forget her makeup. She made her complexion look healthier, and once Soleil checked, preparations were complete. Now all that was left was to wait for Thor to come. Let's decide on the plan first. Sophia murmured quietly. This time, we'll say Liana came on a secret visit. And I, Sophia, am having a meeting with Isaac. So while I'm not around, I will teach the alchemist the secret stance for the holy swords outside the gate forbidden technique. That's a great idea. Then the alchemist will surely be interested. Let's say you and I just happened to hit it off. Let's say we got excited talking about baths. The time when Liana threw off her princess clothes, right? I don't know about that, but if we talk about the bubbly bath, it's no wonder we get excited. If you say this is Liana, then Thorkainen-sama won't suspect a thing. Soleil is getting excited too. Soleil sat on Sophia's shoulder, covering her mouth as she laughed. Soleil has never done this kind of prank before. You can only do something like this with someone you truly trust. Sophia pressed her hands to the chest of her dress. The first person she wanted to do something like this to was Thor. She wanted to be fooled. If it was Thor, after revealing her true identity, he would surely laugh it off. But at the same time, she also wanted him to see through it. She wanted to hear words like, "Even if you disguise yourself as the younger princess, I can tell it's Princess Sophia." Excited, nervous. She wanted to see the various expressions on Thor's face. What kind of face would he make upon suddenly seeing Liana appear? What answer would he give if Liana asked about Sophia? This was like a charm cast by the princess, who had been locked away for so long, onto the alchemist who freed her. She wanted people to know that Sophia had this side to her. And then, Sophia listened carefully. From the first floor came the voice of a maid. It seemed Thor had arrived. She had also been informed of the plan. Though the maid looked suspicious, she should cooperate. Footsteps approached. Thor was coming up the stairs. Soon. Lastly, Sophia and Soleil confirmed their plan. Soleil suggested that the moment Thor entered, Sophia should pose as if swinging a holy sword. That sounded good. Very Liana-like. Sophia herself wouldn't do something like that. The plan was as follows. Sophia would stand before the door, raising both arms high above her head. When Thor came in, she would swing both arms down at once. Soleil's role was to cheer nearby with, "Do your best, Princess Liana." Soon, footsteps sounded beyond the door. Thor had arrived. Sophia focused all her senses on her ears. She forgot all other sensations, so much so that she didn't notice the coolness on her back from the loosened dress strings, nor that Soleil had loosened the back ties, which were starting to come undone. Knock, knock. Princess Liana. This is Thorkainen. May I come in? Why yes. I am Liana Dalgaria. I have come in secret. Where is Princess Sophia? My sister is in a meeting with Captain Isaac. Please do not hesitate to enter. Why yes. Then, excuse me. Click, the door opened. Thor looked this way. He was surprised to see Sophia, Liana, near the door. From her hairstyle, clothing, and the color of her skin, he should not know which twin she was. The timing was now. Jay just practicing sword swings. Sophia raised both arms high above her head. I will show you my secret stance. Holy sword blade Zubabababin. Whoosh. Gathering strength in her slender arms, Sophia swung both arms down with all her might. Shoo run. The strings on her back completely came undone. The back of the dress opened wide. Shuba. The momentum of her arm swing caused the dress to come undone. As if she were trying to take it off, it split open from the back, left, and right. A large gap appeared at the chest. The fabric wrapped around her chest fell down to her stomach. Her white skin and underwear made from light magic woven cloth were revealed. Princess Sophia? Thor's gaze fell upon Sophia. In an instant, he saw through her true identity. The reason was simple. Her underwear was see-through. For health reasons, Sophia wore underwear made from light magic woven cloth. Because the underwear was constantly exposed to Sophia's magic power, it was naturally transparent, almost completely. So Thor could see Sophia's skin and thus her true identity. This has a reason, you see. Sophia's skin turned cherry blossom pink. It wasn't the first time Thor had seen her skin, but this was unexpected. What should she do? Her mind went completely blank. The prank was a failure. A huge failure. So she decided to cover it up. This is something I learned from Liana. They say that performing the Holy Sword Light Blade Zubabababin makes you healthy. It's a new health method. That child is very intuitive and a genius. She came up with this for me. Please praise her when you meet her next time. Princess Sophia? I have been following Liana's guidance and repeating this health method. I wanted Thor Kanan-sama to see the results. But your clothing should probably be covered. I understand. I do know. But it was too much. Sophia calmly covered her chest with her hands. She turned around and asked Soleil to fix her clothes. Then, slowly, she calmed her breathing. I apologize. I will be honest. Covering her face with both hands, Sophia confessed. I wanted to play a prank on Thor Kanan-sama. To go so far as to risk your body for a prank. I regret it. When she glanced at Thor over her shoulder, he was blushing deeply too. Perhaps embarrassed to look at Sophia, his gaze drifted elsewhere. Purpose achieved. I got to see an expression of Thor Kanan-sama that I had never seen before. That will be enough. Actually, I had only planned to play a trivial prank. After that succeeded, I intended to gradually pull off something amazing. If I've already done something like this on the first try, what should I do next time? Your Highness, failure is the stepping stone to success. Next time, you just have to do the same thing as the Wind Feather Fairy, okay? That's definitely impossible. Hearing Soleil whisper this by her ear, Sophia felt her body temperature rise. Thor Kanan-sama. Yes, Your Highness. Were you surprised? Yes, I was. Thor still avoided meeting her gaze. He was calm in the fizzing bath, but elsewhere it seemed different. Watching his embarrassed expression somehow made her happy. She wanted to see more of those different expressions. Next time, even closer. Even if Sophia felt embarrassed and wanted to run away, she wouldn't be able to escape from such close proximity. For now, let's have some tea. I'll prepare it right away. Saying this, Sophia stepped out into the hallway. Since the others had been sent away, she went to brew the tea herself. This too was a valuable experience. Being with Thor meant encountering so many firsts. But the prank was a failure. Do you regret doing it, Your Highness? No. Sophia swept the hem of her dress. It was very fun. I even got to see expressions of Thor Kanan-sama that I had never seen before. This prank was a failure, but it's a huge success. With a childish expression, she wore a radiant smile. But what if I get addicted to this kind of prank? Even so, surely Thor would accept it. If that's the case, maybe it's not so bad. Thinking such thoughts, Sophia headed to the kitchen with Soleil. Chapter 130. Just another ice sky lover. If you're not inclined, it's perfectly fine to refuse. Agnes said this while looking straight at me. This was father's proposal, not something Agnes brought up. And no, it's not that I'm opposed or unwilling. I just want to make clear who proposed it. Otherwise, it'll cause confusion later. Calm down, Agnes. I let Agnes into the room and had her sit in a chair. I offered some tea and waited for her to settle down. So, Agnes took several deep breaths, looking nervous. Then, as if gathering her courage, she raised her face. I will convey the proposal from the Flame General Risenga Freezed. Agnes looked straight at me. Thor-sama, would you make my daughter, Agnes Freezed, your fiancée? This proposal comes from me, Risenga, out of loyalty to Her Majesty the Demon Lord and the Demon Lord's domain, with absolutely no personal gain or selfish desire. So, that was what she declared. Make Agnes my fiancé? The general? That was all I could say. It was so sudden I didn't know how to react. Agnes clenched her fists on her lap and trembled, looking at Mabel. Yeah, she seemed calm. Maybe Mabel had heard the conversation before. During the engagement announcement, Mabel and Agnes exchanged glances. Hey, Agnes. Why yes? Did the general say anything else? Since it's for the demon lord's domain, there must be some political reason, right? Yes. I will explain. Agnes took a sip of tea and breathed deeply again. Then, she began speaking slowly. I have heard from His Excellency the Chancellor that Mabel may be a descendant of the lost Marquis family, so this is based on that. Yeah. Her Majesty the Demon Lord said she would inform both the General and Agnes. The General is a key figure in the Demon Lord's domain, and Agnes is Mabel's close friend. They needed to be informed about Mabel's secret lineage. The Chancellor explained this to Father and Agnes. The engagement between Thor-sama and Mabel is to protect Mabel and to prevent Thor-sama from being taken by the Empire. Agnes continued. After hearing this, Father told Agnes that this alone was not enough. Not enough? Yes. Since Thor-Kanan-sama and Mabel both have ties to the Empire, Father thought the Empire might find some reason to abduct them both at the same time. Agnes looked worried. It was as if she truly believed that Mabel and I might suddenly be taken away somewhere. That's why Agnes, daughter of Flame General Rizenga, should also become engaged to Thor-Kanan-sama. This is out of loyalty to Her Majesty the Demon Lord, with no personal gain. Father said he would not make a big fuss and swear to it, but it's completely for the Demon Lord's domain. That's what Father said. The general said that. Father also said, Thor-Kanan-sama is an important person for the Demon Lord's domain and must never be lost. It is natural to protect him, and naturally to protect his fiancée Mabel. For that, every possible measure must be taken. I see. There is no personal gain. Absolutely none. That's what he repeated. You don't have to repeat that. Amazing. The general had thought so much about us. Moreover, the general's proposal made sense. Originally, my engagement to Mabel, partly because I want to be with her, was politically meant to protect each other. Having a fiancé in the Demon Lord's domain is a reason for me not to return to the Empire. Mabel having a fiancé who is a Demon Lord's direct alchemist means she cannot be touched. General Rizenga's proposal strengthens that. If Agnes and I marry, I would be like the general's son, and Mabel like Agnes's sister. We would become family of the general. That general's territory is located closest to the Empire. So, if Mabel or I were kidnapped, the Empire could be made to think that the furious general might move his troops. Flame General Rizenga is known as a fierce general in the Empire. Is that what the general is thinking? Yes. Father's explanation was a bit hard to understand, but it was roughly like that. I understand the general's reasoning. Honestly, I'm really glad. General Rizenga knows my situation. He witnessed the negotiation with the frontier Marquis Gura before the Beast Gargarasa subjugation battle, where I was almost made a victim of a secret deal. He was the one who firmly rejected the Marquis's proposal. Such a person is saying he will become like my father. Honestly, I'm ridiculously happy. Though it's late, I'm glad I came to the Demon Lord's domain. But, Agnes, are you okay with this? You'd become engaged to me. I have decided to serve Thor-Kanan-sama. Agnes said firmly. Then slowly, as if choosing each word. I have always looked at the world from inside armor. Because of my ignition ability, I couldn't take off the armor, and I watched everyone through the gap in my helmet. Saying that, Agnes took another deep breath. It was Thor-Kanan-sama who freed me from that. You made the health promotion pendant for me, and gently, as if beckoning, led me into the wide world. But, the outside world still seems too vast for me. Sometimes I feel anxious about what I want to do, about how I want to walk forward from now on. That's what Agnes said. But one thing I have decided is that I will serve Thor-Kanan-sama. I want to be together. That is a decision I made myself. So, I understand, Agnes. Let's be together. Thor-Kanan-sama. Agnes's red eyes were moist. With those eyes, Agnes had been looking at the world through the gaps in her helmet all this time. Because of her overpowering fire magic and her ability to spontaneously ignite, she couldn't take off her armor. Thanks to the health promotion pendant, she was now able to remove her armor, but Agnes had only just gained her freedom. It was no wonder she felt confused. I was the one who brought Agnes outside the armor. If that's the case, as long as Agnes wishes it, I will support her by her side. That is my responsibility as an alchemist, and besides, I care about Agnes. I will continue to use or support Agnes by her side. I said, just as the general and Agnes are trying to protect us, I will protect Agnes too. I will properly support her so that she can do anything she wants in the outside world, whether as an fiancé or in whatever form. Why yes, Agnes also wants Thor Kanan-sama to use or support her. So from now on, I look forward to your continued support. Agnes said this with a tearful, smiling expression. Then, in return, Thor Kanan-sama and Mabel, I will protect you. If the Empire dares to lay hands on you, I will punish them with all my strength. Then, Agnes stretched out her slender hand and held mine. She closed her eyes as if in prayer. Agnes swears by the name of the primordial flame to serve Thor Kanan-sama. For one who carries the blood of the flame giant, swearing by the name of the primordial flame means. Yeah, swearing means? Roughly speaking, it means to live by the side of someone important. Yeah, can you explain more? Once things settle down a bit, I'll explain properly. I see. Anyway, I understood Agnes and General Risinga's thoughts. If they have thoughts so far ahead, I will accept it. In return, I will continue to support Agnes. I will keep making items so that she can freely do anything in the wide world. That's good. After Agnes and I finished talking, Mabel muttered softly. She looked very happy and nodded repeatedly. She seemed to have no objections. Well, it was something I already understood. Then, let's talk to Rookie-sama and Kelv. We need to get permission for an audience. Maybe not today. Right now, Father should be talking again with the Demon Lord Her Majesty and the Chancellor His Excellency. Is that so? Yes. Father said he would convey his thoughts to Her Majesty. Agnes looked toward the throne room side. I think right now he is telling Her Majesty. This is for the sake of the Demon Lord Her Majesty and the Demon Lord's territory, with no selfish desires at all. Rather, keeping the details hidden, Agnes has told the subordinates that she will marry Thor Kanan-sama. If refused, Agnes will probably be unable to marry at all. Isn't that cutting off all escape routes too much? Father is a soldier too. Surely, he has thought this strategy through very carefully. I see. It can't be helped. I'll explain it to Rookie later as well. I hope she won't be angry. I apologized, Thor-sama. Before I noticed, Mabel was looking into my face. Actually, I knew about the general's proposal even before the engagement announcement. I know. I saw Mabel and Agnes nodding to each other in the throne room. I heard just before, so I couldn't tell Thor-sama. Also, Agnes said she wanted to speak directly to Thor-sama herself. I'm sorry. So, Mabel and Agnes bowed their heads side by side. I'm not angry. To be honest, I'm happy to have more family. In the Empire, there was no one I wanted to call family. But in the Demon Lord's territory, everyone says they want to be my family. Rookie, Mabel, Agnes, and General Risinga too. That makes me really happy. I think it's a blessing. Having two fiancés is a bit questionable though. Since I lived as a commoner in the imperial capital, I don't really understand the rules of nobles. Duke Regis wouldn't let his wives meet me because I was a disgrace to the family. From now on, I'll slowly learn how things work in the Demon Lord's territory. How to handle having two fiancés. I wonder what I should do. For now, let's not rush and go at our own pace. Why yes, that's right. Agnes thinks so too. Saying that, the three of us sat down for tea. Nibbling on baked sweets, we slowly began talking about what lies ahead. In the Risinga territory, my house is scheduled to be expanded. Once it's complete, Agnes will probably live with me. Because the general would be lonely if she stayed all the time, Agnes might commute between the mansion and there. Agnes also has to study many things as the general's heir. I also want to travel back and forth between the Demon Lord's castle and the Risinga territory while making necessary magic items. I hope to get closer to the people living in the Demon Lord's territory and hear their requests for items. Then, the finished items will be brought to the Demon Lord's castle for Rookie to check. She will point out flaws, I will polish them, and then we'll spread them throughout the Demon Lord's territory. I hope to live such a relaxed life as an alchemist. But before that, I have to talk to Rookie about my engagement to Agnes. I have to explain properly and get her permission. Rookie is important family to me. I have to do it properly. Yes. And so, as the three of us discussed the future, time passed. Since it became late, we decided to disperse. Well then, see you tomorrow. Good night, both of you. Good night. Agnes and I exchanged greetings. I was about to do the same with Mabel, but... Please wait, Thor-sama. Mabel suddenly raised her hand. She placed her hand on her chin, seeming to think deeply. I have become Thor-sama's fiancé. Agnes-sama is going to be one as well. If that's the case, wouldn't it be alright to stay together a little later into the night? That may be true, but I opened the door and looked down the hallway. The maids quickly averted their gazes. Today, we just announced my engagement to Mabel. It seems everyone's paying attention to us. Since we're inside the castle, wouldn't it be better to call it a night, as is? That's where I have a proposal. Mabel clapped her hands with a light pawn. How about using the hugging pillow after a long time? A hugging pillow? I and Thor-sama and Agni-sama have become fiancés. I think it would be good to practice sleeping hand in hand in the same bed at least. And Mabel, that kind of practice is necessary too. Agni-sama, for when we become family. Why yeah, maybe Mabel is right. Agnes nodded eagerly, breathing heavily. Especially since Agnes isn't used to sleeping next to someone, it might be necessary to practice. So, I would like to use the hugging pillow. Mabel concluded her talk. Her persuasion was impressive. If that's the case, it can't be helped. All right, then, use these. I took the hugging pillows out of the ultra-compact, simple storage. These are life-sized pillows that transform to closely resemble the owner of the magic power infused into the pillow cover. Moreover, thanks to the pseudo-life grasp enchantment, they can even replicate pulse and body temperature. Truly amazing. This one is for Mabel, and this one is for Agnes. Thank you very much, Thor-sama. Mabel accepted the improved hugging pillow. Then suddenly, Agnes looked toward Mabel and said, Mabel, would you sleep with me tonight? I want to talk about various things. And being with Thor-sama-sama's hugging pillow makes me nervous, so it would be nice if you were with me. Understood. If that's the case, I don't need 2 hugging pillows. The extra one should be used by Thor-sama. Mabel said this with a heavily blushing but resolute face. Thor-sama also needs to get used to spending time together with Mabel and Agnes. And Mabel, it's all right. We're only holding hands while we sleep. Right, Thor-sama? Why yeah. At her words, I couldn't help but nod. You understood. Then, Agnes nodded in agreement, as if satisfied. It's unfair if only Agnes and Mabel sleep with Thor-sama-sama's hugging pillow. Thor-sama should also sleep with Agnes and Mabel's hugging pillows. As expected of Agnes-sama. You're quick to get to the point. Well then, Mabel, let's decide who will infuse magic into the hugging pillow cover by a match. Understood. Let's settle it with a coin toss. The winner gets to infuse the magic? That's decided. Got it. Then, Mabel and Agnes started the coin toss. The result. Please. Thor-sama. Agnes handed me the hugging pillow cover infused with her magic. Her face was about 30% redder than usual. Her slender hand was trembling slightly. In return, I handed her the pillow cover infused with my magic. Agnes held it carefully, and Mabel hugged the hugging pillow itself. Well then, let's promise to hold hands and sleep tonight. We promised. After saying goodnight, once again, we parted ways. Somehow, it feels like my family suddenly got bigger all at once. A lot happened today. I announced my engagement to Mabel in front of everyone. Received full blessings from everyone in the Demon Lord's territory. Then Agnes came to visit and told me about General Rizenga's proposal. As a result, I ended up getting engaged to Agnes too. I just got a message from Rookie saying, tomorrow, we will have a proper, thorough talk. It seems the discussions with Kelv and the General have finished. I have to think about how I'm going to talk as well. Better get some sleep to prepare for tomorrow. I really don't feel like doing any alchemy work today. Anyway, the next thing I'll make is a personal alarm and hair dryer for Mabel. Since I'm planning to make it into a pendant cover, I'll have to make it while listening to Mabel's opinions. Also, it uses rainbow magic stones as materials. I can't afford to fail. I have to proceed carefully. Well then, I've got permission, so the hugging pillow. In front of me were the hugging pillow cover into which Agnes had poured magic power, and the pure white hugging pillow. If I combine these two, it will transform into Agnes's form. I don't know why, but I'm really nervous. I put the cover over the hugging pillow and placed it under the blanket. This should make the hugging pillow transform into Agnes. After that, as promised, I'll hold hands and sleep. I wonder if Mabel and Agnes are sleeping with my hugging pillow right now too. The hugging pillow transformed into me should be wearing the usual pajamas. Even when working overnight. No, even when working short hours, I wear pajamas, so that should be the main look. Speaking of which, what kind of pajamas does Agnes usually wear? Agnes's pajamas? Come to think of it, it was only recently that Agnes was able to take off armor and wear clothes. Before that, because of the fire ability, Agnes couldn't wear normal clothes. If that's the case even when awake, there's no way Agnes can wear clothes while sleeping. Then, what kind of form does Agnes's hugging pillow take? When I looked back, the hugging pillow transformed into Agnes was there. It had its back to me and looked like it was sleeping. I could see long hair, the nape of the neck, and a bare back. And then, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Thor-sama, have you already gone to bed? I realized something terrible. Please, I beg you, open the door. As I thought, Mabel and Agnes seemed to have realized this too. After that, Mabel and Agnes hurriedly took back the Agnes-type hugging pillow. They must have been really flustered because both Mabel and Agnes were in pajamas. They matched. Agnes's pajamas didn't fit properly, so I think Agnes was wearing a spare pair of Mabel's. I see. So Agnes really didn't have pajamas of her own. And so, the night passed at the Demon Lord's castle, and the next day? I understand the situation. Rizinga's proposal is reasonable. I approve your engagement to Agnes. In the throne room, Demon Lord Rookie gave permission regarding the engagement. Chapter 131. Just another Ice Sky lover. A few days after the engagement with Agnes was announced, I was spending tea time alone with Rookie. Agnes and General Rizinga returned to their territory yesterday. Apparently, there are various preparations to make before the engagement announcement ceremony. Mabel is in the kitchen, making tea sweets with her fellow maids. So right now, it's just me and Rookie. Since it's a good opportunity, I decided to unveil a newly made item. This is a prototype of the dryer. I handed a metal cylinder to Rookie. I can't afford to waste the rainbow magic stone. So before making the complete version with transformation functions, I tried creating a standalone dryer. From now on, to protect Mabel, I plan to incorporate both a security buzzer and a dryer function into the water spirit stone pendant. This is one of the prototypes I made as a preliminary step. Oh, so this is the dryer from the other world. Rookie nodded with satisfaction, holding the dryer. The dryer is a metal cylinder with a handle attached. When you touch it and pour in magic power, either hot air or cool air flows out. Dryer attributes: wind, wind, fire, water, 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 rarity. Uses the power of a wind magic stone to produce a strong airflow. Uses the power of a fire magic stone to heat the airflow. Uses the power of a strong water magic stone to cool the airflow to its limits. The dryer is an item that dries hair using warm air. When you place your finger on the fire magic stone and pour in magic power, warm air flows out. The wind is soft and gentle, drying the hair without damaging it. In emergencies, it can activate the -low temperature mode. -low temperature mode is activated by folding the handle and pouring magic power into the water magic stone at the base. This is a safety mechanism to prevent accidental cold air release. It's assumed that the reason the handle folds on the Hero World dryer is for this mode. -low temperature mode can generate a violent storm like an ice storm. Due to the heavy consumption of magic stones, it can only be used 3 times. Physical destruction resistance. Durability, 3 years. I see. So it's called a dryer because it dries hair with warm air. Rookie examined the weight of the dryer and flipped it around. She seems to like it. It could probably dry hair in -low temperature mode as well. If you freeze the hair at low temperature and just peel off the ice, though that would ruin the hair. Yes, I agree completely, Rookie-sama. The dryer is primarily meant to generate warm air. I consider the -low temperature mode as a hidden weapon for emergencies. What do you think, Rookie-sama? Rookie-sama? Thor, we're in this simple storage inside your room, right? Yes. And Mabel is out, so it's just the 2 of us here. That's right. Then why do you still call me Rookie-sama when we're family? I've been wondering the same. What is it? Why are you sitting in the chair next to mine? Don't you usually sit across from me? Because we're family? I see. Do you object? No, I don't. Then you should start by changing how you call me. Yes. Rookie. That's the spirit. Rookie brushed back her golden hair and laughed. I also think the cold air function is a hidden weapon. Right. Washing and drying hair is something you can only do in a safe environment. So punishing someone who intrudes on that. Now that's what you'd call a real emergency. That's why I'd like you to try using this for a while, Rookie. Is that all right? I made 3 prototypes. I thought I'd let family use them first. Then why are you still using formal speech with that family? I can't change that immediately. Please let me keep it up for now. Very well. Then I'd like to try the dryer. I've prepared some water. Go ahead. I placed a bucket in front of Rookie. That makes it hard to use. I can't very well tell the demon lord to squat down and scoop water from a bucket to wet her hair. Please wait a moment. I'll make it easier to draw water. From the ultra-compact portable storage, I took out a wooden cylinder and a metal plate. I attached the metal plate to one end of the cylinder, with the plate facing up, then brought the other end close to the bucket. Summon. Come forth. I poured magic power into the metal plate. Shwa. Water gushed out from the top of the cylinder. Now it's easier to draw water. Please go ahead. I'll hold the cylinder, so wet your hands or your hair as you like. Are you worried about the floor getting wet? I'll wipe it up later, so don't worry. Hey, Thor. Yes, Rookie. Why is water gushing out from the cylinder placed over the bucket? Because I summoned it. You summoned what? Water. How? With summoning magic. Summoning magic. Then I suppose it can't be helped. It's the kind of magic that summons heroes or monsters from another world, after all. Then drawing up water from a bucket is a given. It'd be stranger if it couldn't. Indeed. Now then, Rookie, don't hold back. Go ahead and test the dryer. All right. But before that, it was all so sudden. Rookie grabbed my shoulders with both hands and stared intently at me. Explain properly why you're using summoning magic for something like this, Thor. Yes. That's how it all started. Now that you mention it, you did say it. That you wanted to use summoning magic to create items for ordinary households. After listening to my explanation, Rookie nodded in apparent understanding. You got permission to, didn't you? So it's completed? Yes. I named it the Water Summoner. Water Summoner, attribute. Water, 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 rarity. An octagonal metal plate embedded with a summoning magic circle. This summoning magic, used by the Empire, would summon magical beasts from another world using a catalyst. This is a simplified version of that. Using a water attribute granted to the metal plate as a catalyst, it can pull water toward it. Because it only draws water from nearby, there's no need for a complicated ritual. Infuse it with magical energy and chant summon or come forth, and it will draw water. Physical destruction resistance. Durability, 10 years. This was made based on the Hero World's pump. I spread out a mail-order catalog in front of Rookie. In the photo, a pipe is shown with water coming out. It's much smaller than the hand pumps in this world. Yet a large amount of water flows from the pipe. When I saw this picture, I instinctively understood. The Hero World must be using summoning magic to bring out water. I explained. So, as an application of that, I embedded a summoning magic circle into a metal plate with a water attribute. This summoning magic has the characteristic of drawing similar things based on the catalyst. The culprit who summoned the magical beast tried to summon a hero using a handkerchief from the Hero World. As a result, what came was a magical beast. Maybe that was a magical beast from the Hero World, but at any rate, they succeeded in pulling something from another world. So what if the catalyst was just water? What if the spell was drastically simplified to only summon or come forth, and the target was restricted to water? Through repeated experimentation, this water summoner was created. After much trial and error, I finally got it to draw water. I've made various customizations to the magic circle and spell, but it worked. That's the water summoner. I see. So when you attach that metal plate to a pipe and infuse it with magic, yes, water comes out of the pipe. Why are you so calm about this, Thor? Rookie looked at me curiously. You made something like this. Shouldn't you be a lot happier? Because it still doesn't compare at all to the pumps from the Hero World. In the mail-order catalog, water is flowing from the pipe even though no one is there. That means that even without continuously infusing it with magical energy, it keeps summoning water. But my water summoner stops bringing water just a few seconds after I stop infusing magic. It still doesn't come close to the level of the Hero World. The Hero World doesn't matter, does it? This is amazing. With water splashing on her hands, Rookie's eyes sparkled. With this, there's no need to go to the well to fetch water anymore. We won't need to transport water from underground sources to the surface. This is wonderful, Thor. Thank you. That makes me happy. I'd love to adopt this for the Demon Lord's castle. But can you mass produce it? I think we can produce quite a few. The process isn't all that complicated. If the craftsmen in the Demon Lord's territory make metal plates engraved with magic circles and spells, then I just use Creative Alchemy to grant them the water attribute. That should be enough to produce them in numbers. But there is one flaw in it. A flaw: the amount of water it produces, in other words, the output, is unstable. You mean the water volume changes depending on the magical energy infused? That's right. And another issue is that the maximum output is weak. I had Mabel infuse it with magic, and even then, the most we could get was a fountain-like flow. Well, isn't that enough? But with that output, we can attach a water wheel and use it as a power source. I explained. Rookie looked dumbfounded. Huh, did I say something weird? No, but if I can move a large amount of water using magic, then I could turn a water wheel with it, right? And by using that as a power source, I could grind flour and such, right? If I improved it further, maybe I could even use it to move wheels? In the hero's world, they've probably already implemented water-powered mechanisms. Maybe they've even built carriages that run on water. If you turn a water wheel using water and use that power to rotate the wheels, you could move forward. Wait, hold on. If you carry water, the carriage will become heavier, which means you'd need even more water to move the heavier carriage. To solve that, maybe they're using air instead of water as the power source. I'll have to research this. Next time, I should create an air summoner to summon air. Rumble, rumble. Hey, Thor, don't get lost in thought. Come back. Before I knew it, Rookie was shaking me. She was looking at me with an exasperated expression. Sorry, it looks like it's still too early to use summoning magic to move carriages. No, you don't need to go that far. Really, this water summoner will change daily life in the Demon Lord's territory. That's more than enough. Rookie stared intently at the metal plate attached to the tube. After we show this to Kelv and the others, let's try using it in the castle. Yes, I think it'll be helpful for those in charge of water-related tasks. The kitchen staff, the maids, the bath attendants, the laundry workers. There must be countless uses. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of feedback everyone will give. Maybe they'll say they want better stability, or ask for wind to be summoned too, or for it to be smaller or larger. I hope we get a lot of suggestions. I'm excited. Still, I bet the ones who summoned those magical beasts never imagined their magic would end up being used for water-fetching tools. Rookie looked off to the south with distant eyes. The magical beast Gargarasa and the magical beast Nosirius. Those who summoned them caused great trouble in the Demon Lord's territory. But thanks to them, we were able to create items that will change this land. Let's call it even. Yes, Rookie-sama. Hey, Thor. You're calling me Rookie-sama again. I'm just not used to it yet. Well, fine. I'll let it go since you made the water summoner and the dryer. What about testing the dryer? Right. Let's try wetting my hair with the water from the water summoner. Rookie brought her face close to the water outlet. Then she touched the metal plate of the water summoner and said, I just pour magic into here, right? I think the water flow needs to be stronger. Let's see. Summon, come forth there. Wait, Rookie. The water summoner reacts even to my weak magic. If the Demon Lord Rookie, without any practice, pours her magic into it and summons. Grab. Yank. Fwoosh. Oh, just in time. Right after I pulled Rookie away, water gushed out of the pipe. It shot out with the force of a water cannon. The water summoner responded to Rookie's magic and pulled in a huge amount of water, and then it blasted it out at high speed. Please be careful. I told you the output isn't stable yet, didn't I? All right. My apologies. That was dangerous. A little more, and you would have been completely soaked. Splash. Rookie got completely soaked. The water that had shot out like a fountain reached near the ceiling of the simple storage and came crashing down. It hit Rookie's body directly, while I was still holding her. As a result, well, I guess the goal of wetting my hair was achieved. Rookie gave a troubled smile. Thor. Yes. Step outside this simple storage for a moment, and lend me a towel. I need to dry off. Do you have a change of clothes? In the ultra-compact, simple storage. Nope. Only a cognitive inhibition mask and a robe are in there. Oh well. Thor, could you lend me something to wear? Of course, no problem. But are you sure you're okay with mine? The cognitive inhibition mask and robe aren't wet. If I wear those, I'll appear as the Demon Lord. No one will know what I'm wearing underneath. Understood. I'll prepare them right away. Please do. If I stay in these wet clothes, I'll catch a cold. Just as Rookie said that and reached for her dress. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the simple storage. Mabel had come back. This is bad. I can't let Mabel see me soaked like this. Huh? I think Mabel would be fine with it though. Mabel is your fiancée now, Thor. Rookie stared at me. Letting Thor's fiancée see me soaked after messing up using one of his magic tools. I just don't feel good about that. It's like showing her that I don't really understand Thor. Is that how you feel? Yes, that's how I feel. It can't be helped. If that's the case. Suddenly, Rookie placed her hand on the dress. She blushed and glanced at me sideways. Turn your back? Quickly. Why yes. Listen carefully. Don't look this way until I say it's okay, got it? Understood. When I turned my back behind me, there was a soft shoo sound. Then, the sound of something wet being placed on the floor. It was only a matter of a few dozen seconds. After that, it's all right now, Thor. I heard a voice and turned around. Rookie was standing there in her demon lord style. Her usual large figure clad in a jet black robe. She wore a mask that concealed her expression. This should do. With the recognition block, mask, and robe on. No matter what form is underneath, no one will notice. Rookie. I'm not accepting questions, you know? What's under that robe? I told you I'm not accepting questions. More importantly, before anyone gets suspicious, bring Mabel inside. While drying her hair with a hair dryer, Rookie said this. Is this really okay? But since she's not going to walk around the castle like that, maybe it's fine. Let's just say it's fine. Up until now, Rookie has been properly hiding her true identity with the recognition block, mask, and robe. Hiding what's inside the robe for a short time shouldn't be a problem at all. Knock, knock. The knocking sound came again. Sorry, Mabel. I'm opening the door now. I brought some tea. Huh, Your Majesty. Mabel tilted her head as she looked at Rookie in her demon lord style. Your Majesty? Why are you dressed like that inside the simple storage? Just a change of mood. Could it be that this is an official occasion? Not at all. You can't dress like this for an official event. But that is your official appearance, right? Ugh. And the floor is wet because... Ei. Splash. Wah. Thor-sama, why did you suddenly pour water over your head? I wet my hair to test the hairdryer. That's why the floor got wet. But you just got wet now, right? Isn't the timeline strange? Strange things always happen in alchemy experiments. I see. Anyway, you should change clothes. Then, Mabel, could you help me? Huh. My clothes might be wet and hard to take off. So I want your help. That's exactly what I hoped for. And no, it's no trouble. I put my change of clothes in the ultra-compact simple storage, so I'll change here. But I can't let the demon lord see me changing. I'll just be considered to be outside. Rookie and I exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. I'll change here. I'll be outside the simple storage. My clothes are in the dresser in the room. But since Thor will change here, it's not necessary. That's right. The shirt at the very top of the closet is long enough that it would cover the demon lord down to his knees. Since Thor will change here, it's not necessary. Wearing two shirts layered might be safer. Since Thor will change here, that comment is meaningless. Absolutely meaningless. I'm convinced. At the same time, we both nodded in agreement. Thor-sama. Your Majesty, you two seem strangely in sync. It's just your imagination, yeah, right. Oh, I see. Well then, Mabel, stay here. I spread both arms wide in a pose waiting for Mabel to help me change. Mabel nodded with determination. Why yes. Then, excuse me, Thor-sama. Why yes. I'll be outside. I'm right outside. Your Majesty, something seems off. I told you it's nothing. I'll be back soon, so wait for me. Saying that, Luki left this simple storage. Phew, now I can relax. All that's left is for Luki to take my shirt out of the dresser and put it on. If she then wears the recognition inhibition robe over it, there will be no problem. Thor-sama, getting water suddenly poured over your head like that. I was so surprised. Sorry, Mabel. Your hair is soaking wet, you know? I'll dry it myself later. That won't do. Let me dry it with the dryer. Mabel suddenly seemed to realize something. Come to think of it, the dryer you made for me is still in Thor-sama's room. Huh. It's outside the simple storage. I'll go get it right away. Mabel ran toward the exit of the simple storage. I tried to follow, but my wet pants clung to me, making it hard to run well. In the meantime, Mabel opened the door of the simple storage. Clack. She closed the door and turned to face me. Thor-sama. Yes, Mabel. Could you explain what exactly happened here? Hey, Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. What exactly did you see? I am the loyal servant of the demon lord. I cannot speak of Her Majesty's undignified appearance. Mabel declared this with a bright red face. Afterwards, I explained the situation together with Rookie, who had returned still in demon lord style. After hearing the story, Mabel immediately prepared a change of clothes for Rookie. While Rookie was getting ready inside the simple storage, I changed in the room. Then, when I returned to this simple storage. Well then, let's have a tea party. Tea today, I got some good tea, Thor-sama. Rookie and Mabel began the tea party as if nothing had happened. For now, I decided to go along with it. The topic was, of course, about the water summoner. I was going to show this item to Chancellor Kelv later. After that, it would be tested in several places around the Demon Lord's castle to decide whether to distribute it widely. Since it's an item difficult to regulate magic power for, I thought it best to have various people try it out and see how it goes. Thus, the tea party ended. Rookie returned to her duties, and Mabel saw her off. I was relieved to have been shown the water summoner. While absent-mindedly imagining what Rookie looked like when Mabel entered the simple storage, I started preparing for the next research. Then, after a while, the Demon Lord said he wants to unveil the water summoner tomorrow. He also asked Thor-sama to prepare for it. Mabel returned and relayed the message from Rookie. Then, for some reason, avoiding eye contact, she added, "There's another message. Since Thor-sama's shirt was worn once, it will be washed before being returned." No wonder it was missing. So Rookie had worn my shirt once. Well, it's understandable it was missing then. I can't just keep wearing clothes that the Demon Lord has already worn once. Well, if Rookie-sama wore it, it can't be helped. I was surprised too. Her Majesty looked so happy. Then Mabel, what exactly did you see? I am the loyal servant of the Demon Lord. I cannot speak of the secret appearance Her Majesty wishes to keep hidden. I think you're basically saying the same thing already. For the time being, since Mabel put a finger to her lips in a secret pose, I gave up on pressing further. I decided to start preparing the presentation for the water summoner. Chapter 132. Just another ice sky lover. Basically, the effect of the water summoner is to draw in nearby water. A few days after having tea with Rookie, I was giving a presentation on the water summoner in the throne room. Listening to the explanation were Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv. Also present were Minotaur from the guards, Elf from the magic corps, the cook, and the tailor. There was also a dwarf responsible for the development of the Demon Lord's territory. Everyone was listening seriously. They seemed interested in this water summoner. In the experiment, we were able to pull water straight up from the bucket or shoot it out. In other words, this item gives directionality to water. I continued my explanation. Minotaur, Elf, and Dwarf silently nodded. They seemed to understand. Furthermore, the strength of the magic power you pour in changes the force with which water is drawn. It is an item that is difficult to use if you are not used to it. If you fail, you might get soaked. Cough cough hack. So please be careful. No, actually, there haven't been any accidents like that. I'm just giving an example. Saying that, I bowed to Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv. Rookie, who had just coughed, was covering her mouth. Chancellor Kelv stood at attention with a serious expression. I turned back toward the attendees. In the throne room were Captain Minotaur, the leader of the Magic Corps who also serves as the Demon Lord Territory's investigation team Elf, and the cook Dwarf. The three were staring at the water summoner with tense expressions. Some were about to reach out their hands, but stopped halfway, or tried to step forward but held back. What was this atmosphere? Could it be that they were worried because the summoning magic circle was drawn on the surface? Were they on guard, thinking a hero might suddenly be summoned? Rest assured, the magic circle on the water summoner is one I arranged myself. It only summons water, so it cannot call forth heroes. Safety measures are thorough. All three were still silent. Their expressions didn't change. Instead, they nervously glanced toward Kelv. What was that about? Well, whatever. For now, the explanation was over. That concludes the presentation. Thank you for your attention. I said that and bowed to the attendees. On the stand in front of me were 3 water summoners. They had been prepared by Chancellor Kelv's instructions. They were samples. These would be distributed to those who requested them. Thank you for your hard work, Alchemist Thor. Chancellor Kelv spoke. I believe everyone has a good understanding of the water summoner. However, do not touch them yet. Hey you, development dwarf. Don't move yet. But, Chancellor, that item is extremely useful. I understand what you want to say, but this is an item with too great an effect. Please wait until permission is given. Chancellor Kelv waved his hand as if to calm things down. I see. Everyone was nervous because they were restraining themselves from approaching the water summoner. With such an amazing item, it's only natural to want to try it. The wells and water supply methods in the Demon Lord's territory might change. Please let me use it, Chancellor. Everyone was staring fixedly at Kelv. But Kelv turned toward Demon Lord Rookie and said, I speak to your Majesty the Demon Lord. Thor's water summoner might change the water environment in the Demon Lord's territory. However, I think it is dangerous to spread it all at once. He declared that. The first reason is that it's difficult to control. To prevent accidents, the users should be limited. Second, this item is something everyone will want. To prevent theft and other accidents, it should only be used by registered individuals. I see. That makes sense. The third reason is that this is too new an item. First, a few people should try using it and check for problems. As expected from Chancellor Kelv. Very reasonable. It has been proven that controlling the water summoner is difficult, and it's understandable that everyone would want it. It's natural to check with a small group before widespread use. Kelv is amazing. Thank you, Chancellor. I appreciate you thinking so carefully about my magic item. I bowed toward Kelv. Because someone like you is here, Chancellor, I can create magic items with peace of mind. If you weren't here, the number of magic items I made might be less than half. Oh, really? Yes. Because you check them, I can safely create magic items. Should I take a vacation? Chancellor Kelv muttered quietly. I understand how he feels. It's a responsible job. I think Kelv should take a break sometimes. While he's away, I'll be making magic items and preparing for his return. No, because it's Thor. If I took a vacation, he'd probably make a huge number of magic items preparing for your return. Do you understand? Was that the right answer? I see. You too. You surprisingly get along, don't you? Rookie gave a wry smile in the throne room. No. I respect Kelv and thought we got along well. Well then, I also agree with Kelv's opinion. Rookie looked around the attendees and said, this water summoner will be given to a few selected individuals from among the volunteers. Those people will use it for a while and give feedback. Understood. That way, we can discover hidden flaws. That's right. For that purpose, those who try it will write detailed reports. Based on those, we will decide how to handle the water summoner going forward. The reports should be anonymous. Evaluation shouldn't change depending on the user's rank. Indeed. Is everyone okay with that? Demon Lord-style Rookie scanned everyone. If anyone has complaints or concerns, please don't hesitate to speak up. I allow frank comments. Your Majesty the Demon Lord. Minotaur raised his hand among the attendees. We Minotaurs are bad at writing impressions and such. I'm the same. I have no experience writing reviews or evaluations of magic items. It would be good if we had a sample to refer to. Dwarf and Elf took up the conversation. I see. A sample review. In that case, Thor, you raised your hand. Do you have something to say? Yes. If possible, I would like to submit a review sample from the mail order catalog. The mail order catalog contains various magic items. Along with that, there are also impressions and evaluation writings from people who have used them. They might be helpful references for the people in the Demon Lord's castle. I will translate the impressions from the mail order catalog and write them down on parchment. If everyone uses that as a model, it might make it easier for them to write their own impressions. Information from the hero's world. You will teach us? That's amazing. Please, by all means. Thor Sommel. The Minotaurs and others seemed enthusiastic. Rookie. Yes, she nodded. Very well. Then, the impressions from the mail order catalog will be used as a sample, a template for everyone. The Demon Lord Rookie said, we will refer to those impressions and reports to identify strengths and weaknesses. After that, we will decide whether to distribute this item generally or limit its use to specific places. It's the first time I've received impressions in writing from everyone. I'm looking forward to it. I want them to tell me about any faults without hesitation. Using that as a reference, I can further improve the water summoner. However, if there are too many faults, it might be better to discontinue the use of the water summoner. Suddenly, Kelv looked at me and said so. Unlike the laser pointer, meteoritic iron arrows, or cleaning robot, the water summoner is something to be used in ordinary households. If there is danger, discontinuing use is inevitable. Do you understand, Thor-sama? Of course, Your Excellency Chancellor. I answered. I can't let everyone be put in danger by an item I made. If that happens, I'll improve it again and make the water summoner too. Then, that will be all regarding the water summoner. Demon Lord Rookie declared. Those selected must submit detailed reports. Don't decorate your words just because I or Kelv will read them. Speak your mind freely about the water summoner. That is all. Thus, the presentation of the water summoner ended without incident. I returned to my room, translated the impressions listed in the mail order catalog, copied them down, and submitted them to Kelv. By that time, the number of people wishing to try the water summoner had already exceeded 30. If we waited longer, it felt like everyone in the Demon Lord's castle would want to try it. In the end, the trial application was closed that afternoon. Afterwards, the water summoner was distributed by lottery to several selected individuals. And then, a few days later, Detailed reports from the trial users arrived at Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv. The content was, from the report of a water summoner trial user. Cooking became unbelievably easy. Anonymous Mr. D. The water source of the Demon Lord's territory is underground. This is because it utilizes underground water veins, so there is an abundant supply of water, but daily water fetching is a time-consuming task. Especially, cooking uses a lot of water. Since favorite foods differ by race, many types of dishes need to be prepared. Therefore, a large amount of water must be prepared. The kitchen is on the first floor, but still, carrying water from underground was a time-consuming task for the cooks. At such times, I encountered the water summoner. Surprisingly, when I asked the alchemist, it came with a wooden tube. They said, first 3 customers, a great deal as a set. Thanks to that, it was very easy to use. You insert the water summoner into the tube, then sandwich the water summoner and insert another tube. Finally, connect one more water summoner to the very top of the tube. If you connect 2 tubes, the water reaches from the underground water source up to the stairs. When you pour magic power into the water summoner in that state, the water comes up from underground to the surface. Until now, going back and forth underground many times feels like a lie. You can create water with magic, but honestly, asking the busy elves to make water with magic was a burden. That problem was instantly solved. Thanks to that, cooking became much easier. Washing dishes also became very comfortable. With the freed up time, we are researching new menus. I want everyone else in the Demon Lord's territory to experience the water summoner that changed the life of the kitchen staff. Water in the parched wasteland. Anonymous Mr. E. In the northern part of the Demon Lord's territory, there was untouched land. It was a vast wasteland, with hard soil, making development difficult. The problem was the lack of a water source. There was a nearby lake, but it was surrounded by rocks, making it difficult to draw water to the wasteland. At such times, we started using the water summoner. Usage is simple. You make a small ditch from the lake to the wasteland and place the water summoner there. At first, I was skeptical. The squad leader even laughed, saying, "Can water really be drawn with something like this?" However, when magic power was poured into the water summoner, placed 1 meter from the lake, water began to flow along the ditch towards the wasteland. After that, we moved the water summoner little by little to guide water to the wasteland. After repeating this a few times, a water flow was created from the lake to the wasteland. The squad leader and I were surprised that water could be drawn so easily. Now, we are creating a reservoir in the wasteland and have begun the work of drawing water into it. Eventually, this land will be transformed into fertile fields. The water summoner. I can no longer part with it. To be able to enjoy the fizzing bath without worries. Anonymous Princess S. The Shua Shua bath installed at the trading post is a wonderful thing. Taking a bath together with the winged fairy pixie, S-Sama, during my inspection visits is also one of my pleasures. However, what concerns me are the people who fill the bath with water. The Minotaur at the trading post draws water from the well, but that task is very difficult. No matter how much it is his duty, I always feel guilty every time I take a bath. At such a time, I notice something strange. Well, it was S-Sama, the winged fairy, who noticed it. The Minotaur had devised a new method of drawing water. It was a very mysterious thing. When the Minotaur touched a metal piece, water overflowed from a wooden tube. One end of the tube was at the bottom of the well, and the other end was connected to the bathhouse. And, before long, the overflowing water filled the bathtub. Yes, of course, I understand that this technology is meant to be kept secret. If I am told to keep it a secret, I will close my mouth at the risk of my life. However, please allow me to express my gratitude. Thank you for reducing the burden on the Minotaur. Thanks to this, I can now enter the Shua Shua bath without worry. I really wanted to thank him directly and have looked into the hidden room many times, but it seems he is not there. So, I have decided to convey my impressions through S-Sama, the winged fairy. This water-drawing item is a wonderful item that considers the people who work. Please, I hope the developers' feelings will be appreciated and that it will be adopted. And please tell them this. Princess S, Anonymous, is waiting for you in the hidden room. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my impressions. I pray for the continued prosperity of the Demon Lord's territory. Afterwards, in the throne room. So these are everyone's reports. Unexpected. Everyone in the Demon Lord's territory seems to have mastered the water summoner with ease. A few days later, in the throne room. Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv sighed as they looked at the reports. Rather than mastering it, it has already become an essential item. If we ban its use, everyone will probably get angry. It's a simple item with the effect of drawing water. But that simplicity means it has many uses. Yes, Kelv, I think we should let everyone use the water summoner. Demon Lord Rookie said to Kelv, who was pressing his forehead against a pillar. It would be dangerous to spread it all at once. However, those who have tested it could continue to use it. That's true. Kelv kept his head down and stared intently at the parchment where the reports were written. For some reason, he couldn't take his eyes off it. The impressions and records drawn sincerely by those who tested the water summoner. Ignoring this would be a mistake for a chancellor. He couldn't shake that feeling. The reports they submitted are that convincing. They are based on the sample impressions translated by Thor. Perhaps the magic of the hero's world is involved in that. Anyone who reads those kinds of writings naturally wants to adopt the item. Maybe such a spell has been cast. Not impossible, but... Rookie tilted his head slightly behind his mask. Still, there is no doubt everyone is impressed by the water summoner, right? Indeed, you are right. Even if they use the hero world samples, their enthusiasm is genuine. The kitchen staff D, the developer E, Princess S who uses the Shua Shua bath at the trading post, HM? Princess S. A princess. Have you just realized that, Kelv? I was too focused on the content of the reports. Well, if it's the anonymous Princess S, she wouldn't leak information about magic items. She hopes to become Thor's concubine, after all. She would never do anything to disadvantage him. Why, yes. Anyway, we will let those who have tested the water summoner continue to use it. Then, after 1 month, we will observe the situation and gradually increase the numbers. Your Majesty, what is it, Kelv? The Demon Lord's territory is about to change again. It cannot be helped. We have decided to accept the alchemist Thor Canaan. Rookie covered her mouth and laughed happily. Since we accepted him, we must accept the changes he brings. That is how the Demon Lord's territory evolves. Isn't that also enjoyable? I understand, but I'm afraid my work as a civil servant will increase. If you consult Thor, he might create an item to reduce your workload. I will refrain, as that might lead to terrifying consequences. Chancellor Kelv pressed his forehead as if frightened by the thoughts that crossed his mind. Then, he became serious and said, in any case, we will continue testing the water summoner as it is. I have resolved myself to that. Very well. Demon Lord Rookie nodded. Then, after 1 month, we will listen to everyone's opinions and decide whether to increase the numbers. We will slowly popularize the water summoner. That is the decision of Demon Lord Rookie Evergard. Thus, it was declared. And so, Thor's manufactured water summoner was decided to be used in part of the Demon Lord's territory. Cultivated land has increased. Because cooking has become easier, the menu repertoire has increased. Since it has become easier to wash the body, hygiene has improved. We can now drain water that emerges during mining development. We can wash clothes more frequently. This became the first step towards providing a more comfortable living environment in the land of demons and demi-humans than even the Empire. But no one yet imagined that. Chapter 133. Just another Ice Sky lover. A few days after the trial of the water summoner began, I decided to go into the castle town to see with my own eyes how the townspeople lived. I wanted to find out where the water summoner would be needed in town and also what kinds of items the townspeople might need. To do that, I needed to observe people in their everyday lives. But if I, a human, wandered around, everyone might get tense. So, I wore a bit of a disguise to avoid revealing my identity. I pulled a large hood over my head to hide my face and headed out. But, oh, it's the alchemist. Hello. Alchemist Thor Canaan is here. The alchemist who helped defeat that new kind of magical beast. Thanks to Thor-sama, we can now bring our goods to the trade depot. What are you going to make next, alchemist? It turned into a huge commotion. Even though I'm hiding my face, why? Thor-sama is a celebrity in the Demon Lord's domain. Mabel gave a troubled smile. There are soldiers and their families in the castle town, too. I'm sure they've all heard of Thor-sama's reputation. If you show up in person, it's only natural that everyone gathers around. I'm glad they welcome me, but still, this is a problem. I want to see how people live their normal lives. If they stop their chores, look at me, wave, and gather around, it won't be a proper investigation. I mean, I do appreciate their affection. It's fun when the kids gather too. This is a bit of a problem. Thor-sama just has that kind of presence, I suppose. Mabel walked beside me and said, "Also, the Demon Lord's domain is a country of demons and demi-humans. There are no other pure humans besides you, Thorsama. In other words, if someone sees a human in the Demon Lord's domain, they assume it's you. That might be why they recognize you so quickly. That's it. Huh. In other words, I just need to disguise myself as someone from the Demon Lord's domain, right?" As expected of Mabel, her words always give me a clue. Just like she said, I'm the only human here. Of course I stand out. Then the solution is simple. I just need to disguise myself as something other than a human. I'll make a disguise item. If I transform into another race, I'll blend in with everyone, right? I'll be able to sneak through the castle town without being noticed. Yeah, let's do that. Thorsama is wonderful just the way you are. There's no need to disguise. If I adapt the disguise item, I might be able to make Mabel look like a human too. That way, we can explore Nosa Town together, right? We won't have to act separately. I take back everything I just said. Please do it. Thorsama. All right. In that case, let's head back to the castle and make a disguise item. I don't think it'll be too difficult. All I need to do is make myself look like something other than a human. And so, I returned to my room and began working. The mail-order catalog had all kinds of disguise items. Besides the role-play pajamas, I found 2 or 3 others. But they weren't really suitable for blending in with people of the Demon Lord's domain. They were too flashy, too cute, or just looked like mysterious creatures. Anyway, they weren't good for helping me blend in. Though, I do plan to give Mabel one of the super cute disguise items next time. For now, I decided to make an original disguise item. Mabel, what kind of race do you think I should disguise myself as? I'd love to say an elf like me, but for a disguise, it might be better to have a feature that's clearly visible to everyone. Mabel poked at her own elf ears with a poke gesture. Elf ears can be hidden by hats or hoods, after all. For a noticeable feature, horns maybe? Yes, if you have horns, you could pass as a demon. Got it. Let's give it a try. Making horns is simple. I just need to shape some metal pieces. But horns also represent magical power, so I can't make them too big. If they're too big, it would imply I have insanely powerful magic. So, I'll make the horns small. But what I need is something eye-catching. In that case, how about making them glow? If I embed light magic stones in them to make them glow, they'll definitely stand out. Everyone walking by will look at the glowing horns. My face will probably be less noticeable. I think. Probably. What other kinds of disguises do you think would work? How about wearing a cloak that hides your figure? Ah, good idea. I don't have the big build that people in the Demon Lord's domain often have. If someone recognizes me just by my body shape, that would be a problem. But still, I need a flashy feature, something that makes everyone focus on the cloak. Then, maybe I can make it writhe and squirm like the UV-cut parasol. That parasol's surface moved like a slime. Let's adapt that concept. If everyone is focused on the moving cloak, they'll be less likely to pay attention to me. All right then, I'll try making the cloak too. Mabel really is reliable. Oh no, you're making me blush. Do you have any other ideas? To hide the face, maybe a mask. Wouldn't that look a little too suspicious? How about an eye patch? Even just covering one eye can change the impression of your face. That might actually look cool. An eye patch is easy to make. While I'm at it, I'll make it emit light too. That way, the opponent will be dazzled by the light and won't be able to see my face. All right, let's try making it. I began crafting the glowing horns, wriggling cloak, and luminous eye patch. And after a little while, I guess this'll do. The horns, cloak, and eye patch were completed. I embedded light magic stones in the horns and eye patch so they could emit light. The cloak had the same 3-layer structure as a UV-cut parasol. Thanks to water and wind attributes, it wriggles and moves. With this, I should be able to conceal my identity. At least, I think so. Thinking about it logically, going out in public dressed like this, is this really okay? The horns glow. They can draw attention away from me. The cloak wriggles. Everyone's eyes will be on the cloak. It can hide my figure. The eye patch also glows. It can dazzle others and keep them from seeing my face. The goal of hiding my identity is definitely achieved. But walking around in this outfit feels extremely suspicious. The problem is, I focus too much on diverting attention from myself. Because of that, I didn't think at all about the overall visual balance. But still, what should I do? It's a waste to throw it away after all the effort I put into it. And there's a chance that wearing this in the Demon Lord's territory might not even attract that much attention. Well, I can't say that with certainty. So, for now, I'll consult Mabel. I don't completely understand the common sense of the Demon Lord's territory. Wearing this in the imperial capital of the Empire would definitely be a no-go, but it might just barely be acceptable in the Demon Lord's castle town. I'll leave that judgment to Mabel. Mabel was just called away by someone from the kitchen. She said she was going to try making a new snack today, right? I'll head to the kitchen too. I can talk to her about the horns, cloak, and eye patch while we eat. As I was thinking that and going down the stairs. Oh, Thor-sama, is that a new item? At the castle entrance, I ran into Chancellor Kelv. It looked like he had just come down the central staircase. Maybe he had been meeting with Rookie. If you're looking for Her Majesty the Demon Lord, she's in the throne room. Shall I announce your visit? Thank you. But the audience can wait. I need to experiment with some items first. Item experimentation, you say? It's nothing special. Just some simple disguise items. Horns, a cloak, and an eye patch. Disguise items? Yes. Fake horns, a cloak to hide the body, and an eye patch to hide expressions. They glow and wriggle when magic is infused, but that's all they do. I see. Huh. What's wrong? Kelv's eyes went wide in surprise. Then he put a hand to his forehead. He's looking at me with a sorrowful expression. I apologize, Thor-sama. What's the matter, Chancellor? You just said what you're holding is merely a disguised set of horns, cloak, and eye patch, correct? Yes. They're just flashy, that's all. Yes, of course. I trust you, Thor-sama. You always speak frankly about the items you create. However, Kelv spoke again, still in a sorrowful tone. My reason as Chancellor whispers to me. Think logically. There's no way Thor-sama's items are just for disguise. Logically speaking, yes. Because of the common sense I've developed through experience. I just can't stop worrying about those horns, cloak, and eye patch. That makes sense. As Chancellor, you must have a very strong sense of propriety. I see. As Chancellor, Kelv is well versed in the common sense of the Demon Lord's domain. He might be thinking that walking around in this three-piece set wouldn't be seen as just a disguise. People might be shocked or mistake me for a suspicious demon and draw their weapons. That could cause a huge commotion. That's probably what he means by, it won't just be a disguise. I understand why Kelv is worried. This time, I was completely focused on hiding my identity no matter what. I didn't consider the other implications at all. I believe I understand your concerns, Chancellor. I said, if I were to walk around wearing these items, townspeople might be surprised or think some suspicious demon has shown up, and it could cause unintended effects, correct? Ah, yes. That's more or less what I meant, even if the wording feels a little off. Then, I will entrust these to you, Chancellor. I held out the horns, cloak, and eye patch to Kelv. Kelv is well versed in the customs of the Demon Lord's territory. He should also be able to tell whether it's safe to go out in public wearing this. In that case, the best course of action would be to have the sensible Kelv check it. Chancellor, please check whether this is a sensible item or not. Is that all right? I trust you, Chancellor. Thanks to Kelv checking my items, I can create them with peace of mind. Besides, Kelv might also be knowledgeable about the fashion trends in the Demon Lord's territory. He should be able to judge whether it's okay to walk around in this appearance. For now, let me show you how to use them. Ah, yes. Thank you. The horns go on your head. They glow when you pour magic into them. The cloak. I explained to Kelv how to use the horns, cloak, and eye patch. Kelv nodded with a serious expression. Then, taking the horns, cloak, and eye patch that I had made, he left. Later, in the throne room. I see. The water summoner seems to be problem-free. If nothing arises, we'll ask Thor to mass-produce it. Indeed. That sounds good. Then, may I call the next person to report, Your Majesty? Why, yes. The Demon Lord Rookie nodded on the throne. Then, tilting her head slightly. By the way, Kelv, what is it, Your Majesty? What's with those shiny, glowing horns? I borrowed them from Thor to test the item's effects. And the cloak that wriggles around. And that eye patch that emits a mysterious light? Yes, those two. They just seem like flashy items. Is there any point to you wearing them? And no, I don't think they're necessary either. Chancellor Kelv pressed the glowing eye patch with one hand and said, but my experience as a chancellor whispers to me. Think logically. Thor's items couldn't possibly be for mere disguise. If you keep using them, they're bound to unleash some astonishing surprise effect. What did Thor say about them? He said they're just flashy disguise items. However, his items tend to have unexpected effects even to himself. If they transformed like the roleplay pajamas, I'd be convinced. Or if he said things like, they fire beams, they emit light magic, or they make the wearer invisible, I could relax. But being told they're just for flashy disguise only makes me more uneasy. Is that how it is? The Demon Lord Rookie turned her eyes to the glowing horns, the wriggling cloak, and the seven-colored changing eye patch. Then she folded her arms and said, "But isn't that outfit just way too flashy?" "I'm aware of that." Chancellor Kelv lowered his shoulders and muttered, "Just as your majesty said, it's incredibly flashy and bizarre. Honestly, wearing it feels like it's draining my spirit. Wouldn't it be better to take them off? These are Thor's items. We won't know if they're safe unless we use them for a long time. By the way, what did Thor intend to use the horns, cloak, and eye patch for?" "He said they were for disguises." "And with glowing horns, a wriggling cloak, and an eye patch, where exactly was he planning to go?" "Most likely to subjugate magical beasts. The glowing horns might represent magical energy surging. The wriggling cloak could symbolize vibrant life force, and the eye patch might indicate an all-seeing gaze. In other words, I believe these are items meant to intimidate magical beasts." "That sounds plausible. In that case, we should also consider the possibility that suspicious beams may shoot from the horns or eye patch." "So that's why you're continuing to wear them, Kelv?" "If it displeases your majesty, I'll remove them." "No, keep them on. Sometimes, it's fun for us to discover the hidden effects of Thor's items." "Yes, understood." And so, Chancellor Kelv continued his duties while equipped with the glowing horns, the wriggling cloak, and the mysteriously shining eye patch. Those in the Demon Lord's castle and petitioners who came for an audience caught sight of the dazzling gear. And as a result, Chancellor Kelv ended up creating a brand new legend. Nothing happened, right? I never imagined that Thor Sama would create an item that only draws attention. It was beyond my common sense. The next morning, Kelv came to return the horns, cloak, and eye patch, looking utterly dejected. "I spent the whole day in that outfit." Thanks to that, rumors started spreading. The Chancellor Kelv with glowing horns. The Chancellor who stirs shadows with his dark cloak. The Chancellor Kelv has a piercing gaze that sees through lies. That sounds cool. By the way, Thor Sama, why did you make those things? "To disguise myself as a demon and take a stroll through the castle town." "Please stop, you stand out far too much." So even in the Demon Lord's territory, that outfit was outrageous, huh? Honestly, the fact that you even thought about walking around in that getup is what surprises me. Right? I did think partway through making it, maybe this is bad. I really wish you had stopped there. But the people in the castle loved it, you know? His Excellency the Chancellor is starting a new trend. Thanks to the glowing horns, we always know where the Chancellor is. No one can lie in the face of Chancellor Kelv's gaze. "Huh? Your Excellency? Where are you going?" "That's a wall." I'm fine." Kelv returned while holding his forehead. "Anyway, the horns, cloak, and eye patch I made this time were failures. I'll collect them and eventually dispose of them. Anyway, thank you for experimenting with them, Your Excellency the Chancellor." "No, if I could be of help. I'm glad. Now, could you please hand over the horns, cloak, and eye patch?" "No, please allow me to purchase them," Chancellor Kelv said. "I will pay for them. I would very much like to have them." "Did you actually like the fashion?" "Not at all." "Thought so. Yesterday, while I was wearing them, I bent one of the horns." With that, Kelv took out the metal horn. Sure enough, it was bent oddly in the middle, like it had taken a heavy blow. "I can't return something I broke. That's why I want to buy it. In that case, I'll just give it to you." "I can't accept that. I must do what's right." He's really serious. That's just the kind of person Kelv is. But I respect that about him. As long as Kelv is by Rookie's side, I feel confident the Demon Lord's domain won't go astray. "Well then, I'll be going now, Thor Sama." After negotiating the price a few times, we ended up agreeing that I'd just take a small compensation for the trouble. Next time I go to the castle town, I'll buy a souvenir for Kelv with it. This whole matter was my blunder. "Please don't worry about it, Thor Sama." Saying that at the end, Kelv bowed his head. "I hope you continue to use your talents freely for the good of the Demon Lord's realm." "Understood. I'll make sure to report it properly next time I make a new magic item." "I believe in you, Thor Sama." With those parting words, Chancellor Kelv returned to his chambers. Later, I again consulted with Mabel on how we could secretly sneak around the castle town. We came up with ideas like using the role-play pajamas to turn into a lizard or distracting people with a modified hug pillow doppelganger of myself, but we set those aside for the time being. Because a request had come from Demon Lord Rookie. "Forgive me, Thor. Could you go to the Empire's territory, to the town of Nosa?" On the throne, Rookie, dressed in her Demon Lord style, spoke. A letter has come from Princess Sophia. This is a matter of great importance. I would like to meet directly with the alchemist Thor Canaan and someone from the Demon Lord's domain, it says. Would you go hear her out, Thor? Chapter 134. Just another Ice Sky lover. Also, as a less important matter, it says here that you have been appointed Lord of Nosa Town and the surrounding region. The Demon Lord Rookie continued, holding a piece of parchment. Huh? Princess Sophia has become a lord. Yes. To be precise, it seems that Nosa Town became the domain of Archduke Karen, and a part of it was entrusted to her. Rookie nodded in response to my question. However, the detailed circumstances are not written. Therefore, I want you to go and hear the story from Thor. Princess Sophia has become the Lord of Nosa Town. Honestly, I was surprised. Indeed, Princess Sophia has the ability and popularity, so it wouldn't be strange for her to become a lord. If the Empire were a country that valued abilities beyond fighting and placed people accordingly. But the Empire is not that kind of country. So, probably Archduke Coroni's involved in this. That person is an ally of Princess Sophia, but he is also a Duke of the Empire. He may have taken measures to protect Princess Sophia and to keep her as a resource within the Empire. I understand regarding the meeting with Princess Sophia. I bowed my head to Demon Lord Rookie. From now, I will head to Nosa Town and inquire about the important matter. Please do. Princess Sophia is a good neighbor, and Nosa Town is the closest human town. Both pieces of information are important. Understood. Although, I feel it might not be a very serious matter. I said, if it were bad news or an emergency, Princess Sophia would have sent information through the winged fairies. Since that has not happened, I think it is important but not serious. Indeed, I agree as well. The representative of the Demon Lord territory will also attend the meeting, right? Agnes will be there. And the fact that a representative of the Demon Lord territory will attend means that this is an official meeting between Princess Sophia and the representative of the Demon Lord territory. Chancellor Kelf said, Princess Sophia probably wants to convey an important matter in an official meeting. What do you think about the content of the information, Kelf? Maybe news about a new magical beast in the border area, or Archduke Karen or Princess Liana might come to the border area again, or perhaps movements of the Empire's soldiers, something around there. I see. Then it makes sense to have an official meeting. Rookie, with a Demon Lord style, nodded. If it was just talking with Thor, they would use the bathhouse at the trading post. I agree. The secret room of the Shua bath, right? Yes. I'm surprised that the Empire's princess peeks into the secret room every time she takes a bath. Rookie and Chancellor Kelf stared intently at me. They must have read the Water Summoner report. Anonymous Princess S was so impressed that she passionately talked about the Shua bath. Although I had never heard that someone peeks into the secret room every time she takes a bath. Now, I order Alchemist Thor Canaan. Rookie cleared her throat, as if trying to change the atmosphere. Since you will be accompanied by a guard, you should head to the Rizinga territory with Mabel. After that, meet Agnes and have a meeting with Princess Sophia in Nosa Town. Understood. I replied, still kneeling. I will meet Princess Sophia together with Agnes and hear the detailed story from her. Good. I count on you, Thor. Thank you very much, Thor-sama. Thus, I was to make a short journey to Nosa Town. So, Mabel's unconventional type security buzzer, combined with dryer, combined with water spirit stone pendant cover, will be completed a little later. Sorry about that. No need to rush, Thor-sama. That afternoon, Mabel and I were preparing for the trip in the room. Though it was just packing everything needed into a super small simple warehouse item, so it wasn't a hassle. Items like simple warehouse let you carry almost all household goods. But during the trip, time for alchemy would also decrease. I really wanted to take a long time to make items for Mabel. That item uses a rainbow-colored magic stone, a precious material. I cannot afford failure. The steps to make it were decided, but I want to work on it in a calm environment. So, I will make it after returning. Thor-sama, since you have an important mission entrusted by Her Majesty, it's natural to prioritize that. But Mabel is also important. I'm making an item to protect my fiancé. For me, it's just as important as Her Majesty's mission. Isn't that obvious? But, Thor-sama, you have already given me a security buzzer and a dryer respectively. That won't be enough to protect Mabel. Grasp. I placed my hands on Mabel's shoulders. She didn't seem to understand, so I looked steadily into her eyes and spoke firmly. Certainly, the personal alarm and the hairdryer are powerful items. But there are times when both are not in Mabel's hands, right? Thor-sama, when you look at me so closely, The truth is, I wanted to put a mechanism that shoots beams on Mabel's pendant. But that would be dangerous if it malfunctioned, so I settled for the personal alarm and the hairdryer. The hairdryer has a safety device, and it also plays an important role in styling Mabel's hair. Thor-sama. In any case, protecting Mabel is a top priority for me. Thank you. Thor-sama. Yeah, if possible, on this trip, I'd even prefer Mabel to stay in the Demon Lord's castle. What did you just say? Clutch. It happened suddenly. This time, Mabel placed her hands on my shoulders. There's no way I'm staying in the castle. I am Thor-sama's attendant and fiancé. Besides, there must be things I can do during the journey. Sure, Rookie-sama told me to promise to take Mabel along when entering the secret room of the fizzing bath, but that's not what I mean. Being by Thor-sama's side and taking care of him is my reason for living. Mabel whispered, staring intently at me. Just as Thor-sama tries to protect me, I want to be useful to Thor-sama. But I can't make magic items like Thor-sama. So, I want to serve you personally by your side. Mabel. And there's also Thor-sama's health. If left alone, you'd probably skip meals and sleep and focus only on alchemy. Do I really seem that incapable of taking care of myself? Why do you silently smile so kindly? Oh, it's almost 3 o'clock. Time for a snack. Mabel, what about my answer? Oh, right. The kitchen staff has apparently developed a new menu. Pancakes kneaded with fruit. Thanks to the water summoner, work has gotten easier, so they said they'd make some for Thor-sama. Why yeah, I'll go get them right away. Thor-sama, please rest. Got it. Also, about my ability to take care of myself. Yes, Thor-sama. I do have life skills, you know. When I was in the Empire, I lived alone in a dormitory. I ate normally and cleaned too. Is that so? Yeah. In the Imperial capital, I rarely used alchemy and had spare time. I see. That's right. I spent extra time organizing the warehouse or reading historical books in the government archives. But when I returned to my room, there was nothing else to do. Thor-sama. So that was your life in the Imperial capital. You don't have to look so serious. Really? Yeah. I'm happily living in the Demon Lord's territory now. I'd be glad if you could say that specifically. Of course, it's a fun life using a lot of alchemy. Talking with Mabel, meeting Rookie-sama. Life is fulfilling. At night, I'm still researching and experimenting with alchemy repeatedly, and every day there isn't enough time. Shoot. Mabel nodded with it just as I thought. Look, I got caught on my words. Thor-sama. Leading questions are cheating, aren't they? As your fiancé and family, I need to maintain Thor-sama's health. Mabel took my hand, her eyes shining, and said that if anything happens to Thor-sama, I would feel guilty toward Agnes-sama, Princess Sophia, and the other fiancés. Among the fiancés, I am Thor-sama's health caretaker. When did the roles get assigned? By the way, Agnes-sama is Thor-sama's bodyguard, and it actually makes sense. So, Thor-sama, please make up your mind and let me take care of you. Is that okay? It is. Taking care of Thor-sama is my happiness, and there are still so many things I want to do. I see. Just as I want to protect Mabel, Mabel wants to take care of me. Well then, it can't be helped. All right, Mabel, let's go together. Yes, Thor-sama, but only up to the border forest. As an elf, I stand out in Nosa town. I'll make new disguise items eventually. Yes, I look forward to it. Also, I'll properly tell Mabel about Princess Sophia in my own words. Just in case, I plan to bring a voice recorder. But Mabel seems to want me to convey important things with my own words. Because it's the wish of my fiancé, I'll make it come true. When I said that, Mabel, thank you very much. Because I love hearing Lord Thor's words. She showed me a beaming smile. The next day, Mabel and I set out for the Rizinga territory together with the escort soldiers. During the journey, nothing happened. Fairy pixies with wings came to talk when they spotted the carriage. According to them, people are gathering in the town of Nosa, probably related to Princess Sophia becoming the lord of the territory. But because more people have come, even the winged fairies find it harder to approach the town. They're all shy, so it can't be helped. So, we hurried the carriage more than usual, talking occasionally with the gathering pixies. And just like that, we safely arrived at Rizinga's mansion. We have been waiting for you, Thor-sama. Finally, we were able to meet. At the mansion's front stood General Rizinga and Agnes waiting. The general wore his usual armor, and Agnes was in casual clothes to be ready to move immediately. When we got off the carriage, The general nodded and said, Thor-sama, you must go to the town of Nosa immediately, right? Yes. I want to hear from Princess Sophia as soon as possible. I see. That's unfortunate. General Rizinga hung his head deeply. I wanted to hold an engagement announcement party for Thor-sama and Agnes. I desired the engagement of my Agnes and Thor-sama accepted. Even Her Majesty the Demon Lord approved. Naturally, it must be celebrated greatly, right? Father. Now is not the time. I understand. But in truth, I wanted to hold a festival for the whole territory. To parade Thor-sama and Agnes in a carriage, announcing the engagement to everyone. Then enter the mansion and hold a grand banquet gathering the ministers. To talk about how you two met and Agnes's feelings. Father. Agnes tightly grabbed the general's arm. Agnes smiled calmly, letting the health promotion pendant shine. I told you before, we won't do things like that. I understand. We can't provoke the Empire's princess, after all. So, that's why we decided on a private party. I understand, Agnes. I'm glad you understand, Father. I'm also a general of the Demon Lord's territory. I won't make national decisions based on emotions. Saying that, General Rizinga gave a wry smile. Then he looked toward me and said, I will accompany you to the border region. I plan to wait in the forest for your and Agnes's return. Meanwhile, I will guard Mabel and the others. Leave your fiancé's protection to me, her stepfather, and you can focus on your duties without worry. General Rizinga nodded firmly. After a while, we reached the border region forest. We parted ways with Mabel and General Rizinga for the time being. Agnes and I headed to the town of Nosa. Later, when we visited Princess Sophia's mansion, Thor-sama and Agnes Friezed, right? I have heard about you. An unfamiliar girl stood in front of the mansion. Her long chestnut hair was tied at the back of her neck. She had a slender body. 2 short daggers were tucked at her waist. She wore light armor. Underneath, she wore long-sleeved clothes and pants covering down to her ankles. She did not avert her gaze from Agnes and me, looking straight at us. I was entrusted by Archduke Karen to guard Princess Sophia. My name is Dorothy Lee Stan. Nice to meet you. I am Thor Kanan. I am Agnes Friezed. Dorothy Lee Stan. Are you perhaps a relative of Archduke Karen? I am the daughter of a branch family of the Archduke. The ponytailed girl Dorothy nodded. Then, by order of that Archduke, I have come. From now on, Captain Isaac's Oma Warrison unit will maintain town security, and my unit will protect Princess Sophia. Please be acquainted with us. The girl Dorothy gave a mischievous look and winked one eye. Chapter 135. Just another Ice Sky lover. A relative of the Empire's Archduke is serving as Sophia-sama's bodyguard? I asked the girl Dorothy. The girl in front of me smiled at us while her ponytail swayed. If the Archduke's relatives and soldiers from the Grand Duchy have come, then, does that mean the town of Nosa has really become part of the Grand Duchy's territory? Yes. A decision was made by His Majesty the Emperor, and the area surrounding the town of Nosa has become an exclave of the Grand Duchy. Dorothy placed a hand on her chest and gave a polite bow, and the Archduke decided to entrust the governance of this land to Sophia-sama. So the Archduke decided to increase the town's defensive forces, and assigned a relative to serve as Sophia-sama's bodyguard. Is that correct? That's right. Although, I also came to this land of my own volition. Of your own will. I want to better myself. Dorothy said this with a smile. Sophia-sama healed her body and awakened her abilities in this land. I've also heard that Karen-sama was able to regain use of both his arms after coming here. This borderland must surely have the power to awaken people. Is that so? Now that I think about it, before Archduke Karen returned to the capital, he had entered the fizzy bath. That was something even the Demon Lord Rookie had approved of. I see. So that's why his left arm became usable again. His muscles probably loosened up, improving blood circulation and the flow of magical power. That person was already very strong and skilled to begin with. It wouldn't be strange if something like that happened. Also, Karen-sama once said, the Empire committed a historic mistake. That mistake was letting the alchemist Thor go to another country. Dorothy looked straight at me and said, the people Karen-sama values are you and Sophia-sama. Because you two are here, I want to refine myself by learning from top-class individuals. Her eyes are sparkling. She really seems like someone with high aspirations. But she doesn't seem like a bad person. Unlike the imperial nobility, she doesn't seem to look down on those who can't fight. Dorothy Lee Stan and the Archduke of the Empire seem to have an inflated opinion of me. For now, I just shrugged. I'm just an alchemist who likes to research. I'm nowhere near top class. A top-class person I think, would be someone who made the Hero World's mail-order catalog, to research and assemble that many magic items, to write explanations with such clarity. Those are things far beyond my reach. Even if people say I'm top class, honestly, it just makes me feel embarrassed. That's fine. I only admire those who pursue a single path with dedication. Someone who pursues a single path? For example, like Karen-sama, who purely seeks to master the way of the sword. Aren't you also trying to master your path as an alchemist? Yes, something like that. Before I knew it, I was nodding. Seeing my response, Dorothy smiled in satisfaction. I'm a fan of people like that. By watching top-class individuals who dedicate themselves to their path, even someone like me, a third-rate, might be able to grow. Saying that, she suddenly covered her mouth, as if realizing she'd said something inappropriate. Third-rate? No way. There's no chance someone connected to Archduke Karen is weak. There's no way that Archduke Karen would assign someone weak to protect Princess Sophia. And this person has no openings. Agnes, standing beside me, wore a tense expression. She had been like that for a while now. Even from Agnes's perspective, Dorothy must be quite skilled. Oh my, Sir Isaac Omawarasan Miura is here. I must greet him. Suddenly, Dorothy shifted her gaze away from us and muttered, "Huh." Agnes and I turned around reflexively. We saw Isaac turning the corner and walking toward us. So the people from the Demon Lord's domain are here as well. Isaac looked at us and bowed his head. Dorothy returned the bow to Isaac. I apologize, Captain Isaac. I wanted to introduce myself and ended up keeping everyone. Dorothy-sama, you don't need to be so formal with a low-ranking officer like me. Isn't it only natural to show respect to a senior? I have deep respect for Karen-sama. To hear such words from someone who could be called his daughter, it leaves me at a loss. Then Isaac looked at us again. Let me introduce her as well. This is Dorothy Liston-sama. She will be organizing the Lady Omawarasan unit as Sophia-sama's bodyguard. The Lady Omawarasan unit? That sounds cool. Dorothy-sama is young, but she possesses extraordinary combat ability. Even I cannot keep up with. Shall we save the discussion of my abilities for another time? Suddenly, Dorothy interrupted Isaac mid-sentence. Her tone was polite, but firm and unyielding. Isaac cleared his throat and said, yes. We mustn't keep Sophia-sama waiting any longer. Allow me to escort you to her room. This way, please. Thank you. Much appreciated. With Dorothy guiding us, we entered the mansion. On the way, Isaac, may I ask you something? What is it, Alchemist Ano? Did you know there's a theory that the hero from another world referred to the female guardian spirit, Omawarasan, as Fukisan? What? It's something I read in the government archives, a record separate from the story of the hero who said, I'll tell the Omawarasan on you. It seems there was another hero who said, I like the female Omawarasan, Fukisan, before disappearing. It's not a very well-known story, though. As such a thing. With that in mind, how about including Fukisan Squad as a name candidate alongside Lady Omawarasan Squad? All right. I'll consult with Princess Sophia. Isaac nodded. Dorothy was laughing happily. Did she already know about Fukisan? From the look on her face, I got the feeling she was aware of it and just pretended not to notice. I can't read this person's reactions. Unlike my father and many others in the Empire who boast about their strength and abilities, this person is the opposite. It almost seems like she tries to hide her abilities and knowledge. She's a mysterious person. Thinking about such things, we headed to Princess Sophia's room. I apologize for calling you here, Thurkanen-sama. Agnes Friezid-sama. Princess Sophia said this and bowed to us. We were in Princess Sophia's room on the second floor of the mansion. It was just me, Agnes, and Princess Sophia. Dorothy, who guided us here, had already gone back downstairs. Looking out the window, I saw Dorothy and several female soldiers right outside the mansion. I suppose they're the tentative Lady Omawarasan squad that's in charge of guarding Princess Sophia. There are a few reasons I asked to meet with you today. When I turned my gaze back, Princess Sophia was seated in a chair, looking relaxed. But first, let me explain how I came to be the lord of this land. And so, Princess Sophia began to explain how she became the feudal lord. Archduke Karen had requested additional land as a reward for subjugating magical beasts. He chose the town of Nosa and its surrounding region for that reward. However, the area was far from the Grand Duchy, making direct governance difficult. So Archduke Karen decided to entrust the territory to Princess Sophia. As a result, it was treated as though the Grand Duchy offered territory to the imperial family, making it difficult for the emperor or the High Council to reject the request. That's the situation. The Archduke seems to value friendly relations with the demon lord's domain. Princess Sophia said this with a serious expression. That's probably why he thought it best for me to become the lord of this land. I've had discussions with Her Majesty the Demon Lord, and I can also communicate with Thor Kanan-sama, Agni-sama, and the winged fairies. I also think it's a good thing that Your Highness became the Lord. Do you really? Yes, because now, Your Highness can act on your own judgment. I spoke. I've heard the Grand Duchy was granted semi-autonomy. That means Princess Sophia can travel freely and make decisions without being bound by the capital's intentions. And if any trouble arises, the Grand Duchy will mediate on her behalf. I'd heard that Princess Sophia had been confined to a detached palace because of the Empire's circumstances. Later, she was forcibly sent to the town of Nosa, but due to her frail health, she couldn't move freely. She was the commander of the unit, but had no authority to give orders or mobilize troops. But now, Isaac and the troops under him follow Princess Sophia, and soon, Archduke Karen will serve as her powerful backer. The Empire will find it difficult to manipulate Princess Sophia now. As a lord, she can make decisions according to her own will. That's what it means, right? I wrapped up the explanation that way. Agnes, sitting beside me, nodded in agreement. Yes, just as Thor Kanan-sama says. Princess Sophia also said that and smiled. That's likely why Archduke Karen appointed Dorothy-sama as my bodyguard. So she can be Your Highness's steadfast ally. Exactly. Dorothy-sama and her companions will prioritize my orders and those from the Grand Duchy. Even if an order comes from the capital, they'll stand with me. I see. Now I can feel a little more at ease. Because I was thinking of helping Princess Sophia defect if the capital made any unreasonable demands. Though, just in case, I'll still hand her a defection kit later. However, I still feel a bit distant from Dorothy-sama. I would like her to be closer and to become friends with her. Princess Sophia tilted her head slightly. She's very responsible, so perhaps she's thinking about her role as a bodyguard. Could it be that she's nervous because she's dealing with a royal princess? No, Dorothy-sama is the younger sister of the next Archduke. Huh. Archduke Karen adopted someone from a distant branch of the family as his heir. Dorothy-sama is that person's younger sister. Then, she's to be treated like a high-ranking noble? Within the Grand Duchy, she actually outranks me as a lord. So that's the kind of person she is. It shows how important this region is to Archduke Karen. Dorothy probably volunteered to be the bodyguard because she shares that view. But if that's the case, then I don't understand what she meant by wanting to improve herself and calling herself a third-rate lady. Her status is way higher than mine, and she should be far more capable in battle, too. Dorothy-sama and the others have only just arrived here. Once they've settled in a bit more, I'm sure you'll become good friends. Yes, I hope for that as well. Princess Sophia nodded and looked toward Agnes. Because I was able to become close with Agnes-sama like this, after all. Ah yes. Agnes, suddenly spoken to, nodded vigorously. Agnes also thinks of Princess Sophia as a friend. You say such delightful things. Princess Sophia took Agnes's hand. Let's continue to get along well, Agnes-sama. Why yes, I look forward to it. Yes, let's be the kind of friends who can always speak honestly with each other. Princess Sophia and Agnes looked into each other's eyes. It was somehow a dazzling sight. Princess Sophia had been confined to a detached palace in the imperial capital, and Agnes had always worn armor, unable to truly interact with others. They must get along well because their situations are similar. Oh yes, as a lord, there's something I wanted to consult with the people of the Demon Lord's territory about. Suddenly, Princess Sophia clapped her hands lightly. Oh dear, that was supposed to be the main topic, but I was enjoying our conversation so much, I ended up putting it off. Then, Princess Sophia took out a stack of parchment. It had people's names, along with names of towns and villages, and beneath those were long passages of text. In fact, we've received a request to expand the scale of the border trade post a little more. The trade post. The trade post was a facility built near the forest at the border. On the wide grasslands, tents for business were set up, and anyone wanting to do business could freely bring in goods. However, the market only opened about once every 7 days. Participants were limited to residents of Nosa town or those referred by them. For now, I'll report this to Her Majesty the Demon Lord. I thought for a moment before responding. But, just for reference, may I ask, is this related to Your Highness becoming the Lord? Yes, we've received petitions from surrounding towns and villages. They want to participate in the border trade post too. The trade post offers rare products from the Demon Lord's territory, and it's very safe. At that, Princess Sophia let out a sigh. However, with more people, some undesirable elements may slip in. We'll need to allocate personnel for guiding people and maintaining security. That's why I wanted to hear your opinions, Thorkanen-sama and Agni-sama. That's true. If the scale increases, a number of problems are bound to occur. I replied. There will likely be financial disputes as well. In that case, we'll need to increase the number of guards. The guards at the trade post were handled by people from the Risinga territory. Normally, they just managed the rest area, but on market days, a large number of soldiers would be present. If the market grows in size, trouble will also increase. That would mean the general would need to dispatch more personnel. But on the other hand, that might itself cause trouble. Not everyone is as familiar with or friendly toward the Demon Lord's territory as the residents of Nosa Town. It's a tricky situation. If only there were a way to reduce trouble without increasing personnel. What is your opinion, Agni-sama? I think it's difficult to make a decision right away. Suddenly, Agni spoke. Currently, the trade post is maintained by operating on a small scale. If the surrounding towns and villages are added, there's a higher chance of trouble. We'd need to reconsider the number and placement of personnel, as well as the layout of the tents for business. It would be a large undertaking. Still, there are benefits. For the Demon Lord's territory, it means more trade partners. That's true. So, if the security issue can be resolved, it should be pursued. Agni's had a serious expression. As expected, more people bring more problems. Guiding the crowd, guarding off-limits areas, removing suspicious individuals, resolving trade disputes. It would also increase the burden on General Risinga and the head civil servant, Kelv. It's not something that can be decided today or tomorrow. It's a good idea, but let's take Princess Sophia's proposal back and seek the approval of Her Majesty the Demon Lord and His Excellency the Chancellor. With that, Agni's brought the discussion to a close. Understood. I'd be grateful if you could consider it positively. Princess Sophia looked satisfied. She probably didn't expect a decision to be made here either. I'll also write letters addressed to Her Majesty the Demon Lord and General Risinga. Could you deliver them for me? Of course. Risinga territory would like to consider this positively as well. Thank you very much. And Agni-sama. Yes, Princess Sophia? Did something happen between you and Thorkanen-sama? You two seem a little closer than usual. No, I think everything's just like usual. While sitting in my chair, I look at Agni's next to me. Agni's, dressed in a gown, meets my gaze the moment I turn to her. The two of us lock eyes, trying to find something different from usual. But we find nothing, and both Agni's and I shake our heads. If I had to say, maybe the chairs are just a little closer together than usual. But even that is within the margin of error, probably. We don't think there's anything particularly unusual. You're incredibly in sync. Do you think so? When I was in the imperial capital, I was confined to a detached palace. Princess Sophia said this, gazing off into the distance. Before that, I was in the main palace, but as a sickly child, few people paid attention to me. So, having fewer chances to interact, I became very observant of people. Because of that, I'm quite confident in my ability to read others. Your Highness, how do I and Agni's look to you now? It looks like the two of you have formed a clear bond. Agni's and I instinctively looked at each other. Seeing us like that, Princess Sophia smiled gently. I want to have a relationship where I can speak frankly with Agni-sama. Princess Sophia repeated the same words as before. Or rather, maybe she had already noticed the closeness between Agni's and me, and said a relationship where we can speak frankly on purpose? As expected of Princess Sophia. She's incredible. Of course, it might just be my imagination, and I won't pry further. But I would like to strengthen our unique bond by giving something that Thorkanen-sama would be pleased with. You don't have to do that. You're already important to me, Princess Sophia. What I'd like to offer is an ancient document from the hero's era. Please, let me see it. Thor-sama? Agni's tugged on my sleeve. But come on, it's an ancient document from the hero's era. From the same time as the mail-order catalog. Of course I'd want to see it. Here it is. Please, take a look. Saying that, Princess Sophia placed a single sheet of paper on the table. It's in worse condition than the mail-order catalog. Some of the print is faded and unreadable, but I can tell it's written in the same script as the mail-order catalog. No doubt about it. This is from the hero's world. This was apparently found in the Grand Duchy. Princess Sophia looked at my reaction and nodded in satisfaction. The researchers in the Grand Duchy couldn't decipher it, so they kept it stored away. But the Archduke thought Thorkanen-sama might be able to make use of it. They went out of their way to send it to me. As thanks for your help with the magical beast subjugation. Since you're researching the hero's world, the Archduke thought you might be able to read it. Yes, I think I can decode it. Come to think of it, I never told Princess Sophia that I could read the script from the hero's world. Knowing her, maybe she just figured it out. However, there is one request I'd like to make when giving this to you. A request. I'd like you to read it aloud, while staying near me, so I can hear what kind of document it is. Princess Sophia said this with a nervous expression. Ah, I see. This must be Archduke Karen's idea, the one who sent the document. He probably didn't want the knowledge of the hero's world to go only to me, someone from the Demon Lord's territory. By having me read it aloud beside Princess Sophia, he ensured she would hear the information too. Princess Sophia is trustworthy. I wouldn't mind sharing the document's content with her. If it turns out to be something dangerous, I can just stop reading it midway. Understood. Then, Your Highness, please listen along with me. Why yes. Princess Sophia stood up energetically. She dragged her chair over, right next to mine. Wait, huh? She didn't need to pull the chair that close, did she? Our bodies are touching. I can feel her warmth through her thin dress. Excuse me then. Thud. Before I knew it, Agnes had moved her chair right next to mine too. Well, it's fine though. More importantly, let's begin decoding the document. Since it's different from the mail order catalog, there might be content I can't understand on my own. Princess Sophia and Agnes's knowledge will definitely be helpful. Also, this is just a hunch, but I have a feeling the contents of this document might help us expand trade. After all, the illustrations in the document show things that stop people in their tracks and devices that control the flow of wheeled objects. None of it looks familiar to this world. If used correctly, they might help maintain order at trading posts. Then, please begin reading it, Thorkanen-sama. We're counting on you. Princess Sophia and Agnes looked at me with serious eyes. I slowly began to read the ancient document aloud. Starting from the top line, the largest text written on the page. The document says, for safe community living within the town. For safe community living. Could it be information about law and order in towns and villages? I nodded at their words. Yes, this is a document from the hero's world about how to control the movement of people and carriages to ensure safe activity, along with magic items related to that. As I explained this to Agnes and Princess Sophia, I continued decoding the text. Chapter 136. Just another Ice Sky lover. The ancient document, for a safe community life, was not in very good condition. The edges of the paper were tattered, and the text was fading in places. The letters and illustrations were drawn in black ink. There was no color. It appeared to be something entirely different from the mail order catalog. The title is For a Safe Community Life, and since the printing quality is worse than that of the mail order catalog, and the paper quality is also inferior, I said, while touching the ancient document. This seems like a notice from the Lord to the townspeople. Considering the words neighborhood and community life, I believe that is a reasonable assumption. It could also possibly be a proclamation issued by a local self-governing body. Princess Sophia nodded. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at the ancient document before her. This must be a proclamation addressed to the people of the town, or perhaps a document requesting cooperation for maintaining public order. Of course, in our world, no lord would go so far as to attach such detailed illustrations to a proclamation. Exactly. The illustrations here are quite fascinating. For a safe community life contains no photographs. Everything drawn on it is rendered in black lines. Given that both photos and drawings were used in the mail order catalog, it's likely this document was created by a completely different organization, most likely by a lord or a town leader. Still, the people of the hero's world really like explaining things through pictures and photos, huh? Pictures and photos make it easy to convey information at a glance. The people of the hero's world probably used them together to improve the speed and accuracy of information transfer. It's a good idea. If I had access to the same technology as the hero's world, I'd do the same. Seeing things like this makes me wonder. Maybe the hero's world is filled with colorful pictures and photographs. I'd like to see it at least once. It's a dangerous world inhabited by a warrior race, but I'd still like to take a peek. This paper, the drawings remain, but much of the text has faded. Returning my gaze to the paper, I spoke. Was it already in this condition when it was found in the Grand Duchy? Yes, that's what Archduke Karen's letter stated. That's unfortunate, but the illustrations are still intact, and some of the surrounding text as well. Moreover, this drawing, could it be depicting an item? There's a triangular object and a striped pole. I carefully read the text surrounding the illustration. According to it, I see. It appears this is a drawing of items used to control people's movement. Items to control people's movement. Such things exist. That's what the surrounding text says. That triangular object has such power. It just looks like a striped pole tilted diagonally. Both Princess Sophia and Agnes were surprised. I read aloud the text around the illustrations so they could understand. Depicted here are a triangular object and a striped pole. The item names are traffic cone and cone bar. At present, on this street, construction will continue until the end of the month. In hazardous areas, these traffic cones and cone bars are installed. They are red and yellow, attention-grabbing, vivid colors. You may already know, but please be careful not to approach them. During const, it is very dangerous. We repeat. Please make sure not to approach by mistake. So such items exist in the hero's world. After listening to my explanation, Princess Sophia sighed. She brought her face close to the paper, staring at it intensely. She seemed extremely interested. Your Highness, what do you think about these traffic cones and cone bars? I believe they are magic items that create a barrier to restrict people's movement. Items used to prevent people from approaching dangerous places, right? Yes. Some heroes are capable of moving at extremely high speeds. Without a barrier, it would be difficult to stop them. Could during const mean during operation? No doubt about it. I agree with your Highness's interpretation. However, I think these traffic cones and cone bars are not barriers, but rather items meant to warn people in the hero's world. Could you explain your reasoning? Because it says here, attention and vivid. I see. So they're meant to make the heroes cautious and stand out. Exactly. I believe it functions similarly to a security buzzer, alerting others with loud sounds and a strong presence. Or rather, it might be the stationary version of such a device. That makes sense. A unique insight, befitting an alchemist. If it's a stationary version, it could incorporate more magic stones. The power would be greater and the duration longer. It would be ideal for controlling and guiding the flow of people. An excellent analysis. Princess Sophia and I looked at each other and nodded. We were surprised. In the time we had been talking, we had quickly pieced together the reasoning. Only fragmentary information was included in this for a safe community life. And yet, when I talked with Princess Sophia, the missing pieces were filled in so easily. It was as if she were supplying the missing puzzle pieces herself. I'm surprised. I didn't realize your Highness was so knowledgeable about the hero world. There wasn't much to do in the detached palace besides reading books. Princess Sophia said this with a smile. And I didn't have anyone to talk with about things I liked. Being able to meet you, Thurkanen-sama and Agnes-sama, and talk about the hero world like this, it makes me very happy. Thank you. I nodded, then turned to Agnes. Agnes, is there anything that caught your attention? Agnes, looking slightly flustered, pointed to the lower half of for a safe community life. I'm curious about this jump out kid sign. The other illustration, right? I don't really understand how it's supposed to stop vehicles. At a glance, it's just a sign. Princess Sophia, Agnes, and I all turned our eyes to the next illustration. When you see a jump out kid, stop and check both ways. In several parts of the neighborhood, this sign called Jump Out Kid has been installed. When you see a jump out kid, slow down your speed, vehicle's visibility danger. Look both ways carefully and stop momentarily if possible. The jump out kid is extremely dangerous. Here, a picture of a person with a large head and short limbs is drawn. There's a support pole and a base beneath the body. It seems to be a sign meant to represent a child. The child raises a hand vigorously and is stepping forward. It looks like they're about to run out. As for the effect of this item, could it be something to control the flow of people and carriages? After reading the passage aloud a few times, I voiced my speculation. This short passage mentions danger twice. Clearly, it's something emphasized. That being the case, like the traffic cones and cone bars, it's probably meant to keep people away from dangerous areas. The part about stopping and checking left and right, it's probably telling you to find another way around. I understand. But why did they bother to include a separate listing for Jump Out Kid? Wouldn't traffic cones and cone bars be sufficient? Princess Sophia responded to my speculation. As expected, sharp as always. Look here, Your Highness. It says vehicles. I see. Could it mean carriages or carts? Likely. Or perhaps it refers to some unique vehicles in the hero world. Either way, this jump-out kid must have been placed on wider roads where such things could pass. Which means, I get it. They were using different signs depending on the width of the road. Princess Sophia's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands together. In other words, traffic cones and cone bars were used on small paths. Jump Out Kid was used on main roads. That's how they distinguished them. Yes, if you place two traffic cones with a cone bar set horizontally between them, you can block a narrow path. It would easily pressure pedestrians into avoiding the area, saying, "Don't come through," or "Come closer and I'll eat you." And on the main roads, they used the Jump Out Kid. I'm just guessing, but maybe the sign was about the height of a person, to stand out to passers-by, or perhaps to act like a statue overlooking the town. I don't think it was that big, but I do think it was meant to act like a kind of security alarm or deterrent, something that exerted pressure just by standing there. People in the hero world seem to favor items like these. The heroes from another world also like to intimidate their enemies, holding up their great swords and shouting, "Turn to ash by my ultimate technique." Swinging their swords around and shouting, "I've slain 100 monsters already. Resistance is futile." Or calling out, "My name is Instant Chant. I am the instant caster." They love to announce themselves. So, the Jump Out Kid sign should probably be understood as something like the traffic cone, something that made its presence known to others, something meant to intimidate and stop carriages and passers-by. This paper, For a Safe Community Life, might have contained instructions on how to handle items like the traffic cone, cone bar, and Jump Out Kid. I looked at Princess Sophia and Agnes as I spoke. Then I took a sip of my now-cold tea and continued. Items that intimidate or exert pressure when approached could be quite a threat to some people, right? Which is why it says, make sure not to approach them by mistake. Someone with a weak heart could be endangered if they were startled by a Jump Out Kid. A lord who wants to maintain the people's safe community life would need to take such precautions. As expected from the hero world, I must learn from them. Princess Sophia and I both sighed. Most likely, this paper included warnings to the townsfolk as well. To ensure a safe community life, people were instructed not to approach powerful magic items. Whether that came from thoughtful concern or authoritarian command is unclear. What is clear is that the hero world had items that controlled the flow of people and carriages. Traffic cones, cone bars, and Jump Out Kid, huh? I want to try making them. To make them identical, though, I'd need more materials. I wonder if that's possible. Anyway, that's my hypothesis up to this point. Saying that, I looked toward Agnes. So, could you share your thoughts with us, Agnes? I had noticed it for a while now. Agnes kept glancing at me, like she wanted to say something. She seemed to have her own opinion about items from the hero world. But I might be wrong. Agnes shook her head. I'm not an expert like Thor Kanan-sama, nor am I well-versed in the hero world like Princess Sophia. It's just a layperson's idea. No. Actually, that kind of opinion is exactly what we need. Huh. Agnes, your unbiased perspective is what's important here. If you notice something, I'd love to hear it. I ask you as well, Agnes-sama. Even Princess Sophia? My knowledge comes from books. But your opinion, Agnes-sama, is that of someone who walks outside and sees reality. That's a living opinion, far more valuable. I understand. Agnes nodded as if she had made up her mind. She pointed to the picture of the Jump Out Kid featured in For a Safe Community Life and said, "It's the name Jump Out Kid that bothers me." The name? Thor Kanan-sama and Princess Sophia seem to think that this signboard works like a traffic cone, exerting pressure on its surroundings just by being placed there. But if that's the case, then the name doesn't make sense. Agnes took a deep breath. Because the name of this sign is Jump Out Kid. If it didn't move, it should be called something like Looks Like It's About to Jump Out Kid. But calling it Jump Out Kid means it must be something that moves in order to be effective. Princess Sophia and I widened our eyes. Agnes was right. There's no way the people of the hero world would name a stationary signboard Jump Out Kid. If it didn't move, names like About to Jump Out Kid, Jumping Pose Kid, or Dash Cancel Kid would make more sense. If it's named Jump Out Kid, then it would be strange if it didn't move. So this signboard moves to physically stop people or carriages. Or perhaps, it might be designed to destroy the wheels of vehicles like carriages. It was a plausible idea. There's no way a vehicle controlled by a hero from another world could be stopped just by intimidation. Some kind of physical offensive power would be necessary. It was a blind spot. We were trapped by our preconception that the hero world prefers intimidation. That was close. If Agnes hadn't spoken up, we would have ended up making an immobile signboard. There's no way a signboard from the hero world would be that ordinary. Thank you, Ugnis. I took Ugnis's hand. If you hadn't told me, I would have misunderstood what the jump-out kid was. You gave me a new perspective. Thank you. Thor-sama. Ugnis really is dependable. She might not know much about alchemy or the hero world, but she makes up for it with her knowledge of military strategy and tactics. That helps illuminate the areas I overlook. I'm glad Ugnis is by my side. There's no doubt that the jump-out kid is meant to control the flow of pedestrians and carriages. But it's not just intimidation or pressure. It also uses physical force. Why yes, amen. If we copy this item, it could help maintain security around the trading post. A jump-out kid that dashes through crowds of pedestrians. That would certainly keep wrongdoers away. If we use it together with traffic cones, I think we can expect a significant effect. Why yes. And also, we should test it as soon as we return to the Demon Lord's territory. No, before that. Thor-sama. Suddenly, Ugnis raised her voice. If you keep holding my hand like this, I'll get really embarrassed. And Princess Sophia is watching. Oh, when I realized, Ugnis's face was bright red. The health promotion pendant on her chest was glowing more strongly. Looking to the side, Princess Sophia was watching us with very gentle eyes. I'm sorry. No, my apologies, Your Highness. Your insight was also invaluable to me. I'm grateful. No, I had a delightful time as well. Saying that, Princess Sophia extended her hand toward me. She took off her white gloves and waited quietly. If you hadn't guided me, Thurkanen-sama, the ancient documents would have remained a complete mystery. You gave me a new perspective. Thank you. Yeah, that's almost exactly what I said to Ugnis earlier when I took her hand. Could it be she wants me to hold her hand? That would make sense. A princess wouldn't be able to openly say, "Please hold my hand." Excuse me, Your Highness. Yes, Thurkanen-sama. When I extended my hand, Princess Sophia placed hers on top of it. It was a delicate hand. Her fingers were slender, and her body temperature was low. But as we touched, it gradually grew warmer. Perhaps finding that comforting, Princess Sophia let out a satisfied sigh. Princess Sophia. Yes, Thurkanen-sama. Earlier, Your Highness told Ugnis, let's be the kind of friends who can say anything to each other, didn't you? I did. Ugnis is a precious friend to me. You don't have to hold back with me either. Thurkanen-sama, if there's anything you want, please tell me. You've only recently arrived in this borderland. I'm sure there are times you feel uneasy or just want someone to talk to. The same goes for you, doesn't it? Princess Sophia smiled as she leaned forward to look into my face. You were also dispatched from the imperial capital to the Demon Lord's territory, and you must be struggling in an unfamiliar land. Compared to that, I get to do work I love in the Demon Lord's territory. I have Mabel, Ugnis, and Her Majesty the Demon Lord by my side. I'm totally fine. You're strong, Thurkanen-sama. That's the first time someone said that to me. Back in the Empire, I was one of the weakest. I understand. I'll take you up on that offer. After a brief pause, Princess Sophia smiled shyly. Then I'll be honest with you, Thurkanen-sama, without holding back. I'll share the real thoughts of Sophia Dalgaria. Yes, Princess Sophia. Well then, for our next meeting, why don't we use the fizzy bath? Pardon. I love talking with you while soaking in the bath, Thurkanen-sama. And next time, we'll likely be discussing the expansion of the trading post. In that case, if we meet in that place, we'll be able to make concrete decisions as well. With an expression as if she had just come up with a brilliant idea, Princess Sophia said this. And surprisingly, it was quite rational. While we're in the fizzy bath, talking with you in the hidden room, I feel like the boundaries between us disappear. That's why I feel like I can say anything in that place. Is that not allowed? It's not disallowed. It's not really a problem, right? We've done it before. Princess Sophia's bathing clothes are always kept in the bathhouse of the trading post. The steam and mysterious light of the noble exclusive fizzy bath are also functioning. No issues there. I understand. I nodded. However, that's only if Her Majesty the Demon Lord permits the expansion of the trading post. Understood. If we can make traffic cones, cone bars, and the jump-out kid, we could safely expand the trading post. The traffic cones and cone bars can control the flow of people. They can be used to block off restricted areas and reduce the burden on the guards. Even so, for those who still intrude or steal, the jump-out kid would come in handy. It can physically stop or knock out wrongdoers. Since it's board-shaped, it can be hidden in any gap or laid in tall grass without being noticed. It's a pretty powerful item. When I get back, I'll check whether these items are listed in any other documents. Just relying on the document for a safe community life is weak as a source. I should also check if the same items are in the mail order catalog. If they're listed there, I can definitely make them. If not, I'll just have to rely on intuition, and in that case, I'll try customizing them my own way. It should work out somehow. I will present the proposal for the expansion of the trading post and the contents of the For a Safe Community Life document to Her Majesty the Demon Lord. Then, we'll wait for the judgment of Her Majesty and the Chancellor. Understood. I'll be hoping for a positive response. Princess Sophia gave a polite bow. With that, the political discussion came to an end. Afterward, we talked about what's been going on in our lives. Princess Sophia told me that there would be a festival held in the town of Nosa. It's a festival to celebrate her appointment as Lord. Because of that, there's been an increase in traffic, but apparently there are still times and places that are less crowded. She asked me to pass that information on to the winged fairies, the pixies. As for me, there haven't been any particular changes. Just as usual, I run my workshops in the Demon Lord's castle and in the Risinga territory, leisurely doing alchemy. Princess Sophia said she's looking forward to seeing new items. She also wants to write another trial report as Anonymous S. Princess. I should let Kelv know. And so, the pleasant time passed. Well then, I look forward to seeing you again. With Princess Sophia's words, today's meeting came to an end. And finally, oh, that's right. I had a request for you, Miss Ugnies. Why yes, I'm listening. Next time I enter the fizzy bath, would you join me? I'd like to try washing each other's backs, as friends. With an innocent, childlike expression, Princess Sophia said. She reminded me a bit of Princess Liana, who talked about sword techniques in the bathhouse. If we bathe together, we can have girl-to-girl secret talks. I admire things like that, what do you think? Yes, Ugnies is fine with it. Ugnies nodded happily. Maybe these two really do get along well. Thinking that, we parted ways with Princess Sophia and headed toward the border forest. That night, in the town of Nosa, Dorothy Liston's perspective. I understand. Rather than Fukisan unit, Lady Omawarison unit sounds better, doesn't it? This was in the town of Nosa, in the lodging prepared for the Archduke's soldiers. There, the young girl Dorothy was speaking with her subordinate soldiers. Let us respect everyone's opinions. I will inform Princess Sophia and Commander Isaac. Dorothy-sama. Suddenly, one of the female soldiers raised her hand. What did you think of the people from the Demon Lord's territory, Dorothy-sama? They were unfathomable individuals. Dorothy replied, I couldn't gauge the extent of knowledge and skill the alchemist possessed. As for the red-haired girl, she seemed to be hiding her true power. Yet, she was calm and didn't try to show off her strength. They're a completely different kind of strong from those of the Empire. May I be permitted to speak my opinion? Another female soldier raised her hand. Dorothy nodded without hesitation. The post-dinner meeting was important for the unit. It was through the exchange of information and discussion here that her unit stayed united. To Dorothy, her subordinates' opinions were crucial for her own growth as well. I'm not first-rate. That's why I must do everything I can. Thinking that, Dorothy nodded. I won't turn you down. Please speak. About that investigation, shouldn't we report it to Princess Sophia? The female soldier spoke. The Archduke said it might just be needless worry, but still, there's always a chance. I think we should rely on the strength of Her Highness and Commander Isaac's Omawarison unit. Karen-sama also said, it's nothing worth making a fuss over. Dorothy nodded and continued. I understand your concern. However, I want to wait until we have a solid lead before reporting to Her Highness. She is currently working on a plan to enrich the lives of the people in the borderlands. I don't want to interfere with that. Dorothy-sama. Princess Sophia and the alchemist have suffered through much hardship because of their ties to the imperial capital. It's time they had their freedom. I cannot burden them with something that may not even exist. Understood, Dorothy-sama. We will follow your lead, Dorothy-sama. But please, don't take everything on your own shoulders. Dorothy-sama, I appreciate everyone's thoughts. Then, this meeting is concluded. Thank you all for your hard work today. Dorothy clapped her hands, and the soldiers dispersed. A few of them would now take up the night watch. The others were off to rest. Just as Dorothy was returning to her room to begin paperwork, her adjutant suddenly called out to her. Dorothy-sama, I have a suggestion. What is it? Regarding the issue you've long struggled with, could you perhaps consult the alchemist from the Demon Lord's territory? That won't be necessary. Dorothy-sama, that person is a foreign alchemist. I cannot ask them to act based on my personal reasons. I came here to assist Princess Sophia. How could I justify imposing further burdens on them? Dorothy-sama, you're too serious. I will view my problem as a trial to better myself. Dorothy let out a sigh. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can. I am the younger sister of the next Archduke, and the one entrusted with a mission by the great Karen-sama. In front of the soldiers watching her with concern, Dorothy made her declaration. And so, to fulfill her role, she headed to her room. Chapter 137. Just another ice sky lover. After leaving the town of Nosa, I met up with Mabel and the others in the forest near the border. I conveyed the contents of the meeting with Princess Sophia to General Rizinga right there on the spot. I had a voice recorder with me, but the general said it was fine to just explain verbally. A plan to expand the trade post. Huh? That's an exciting prospect. I'll send a letter to Her Majesty the Demon Lord right away. The general listened to the story with a cheerful smile. I understood how he felt. There are many benefits to expanding the trade post. If interactions increase, demons and demi-humans will be able to travel more easily into human territory. And if humans begin visiting the Demon Lord's territory, we could even turn the border area into a tourist spot. With the newly discovered silver vein, we might also be able to buy lots of products from the Empire. However, we'll need personnel for security. The question is, how do we come up with them? You're currently developing the mine as well, aren't you, General? Yes. I've asked the soldiers to help with the work and protect the laborers. I can't afford to reduce the personnel there. I see. In that case, I'll probably need to ask Rookie to arrange the personnel. What happens with the trade post will ultimately depend on Her Majesty's judgment, said General Rizinga. Until we receive a reply, would you mind waiting in my territory, Thor? Depending on how things go, I may need you to head to the town of Nosa immediately. Understood. I'll be working from home. I bowed to General Rizinga. Of course, I also told him about the traffic cones, cone bars, and jump-out kids. But I made sure to explain that I only had fragmentary information and wasn't sure whether I could actually make them. It would be dangerous to base the entire trade post expansion plan on the assumption that those items could be made. First, we need to confirm whether they're even possible to produce. Understood. First, take it easy and rest. Well done, Thor. Yes. Then, if you'll excuse me. And with that, Mabel and I headed to the house in Rizinga territory. It's true that if we had traffic cones, cone bars, and jump-out kids, we could reduce the number of guards at the trade post. It'd be great if they were listed in the mail order catalog. We were in my home in Rizinga territory, in the workshop. There, Mabel and I were going through the mail order catalog. If the traffic cones were listed in the catalog, we could use that as a reference for making them. If not, we'd have to rely on imagination and intuition to make them. That might be fun in its own way. But since these are items meant for use at the trade post, I want to make them as reliable as possible. Alright, traffic cones are listed. I opened the catalog and showed it to Mabel, but I don't see cone bars or jump-out kids. I thought they'd be on nearby pages, but maybe they're special items. Mabel tilted her head as she looked at For a Safe Community Life. This For a Safe Community Life flyer. Wasn't it written by local lords or neighborhood associations? That seems likely. In that case, maybe cone bars and jump-out kids are regional secrets? You mean they're not used across the entire hero world? Yes. It's common for swordsmanship and magic styles to vary by region, after all. That's true. In regions with many monsters, unique sword techniques and magic often emerge. In the imperial capital, where large numbers of people gather, guards who can use many different techniques handle town security. Dangerous areas, or places with lots of people, require strong forces to maintain order. If the hero world is the same, then it makes sense that different regions would use different tools. For example, to simply guide pedestrian flow, you'd use traffic cones. To strictly prohibit entry, you'd use cone bars. And if people still try to get in, use jump-out kids to physically stop them. Maybe that's how it works. Thanks, Mabel. Let's start by making the traffic cones. Yes, I'll help. There's even a picture in the catalog, so I think we can make them quickly. Traffic cone, compact, /for household use. Have you ever had a family member accidentally walk into your work area while you're in the middle of a DIY project? Or found someone parking in the space you've rented? Use this traffic cone to clearly show the area is off limits and prevent such incidents. Our traffic cones are stable, durable, and long-lasting. They clearly indicate no entry, keeping intruders at bay. With our proprietary paint, they stand out even from a distance. The bright red color will alert everyone in the area. Available now as a 3-piece set at a special price. Don't miss this opportunity. What do you think DIY means? A type of magic in the hero world, perhaps? The D is definitely destroy, though. So, I might be Inferno, destruction, flames, and 4Y, Maybe yard, as in a fenced-off area? That's about the only related word used in spells or sword techniques. So it could be an advanced version of the hero's large-scale fire spell, Flame Yard. Envelop my garden in flames? Destroy Inferno Yard, the garden of hellish flames, maybe. But have you ever heard of a spell like that? No idea, but I'm sure it's destructive. In that case, it makes sense that you wouldn't want anyone near it. We both nodded in agreement. So, about the parking lot. Is this the place to park vehicles from the hero world? Does it mean there are people who steal the spots that heroes use? I can't believe it. Even in that world, there are land disputes, huh? If this is an item to prevent that, then I guess the heroes want to avoid pointless conflicts. If heroes fight each other, it would cause serious damage. In that case, this traffic cone is probably meant to intimidate enemies. As expected, this should be considered a stationary, always active security buzzer. It doesn't have the power of a security buzzer, but it lasts a long time and permanently prevents enemy intrusion. That's the effect of this magic item. It might not be able to stop a hero, but it serves as a warning. If you step in any further, it will lead to an all-out conflict. This item draws that final line. Then maybe the cone bar is an item that enhances that effect. If so, maybe they can be created together. All right, the concept is ready. Let's make them. Yes, Thor-sama. The shapes of the traffic cone and the cone bar are simple. Structurally, just think of them as stationary security buzzers. They should alert, intimidate, and scare off anyone approaching. First, embed a light magic stone to create a huge presence. Then use the earth magic stone and earth attribute to increase strength. The earth attribute originally means stability, immovability, and weightiness, because the ground supports your feet and is something that does not move. If you add plenty of earth attribute, the traffic cone and cone bar will become immovable as if their roots have grown into the ground. It should also give them a heavy presence. I hope this will be enough to stop a cavalry charge. It's cool, right? Traffic cones and cone bars that stop heavily armored cavalry corps. To stop cavalry, you need to deal with the horses somehow. That's right. Let's give the cone bar the ability to produce sound with the wind magic stone to intimidate enemies. If it makes a loud noise like a policeman, the horses will be startled and stop moving. Okay, this should work. Use metal as the material and shape them properly. Execute. Creation Alchemy over. Clang. 2 traffic cones and a cone bar appeared on the workbench. Traffic cone and cone bar. Attributes. Light, light. Wind, wind. Earth, earth, earth. Rarity. By inserting human hair or magical beast fur inside the traffic cone, it reacts to the magical power of the same species. When a similar species approaches, it intimidates and repels them. The light magic stone creates a presence in the surroundings. The wind magic stone spreads the presence around. The earth magic stone adds weightiness to the presence and grants immovable stability. An item to prevent demi-humans, demons, or humans from entering dangerous areas. When it senses magic power, it generates the presence and aura of something hostile. With a warning color that appeals to the instincts of living beings, it prevents people from approaching. It has longer duration than a security buzzer, but less power. It doesn't work on gigantic magical beasts like the magical beast Gargalasa, but it's strong enough to repel humans and normally sized magical beasts. Requires light magic stone, wind magic stone, and earth magic stone. Replace once every 3 months. Physical destruction resistance. Cannot be destroyed without weapons enhanced by magic. Physical movement resistance. Once activated, it becomes highly stable and cannot be moved even if pulled by a horse. Durability, 1 year. Let's test it first. Watch carefully, Mabel. I pulled a single hair from myself and put it inside the traffic cone. Then I infused it with magic power to activate it. Whoosh! Cold air was created around it. Transparent, a tense, slightly sharp, and murderous air. And then, voo! A huge sound erupted from the rapidly vibrating cone bar. Do not come any closer. You are within my range. A murderous aura appeared floating behind the traffic cone. This is scary even knowing what it is. Thor-sama. Suddenly, Mabel grabbed my shoulder and pulled me close, turning my back toward the traffic cone. As something terrifying is here. Please hide. I will protect you, Thor-sama. See, calm down, Mabel. I understand. I know it's the effect of the traffic cone. But, it's okay. Calm down. I patted Mabel on the shoulder to reassure her. Then I took out a switch like one from a security buzzer and handed it to her. This is the deactivation switch for the traffic cone. Those who carry this won't trigger the traffic cone. Also, when someone holding it approaches, the traffic cone's stabilization ability turns off, and it can be moved. Why yes. Mabel, while holding this, try lifting the traffic cone and take out my hair from inside. Understood. Shaking, Mabel approached the traffic cone. She lifted it up and took my hair out from inside. Fianin. The trembling of the traffic cone and cone bar stopped. All right. Yeah. The experiment with the traffic cone and cone bar was a success. What an incredible item. If we put human hair into this, I think we can maintain security even if the trading post expands. We should be able to reduce the number of guards as well. But Thor-sama. Yeah. If we install this, won't everyone be scared and stop coming to the trading post? It would be better to just set them up in restricted areas, right? And then, like a beware of fierce dogs sign, we could put up a sign saying beware of fierce traffic cone. So I think no one will come near. So, it's a warning that there's something scary beyond this point. That's right. People will understand that places with the traffic cone are dangerous and places without it are safe. Understood. That puts me at ease. All right. With that, the traffic cone and cone bar were complete. Next is the Jump Out Kid, but since it's not listed in the mail order catalog, I have no choice but to make it based on my intuition. I understand its function. Jump out and physically stop people or vehicles. That's all. This is something I'll have to create through trial and error. What a pain. No, making it based on intuition is really tough. Oh well, it's a hassle, but I already told Princess Sophia I'd make it. Yeah, I have no choice but to do it. Well then, I'll continue researching a little longer. Mabel, you go rest first. It's already late, isn't it? You should rest. Just a little longer. I'll rest once I have a lead on developing the Jump Out Kid. Understood. Mabel smiled brightly. Then, please have some tea first. Staying hydrated is important. Yeah, got it. Come to the kitchen. I'll prepare it right away. All right, huh? Mabel, why did you put the traffic cone and cone bar at the entrance of the workroom the moment I entered the kitchen? Why are you setting my hair? If you do that, I won't be able to enter the workroom? Thor-sama, you worked hard today. Placing her hand over her chest on her maid outfit, Mabel stared intently at me. Since you have work tomorrow, you have to rest. Just one more hour. Even 30 minutes is fine. Geez, Thor-sama. At least one more turn. I'll rest after one turn's action. Turn is a mysterious unit from the hero world, isn't it? According to theory, it's interpreted as until the end of an action. Thor-sama. Mabel put her hands on her hips and huffed. Then, from the pocket of her maid outfit, she pulled out a piece of parchment. Actually, I received a strict order from Her Majesty the Demon Lord to make sure Thor-sama takes proper rest. I've also received several proposals on how to do that. You and Rookie were planning something like that? Why yes. If Thor-sama absolutely won't stop researching. If he won't stop, I, Mabel Refrain, should stand behind Thor-sama in a swimsuit or underwear and silently watch his research. That's quite an idea. No, you don't have to put yourself on the line that much. Besides, if you did that, I wouldn't be able to focus on my work. Because I definitely want to see Mabel in a swimsuit or underwear. If I think about what's more important, alchemy work or that, it's a tough choice. But if Mabel is standing behind me like that, there's no way I can work. They really go all out. Both Rookie and Mabel. All right. I surrendered. I'll end today's work here. Let's drink some tea and go to sleep. Yes. The date will change soon anyway. No wonder I'm sleepy yawn. Ah, no good. As soon as I sat in the chair, overwhelming sleepiness rushed over me. My body must have been tired. As expected of Mabel. She really knows me well. Also, as a method to get Thor-sama to sleep. Mabel whispered softly, but I barely heard her. My consciousness was fading, and all I could do was nod. I was allowed to sleep next to you in this form. Is that all right? That's fine. And so, feeling Mabel's body warmth, I drifted off to sleep. Thor-Kanen-sama. It's Ugnis. 2 days after I created the traffic cones and cone bars, Ugnis came to visit my house. She seemed to be in a bit of a panic. Has the trading post deal been settled? And no, it's related to that, but it's about personnel. Personnel? Yes. My father was reconsidering the deployment of soldiers for the expansion of the trading post. But just then, a magical beast appeared near the mines. No way. A new type of magical beast? No, it's a common one, called a cave dark bear. A bear that lives in caves, huh? If I remember right, It has long claws and a high attack power. On top of that, it's fast and a troublesome magical beast. In the cave within the mining area, it was discovered that a cave dark bear was hiding, and then the soldiers working on the mine development were attacked. So that means you need more personnel for countermeasures? Exactly. The cave has multiple entrances and exits, and the inside is spacious and complexly connected. Those beasts come and go as they please and attack the soldiers while they're camping. So we absolutely have to increase the number of guards. Which means you can't spare personnel for the trading post. Yes. I see. All right then, Mabel. Understood. Mabel and I stood up. We returned to the workshop to prepare those things. Thurkanen-sama, Mabel. What is it? Is something wrong, Agni-sama? That triangular thing and the sign shaped like a child? Could they possibly be? Let's talk later. First, let's test it out. Our voices matched in perfect unison. For now, let's explain it to General Rizenga. If this works, we might be able to solve both the magical beast problem in the caves and the trading post issue. Chapter 138. Just another ice sky lover. A few days later, in the mining region of the Rizenga territory, growling, deep inside a cave, the magical beast cave dark bear awoke. Its internal clock indicated that it was night. Time to be active. The beast crawled out from between the rocks and began moving toward the cave entrance. This was a cave located within the mountains of the mining region. There were countless similar caves nearby. They were connected in a complex web like blood vessels, making it impossible to grasp the full layout from the outside. Only creatures that lived in the caves could understand their internal structure. Cave Dark Bear was one such creature. This magical beast made its nest in cave-like places that humans and demi-humans couldn't pass through. At night, it would go outside to hunt prey. Its nest had multiple exits, allowing it to escape from any direction. Because of this, it was a difficult magical beast to subjugate. Gisha Gagaga. Seeking food, Cave Dark Bear crawled deeper into the cave. Its body length was just under 1 meter. It had black fur and long claws. Though small in size, it was strong. Its claws could crush rocks and damage armor. It moved quickly, silently sneaking up on its prey from behind to attack. Now, Cave Dark Bear was heading toward a demi-human camp. There was plenty of food there. If the demi-humans got in the way, it could just attack and devour them. After all, this rocky mountain was Cave Dark Bear's territory. Gagaga. Cave Dark Bear suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, there had been intruders in the cave earlier that day. A spider about the same size as itself and a mysterious sphere. As if they knew exactly where it was, they had ventured deep into the cave. When startled, they had quickly fled. What on earth were they? Hey, Gagaga. Soon, the cave exit came into view. Delighted by the sight of the outside, Cave Dark Bear forgot about the intruders. The blue-black night sky and the starlight entered its vision. Now it was time to hunt. It would attack the demi-humans and steal plenty of food. Byakuo. Suddenly, Cave Dark Bear stopped in its tracks and stared ahead. Its body began to tremble slightly, overtaken by an instinctual fear. There was something at the cave entrance. A demi-human soldier. No, something far more dangerous. Upon closer inspection, something strange was at the cave entrance. A triangular object. Like upward-facing fangs, it was placed at the entrance. Red in color. There were 2 of them. 2 long rods connected the triangles. It looked as if the cave entrance had become the gaping maw of a giant magical beast. Grr. This cave was entirely within Cave Dark Bear's territory. Having its exit blocked was a matter of life and death. If there was an enemy, it had to fight and eliminate it. With that in mind, Cave Dark Bear took a step forward, and at that moment, Vuyu! A massive roar echoed through the cave. Hee! In an instant, Cave Dark Bear realized it was defeated. It couldn't win. The presence was overwhelming. The triangles and rods emitted an incredibly vicious and deadly aura. It wasn't a demi-human, demon, human, or even a magical beast. It was something that invoked a more primal terror, and it was waiting at the cave exit, targeting Cave Dark Bear. Don't come any closer. You are already within my striking range. Hee! Hearing that voice, Cave Dark Bear swiftly turned around and ran. It couldn't even think about fighting. All it could do was escape. All it wanted was to get away. It was fine. There were other exits. This mountain was filled with countless caves, all connected like veins. It would never use that exit again. Next time it went hunting, it would use a different one. Look, the outside was already visible. The same blue-black sky and countless stars. There would be no problem leaving from this exit. It could forget about that terrifying thing and attack the demi-humans. Voyou. Or so it thought, but the creature was at this exit too. Don't come any closer. You are already within my strike. Jai-ah-ah-wea. Once again, Cave Dark Bear fled. The worst case. This exit was also covered. Only 5 exits remained in its territory. Cave Dark Bear headed for them. But, don't come any closer. You, don't come any close. I'll eat you. Gureea. Hi-i-e. Jaiawa. Cave Dark Bear was in a state of panic. Of the 7 exits, 6 were occupied by that terrible something. Only one escape route remained. If that presence was there too, there was no choice but to fight. Even though it was a magical beast, it could not live inside the cave alone. There wasn't enough food. There wasn't enough water. If it couldn't get outside, it would die. The last exit was near the mountain summit. Since it was on top of a cliff, it should be hard to find. That terrible something might not notice it either. Gwaha. Haha. Gaga gaga. And then, Cave Dark Bear let out a shout of joy. That last exit did not have that creature. No triangular object, no long stick. Safe. Thinking so, Cave Dark Bear sprinted full speed toward the exit. Now, let's begin the hunt. Let's catch plenty of prey, so that for a while, it wouldn't need to leave the cave. Thinking this, the moment Cave Dark Bear burst out of the cave, thud, something slammed into Cave Dark Bear's torso. The impact sent its body flying into the air. It was blown away. It crashed into the rocky wall. Gaha. Coughing up blood, what Cave Dark Bear saw was a human child smiling under the moonlight. Moreover, strangely flat. It had seemed huge perhaps because it was night, or maybe because of fear. In any case, Cave Dark Bear no longer understood. The damage from the collision had dealt a fatal blow to the magical beast. Gee, it had underestimated the demi-humans. They must have summoned that terrible something blocking the cave entrance, and a childlike something that crashed at high speed. It should never have picked a fight. Thinking this, Cave Dark Bear breathed its last. A few days later, at the Demon Lord's castle, the Cave Dark Bear that appeared in the mining district has all been exterminated. This was the throne room of the Demon Lord's castle. Chancellor Kelv held a letter and was reporting to Demon Lord Rookie. The incident began when the magical beast, Cave Dark Bear, appeared in the mining district. It is a nocturnal magical beast, and it was disturbing sleeping soldiers and raiding stored food supplies. Therefore, it was decided to exterminate it, but to that, Thor also lent his cooperation. Yes, the items used were the traffic cone bar, and jump-out kid. Chancellor Kelv said with a stern expression. Demon Lord Rookie nodded and said, the traffic cone and bar are stationary security buzzers, right? I've heard they have the effect of intimidating humans, demi-humans, demon tribes, and magical beasts. And the jump-out kid that is truly a mysterious item. We do not understand why it takes the form of a child. In the hero world's items, there must be some meaning. Yes, and the effect of the jump-out kid is beyond doubt. In this operation, it defeated 12 Cave Dark Bear beasts. Chancellor Kelv's voice trembled. Cave Dark Bear is a difficult magical beast to fight. It moves fast and is hard to catch. When sensing danger, it immediately flees into caves or narrow gaps. When it has no escape, it becomes ferocious and forces soldiers to bleed with its long claws. Extermination takes time. To do all that in one night, and to exterminate the entire pack, was utterly unexpected. Rookie had never imagined the Jump-Out Kid had such power. Jump-Out Kid. Attributes. Earth, Earth, Earth. Wind, Wind, Wind. Rarity. Powered by strong Earth attributes and Earth magic stones, it has weight and stability. Powered by strong Wind attributes and Wind magic stones, it moves as if literally flying. An item designed to keep demi-humans, demon tribes, and humans away from dangerous areas. It has the ability to charge toward detected targets when sensing magical power. Made of metal, its weight increases during collision due to Earth attributes and Earth magic stones, delivering a tremendous impact. Its appearance is that of a lively child signboard. The base has legs similar to the cleaning robot, spider type, allowing it to traverse any terrain. Upon detecting an enemy, the child-shaped signboard portion slides forward to attack. Its range is only a few meters, but its power is enormous. Physical destruction resistance. Durability. 1 year. However, the signboard portion that rams enemies degrades quickly. User support for the base part lasts 3 years. It seems the Jump-Out Kid was installed at the cave's exit. Then, When a magical beast approached, it literally sprang forward, delivering a tremendous body slam. The impact of the collision dealt great damage to the magical beasts. Some were smashed against rocks or rolled off cliffs. It is a powerful item. The soldiers of Rizenga territory were reportedly surprised as well. Chancellor Kelv continued the report with a pale face. I understand their feelings. By morning, there were a large number of cave dark bear corpses scattered below the cliff. It's hard to find words to express it. Indeed, an item that automatically ambushes magical beasts is unexpected. The Demon Lord Rookie nodded while still wearing her mask. Specifically, what kind of strategy was carried out? The details are as follows. 1. Using the cleaning robot to collect the beast's skin and fur. 2. Using the cleaning robot to search for caves that serve as the beast's pathways. 3. Placing traffic cones and cone bars at the cave exits where the beasts pass through to block their passage. 4. However, at one spot only, instead of traffic cones and cone bars, a jump-out kid was placed. 5. After that, the area was left unattended for several days. When this was executed, they were able to subjugate 12 of them overnight, an entire pack of cave dark bears. I see. It's exactly like a textbook siege operation, blocking the castle's entrances and exits, limiting the enemy's retreat to a single point, then placing ambush troops there to strike soldiers rushing out of the castle. Most likely, the strategy itself was devised by General Rizenga. That strategy was realized thanks to Thor's items, wasn't it? Silence fell over the throne room. Demon Lord Rookie folded her arms and nodded repeatedly. She was deeply pondering the contents of the report. Cleaning robot, traffic cone, cone bar, jump out kid. These were words neither Rookie nor Kelv had known just a few months ago. And yet, somehow, with those items, they have come to be able to conquer monster nests. She thought this was proof that the Demon Lord's territory was continuing to develop and evolve. Someday, Thor's items would become commonplace, and the Demon Lord's domain might become a much more comfortable and livable place. It is my duty to move the country towards that future. Rookie clenched her fists on her lap. She renewed her resolve as a ruler, then said, in any case, it was fortunate that the subjugation proceeded smoothly. Normally, just finding the cave that the monsters use would take several days. Afterwards, soldiers would be stationed at the cave entrance. Considering the possibility that the beasts might move during the day, there would be 3 shifts. This would require a large number of personnel, yet even then, monsters could escape. If the cave dark bears made a nest elsewhere, the investigation would have to start over. Yet, with the cleaning robot, traffic cone, and cone bar, including the time for placement, they managed the subjugation in just a few days. We must commend Thor and Rizenga. I will send a letter asking what sort of reward they desire. Your Majesty. When she noticed, Chancellor Kelv was looking at Rookie with a serious expression. Seeing this, Rookie tilted her head. What is it, Kelv? I see tremendous potential in the traffic cones and cone bars. Then, please tell me. Excuse me. Chancellor Kelv straightened his chest and took a deep breath. Then, the traffic cones and cone bars can be used as siege weapons. If you block the enemy's castle gates with traffic cones and cone bars, the enemy cannot sortie. Their movements can be restrained until those barriers are destroyed. Additionally, it's possible to cut off connections between castles. They can be used tactically. Indeed. Furthermore, the Demon Lord's territory is currently developing new land. There are places nearby where monsters appear. In such cases, first, using the cleaning robot to collect monster fur and skin, then surrounding the development camp with traffic cones and cone bars embedded with those materials can prevent monster attacks. There will be no need to post lookouts. Imagine how much development could progress. Kelv, you don't have to get so excited. If used on ranches, they can prevent livestock from escaping. They can also keep away pest birds and insects that damage crops. Placing traffic cones designed for horses in front of cavalry can cause charging riders to fall. And then. All right, calm down, Kelv. Demon Lord Rookie waved her hand in a calm-down gesture. Chancellor Kelv pulled his head away from a shaking pillar and said, if these items are combined with the water summoner that Thor made last time, the living standards of the Demon Lord's territory will greatly evolve. That's no surprise. Since Thor arrived, the Demon Lord's territory has been steadily evolving. I understand, but it's happening so fast. I always feel like my capabilities as Chancellor are being tested under enormous pressure. Indeed, The flow of time has sped up. Saying this, Demon Lord Rookie looked at the parchment in her hands. What she held was a proposal from Princess Sophia regarding the expansion of the trading post. It's not just about magic items. Relations with other countries are also changing. The current active exchange with the human world is unprecedented in the history of the Demon Lord's territory. You mean the proposal from Princess Sophia? What do you think about expanding the trading post, Kelv? I agree. There is no longer any reason to oppose it. Demon Lord Rookie gave a wry smile, and with traffic cones and cone bars, you can control the flow of people. And with the jump-out kid, you can stop bad guys in their tracks. If you equip the guards with security buzzers, things will be even safer. Expanding the trading post brings economic benefits. However, the issue had always been the need for a large number of personnel to maintain security. Now that this has been resolved, there are only advantages for the Demon Lord's domain. Indeed, in relation to that, I, Chancellor Kelv, have a proposal. Suddenly, Chancellor Kelv dropped to one knee. With a serious expression, he continued, "How about we take this opportunity to establish an outpost of the Demon Lord's domain beyond the border?" What did you say? I would like to create an agency within the trading post responsible for diplomacy on behalf of the Demon Lord's domain. And if Princess Sophia so wishes, I also think we should establish a branch office of Nosa Town within our territory. For the sake of friendship between the two nations? Yes, setting aside the empire, I believe we can form a friendship with the Grand Duchy. It was a good plan. Originally, the establishment of the trading post was a temporary measure. It was based on tacit approval, and if complaints came from the empire, they would have no choice but to withdraw. However, the area near the border had become territory of the Grand Duchy. Princess Sophia, who governs that land, desires the expansion of the trading post in exchange with the Demon Lord's domain. In that case, it should be possible to create an outpost of the Demon Lord's domain within the trading post. That would facilitate smoother interactions between the Grand Duchy and the Demon Lord's domain. It would also make it easier to gather information from the Empire. Even if they refuse, it's fine. It would simply mean it was too soon. If interactions continue to deepen through the trading post's expansion, the opportunity will surely come again. Yes, a fine idea. Demon Lord Rookie nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Let's proceed with negotiations with Princess Sophia. Please do, Your Majesty. But it is surprising, isn't it? First, the expansion of the trading post, and now the establishment of an outpost. Rookie muttered vaguely as she gazed out the window. To think the Demon Lord's domain would develop so rapidly. When I first ascended the throne, I never imagined such things. It's all thanks to Thor-sama, and Your Majesty who employed him. That said, I do wish Thor-sama would slow down the pace of his alchemy, just a little. Chancellor Kelv scratched his head vigorously. Come to think of it, I heard the next meeting will be held at the trading post. Will they use the hidden room, perhaps? Demon Lord Rookie crossed her arms instinctively. Of course, she had received a message from Thor. The next meeting with Princess Sophia would be held in the fizzy bath at the trading post. It made perfect sense, as they would be discussing confidential matters. And since the negotiation concerned the trading post, the location was suitable. Rookie understood this. Logically, it made sense. But still, that location should be secure. The Empire won't be able to eavesdrop. Even regarding the outpost, only Princess Sophia will hear about it. This part can be left to Thor-sama. If Thor, Mabel, and Princess Sophia conduct the meeting together. Kelv, yes, Your Majesty? Tell Thor to have Agnes present at the meeting as well. Why yes, but usually it's just Mabel. Mabel is an important person too, and she's let her guard down since becoming Thor's fiancée. No, in any case, Agnes should be present. Diplomacy will involve her more from now on. It will also serve as training. You understood. Thus, the Demon Lord's domain decided to expand the trading post. At the same time, a plan was set in motion to establish a diplomatic outpost south of the border. Agnes was appointed as the negotiator, with Thor and Mabel assigned to support her. Meanwhile, in Nosa Town, Dorothy-sama. Yes, Your Highness? Your work is done for today, yes? Would you stay and chat with me for a bit? This was Princess Sophia's residence in Nosa Town. Evening, the time when the day's work had ended. Sophia had invited Dorothy, who had come to report, into her room. While Dorothy hesitated, Sophia brewed tea for two and sat down. It was as if she had timed it perfectly for Dorothy's arrival. I can't outmatch you, Princess Sophia. Dorothy murmured with a resigned smile and took the seat opposite Sophia. Karen-sama said it as well. That Princess Sophia is an irreplaceable asset. Regardless of your health, the Empire should have treated you with far more care. It is an honor to hear such words from the Archduke. I feel the same way. I believe Princess Sophia is truly an exceptional person. I have simply been blessed with good people. Being able to attract such people is also part of your talent, Your Highness. On that note, I have a request. A request? Yes. If you have time, may I draw your portrait? Dorothy said this with sparkling eyes. It's just a small hobby of mine, but drawing portraits of distinguished individuals is my greatest joy. Of course, I'm not asking you right away. I'd like to first be of greater service to Your Highness to produce results, and then, once I've done that, I'll ask again properly. I don't mind. If I have time, I'll gladly accompany you anytime. Sophia nodded, and then, as if something occurred to her, Dorothy-sama, by any chance, have you also drawn the Archduke's portrait? Yes. I pestered him as a child, and he kindly let me draw him. What about a portrait of Thor Kanan-sama? And no, not yet. I'd like to wait until I've proven myself to be of use to everyone. Dorothy lowered her gaze in embarrassment. For someone like me to ask a distinguished person, I must achieve some results first. You shouldn't belittle yourself so much. You are already doing an admirable job, truly. Suddenly, Sophia looked straight at Dorothy. With a strong gaze, but still wearing a gentle expression, she said, "And I've heard from Archduke Karen about what you're struggling with. About why you always wear gloves in front of others. And that because of it, you think of yourself as third-rate." Dorothy's eyes widened. Instinctively, she pulled the hand holding her cup back and hid it under the table. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to hide it. It's just that it hasn't interfered with my duties as Your Highness's guard, so I didn't bring it up. I'm not accusing you. I just wanted to say that if you're troubled, I could speak to Thor Kanan-sama about it on your behalf." "Absolutely not. I could never trouble you with something so personal." "Is that so? Why, yes. Besides, I have nothing to offer the alchemist in return. In that case, I, Sophia, will pay the cost on your behalf." With a dreamy expression, Princess Sophia placed a hand on her chest as she said that. Thump, thump, her heart was beating fast. Blushing faintly, she continued, "For the sake of someone important to me, I'll offer what I can to Thor Kanan-sama as compensation. I can't possibly let you go that far for me. You don't need to worry. In fact, this might be a good opportunity. One day, I'll give everything I have." "No, that's a different matter. I don't fully understand, but Your Highness's proposal is far too generous for someone like me." With a loud thunk, Dorothy lowered her head so quickly it was as if she had struck the table with her forehead. "Of course, I deeply appreciate Your Highness's feelings, but I cannot let you go that far for me. That's a pity. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, I am grateful. I hereby renew my vow of unwavering loyalty to Your Highness." "Is that so? Then, may I ask one favor? Please, anything at all. The next time I meet with Thor Kanan-sama, I'd like you to be there with me." After a moment of thought, Sophia said, "And I'd like whatever you hear there to remain a secret between the two of us. May I ask this of you, Dorothy Liston-sama?" Chapter 139. Just Another Ice Sky Lover. This time, it's a bit of an unusual story. It seems that Thor found a paper related to hypnosis in the Demon Lord's castle. I found an ancient document about hypnosis from the hero world. May I conduct an experiment? One afternoon, I asked Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv while in the throne room. "Thor, what is this hypnosis?" "It seems to be a technique that influences a person's mind to draw out hidden abilities." "How intriguing. Here is the ancient document and a translated copy." I handed Rookie 2 sheets of paper. One was the ancient document I found in the storage room titled, "Let's Awaken Latent Abilities Through Hypnosis." The other was a translation of it into the language of this world. Due to poor preservation, parts of the text were missing here and there, but I think the meaning is mostly understandable. Hypnosis, is it something like casting a suggestion on someone? The translation says, by entering a hypnotic state, you can speak to the deeper self and awaken hidden abilities. Rookie and Chancellor Kelf said, perhaps the heroes from the other world were strong because they awakened their latent abilities through this hypnosis. It may be worth experimenting. I think so too. The only issue is who will be the test subject. I understand. I'll be the test subject. I raised my hand. Since I went through the trouble of finding the ancient document, I'd like to at least try the experiment. It would be a waste to just shelve it away. That cannot be permitted. Chancellor Kelf shook his head. Making Thor-sama the test subject is out of the question. If you fall under the effects of hypnosis, who will cancel the spell? The document includes the cancellation method. I believe it should be fine if we follow the instructions. The section on how to cancel the hypnosis is fully intact in the document. That's why I thought it could be used. If we know how to cancel it, we should be able to use it safely. But Chancellor Kelf said, Thor-sama is the most knowledgeable about the hero world in the Demon Lord's domain. To safely cancel the hypnosis, it's best not to use you as the subject. Then, I'll be the test subject. The next to raise her hand was Mabel. If I can be of help to Thor-sama, I would gladly do so. Wouldn't it be difficult to confirm the effects if it's Mabel? Is that so? Mabel is Thor-sama's loyal subordinate. She might pretend to be hypnotized just to please him. Kelf said, but that's a bit too paranoid, don't you think? Huh? Mabel is averting her gaze. And why is her face turning red? What were you planning to do by pretending to be hypnotized? Then how about asking Ugnis? It was Rookie who spoke next. I believe Ugnis would gladly accept the role. I understand that. However, if Ugnis-sama awakens her latent powers, controlling her might become difficult. She already possesses great strength. For safety reasons, we should avoid using someone with strong combat abilities. Then, who would be suitable? Well, Chancellor Kelf thought for a moment, then said, the first condition is that the person should not be too close to Thor-sama. They should hold a position equal to or higher than him. Ideally, someone who can speak sternly to him. And to minimize risk, even if latent abilities are awakened, we should choose a civil officer. Someone with strong rationality is also essential. I see. Demon Lord Rookie looked at Chancellor Kelf. Mabel and I also turned our eyes to him. Even the guards stationed near the entrance looked at him. So that's it, Kelf. You intended this from the start. Thank you very much, Chancellor. Oh, Chancellor, how kind of you. We Minotaurs also respect the Chancellor. A truly admirable person, Kelf-sama. A warm atmosphere filled the throne room. Someone not too close to me, with a higher status. Someone who can be strict with me. A civil official with strong rationality. There's only one person who fits all those conditions. Your Majesty. Thor-sama. Mabel-sama. Why are you all looking at me with such gentle eyes? Even the guards, Someone who matches the conditions I just listed? And thus, Chancellor Kelv ended up volunteering as the hypnosis test subject. Now then, please stare closely at this disc tied to the string. A few hours had passed since the conversation in the throne room. Kelv and I had begun experimenting with hypnosis. The location was a small room in the Demon Lord's castle. Kelv and I sat across from each other with a desk between us. There was a small window in the wall, and through it, Demon Lord Rookie and Mabel were peeking in. I'm going to sway this disc, about the size of a coin, left and right. Then I say, something like this. You are getting sleepy. When you awaken, you will have awakened a great power. Huh. Kelv let out a sigh of exasperation. I couldn't blame him. I'm not a native of the hero's world, so I don't have the hypnosis skill. It's only natural he'd be exasperated seeing someone like me trying to mimic their world's techniques. So, I spent some time swaying the disc in front of Kelv, but then, unfortunately, it seems I'm immune. A few minutes later, Kelv spoke as if giving up. I agreed. Even though I'd been swinging the disc for a while, Kelv's eyes remained sharp. He didn't look sleepy at all. It appeared the hypnosis hadn't worked. I'm sorry, Chancellor. It's my lack of skill. This is not your fault, Thor-sama. Is that so? Actually, this experiment was only Phase 1. Phase 1, yes. In preparation for this experiment, I drank a lot of strong tea to stay alert, bit into an extremely spicy karakirihirahiri fruit, poured cold water over myself in the large bath, and struck my body with furara grass, which has a refreshing, tingling effect. Sorry, what? That's probably why I couldn't get sleepy. In fact, my mind feels sharper than ever, like I can do anything. Right now, I feel like I could take down a magical beast with my bare hands. But Chancellor, why would you go that far? I decided to begin by building resistance to hypnosis. Kelp began to explain. Since hypnosis is a new technique, we should first focus on discovering how to defend against it. If we know how to resist it, we can minimize damage in case the technique spreads. It's better to experience the effects of hypnosis only after that. That's what Kelp told me. I am the chief of the civil officials, after all. When new technology is discovered, I can't help but think of how to control it first. You're amazing, Chancellor. So that's why he drank tons of strong tea, bit into spicy nuts, poured cold water over himself, and struck himself with refreshing grass. Kelv is incredible. He's literally putting his body on the line for the safety of the Demon Lord's domain. With all that, no wonder hypnosis didn't work. His eyes are wide open and his speech is so energetic it's almost manic. I'm humbled. You truly are remarkable, Chancellor. You flatter me. It's a bit embarrassing, actually. Kelv scratched his head, looking bashful. I'm always being surprised by you, Thor-sama. I just wanted to surprise you for once. So, if this was Phase 1, does that mean there's a Phase 2? Of course. Once the effects of the tea, Kara-Kara-Hirahiri fruit, cold water, and Furara grass wear off, I'd like you to try the hypnosis again. We should be able to compare the results. Understood. I'll give it another shot when the time comes. Then, I'll return to my work. With that, Chancellor Kelv stood from his seat. He really is an amazing person. When a new technology is discovered, the first step he takes is figuring out how to resist it. Thanks to people like him, I can work on developing magic tools with peace of mind. I need to follow his example. As I thought that, I watched the Chancellor's back as he left the room. After that, Chancellor Kelv, I've come to inspect. How's the progress on this month's financial reports? After parting ways with Thor, Kelv visited the administrative office in the castle. We're already past the middle of the month, so I came to check on the current status. Chancellor, please have a look at the progress here. It seems you're behind schedule compared to usual. Hand half of this over to me. I'll take care of it. Surely not. We couldn't possibly trouble you with such tasks. I am the chief civil official. Supporting my subordinates is part of my duty. Besides, a workload of this size is nothing to someone who has awakened their latent abilities. Chancellor, did I just say something? Yes. Well, no matter. Hand over the rest of the documents. I'll take care of everything. Oh, surveying the land, are you? Next, Kelv came to the cultivation area near the castle. I see. So you're going to develop the fields with the water summoner, right? Yes, Your Excellency the Chancellor. We are investigating land that can be used for fields and paddies. I'll help. Tage, that's not something the Chancellor should be doing. Don't worry about it. I am the head of the civil officials. Matters related to land are, potentially, a civil official's job, and where one should demonstrate their abilities. Your Excellency the Chancellor? Did I say something just now? You mentioned potentially and civil officials' abilities. That must be your imagination. I'm not under hypnosis. Since I'm not hypnotized, I wouldn't be saying anything about latent abilities. Therefore, this is my own will. Now then, let's get to work. Understood. Your Excellency the Chancellor. Oh, are you washing vegetables? Before I noticed, Chancellor Kelv was in the castle's kitchen. Thank you all for your hard work. Your Excellency the Chancellor? Why are you in the kitchen? You're washing vegetables, huh? I'll help. Please hand me the pile of vegetables over there. Your Excellency the Chancellor? I, who have awakened my latent abilities, am doing something wrong. You seem a bit unsteady. I'm fine. I'm not tired. I have awakened my latent abilities. No, this has nothing to do with hypnosis. I consumed something that completely woke me up. Since I am not hypnotized, this is my own will. Scrub, scrub, splash, splash. Scrub, 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 splash, 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 splash. Someone come. Stop the Chancellor. A few minutes later, in a small room in the castle. Look at this disc. When I clap my hands, hypnosis will be undone. Here. Clap, 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 clap. When I clapped, Chancellor Kelv's eyes opened wide. He looked like someone waking up from a long dream. What was I doing? Why am I so exhausted? Why are my clothes covered in mud? The Chancellor was under hypnosis. Thor? That's quite a funny joke. Ha ha. Kelv laughed. Then he looked around left and right and noticed the civil officials, the cultivation team, and the kitchen staff present. Oh, Your Excellency the Chancellor. You've finally returned to yourself. I've never seen anyone wash vegetables with such a fierce look. Chancellor Kelv looked surprised and glanced around. Then we told him what had happened after the hypnosis experiment. As a result, in the name of Demon Lord Rookie, hypnosis is hereby banned in the Demon Lord's territory. The Hypnosis Prohibition Order was issued in the Demon Lord's territory. Spells that one cannot realize they are affected by are too dangerous. The papers on hypnosis and the translation Thor made will be sealed. Understood. Yes, Rookie-sama. Sorry about that. Even though you translated it. No, it's fine. In any case, it seems hypnosis requires special conditions to work. After that, the dissatisfied Chancellor Kelv asked me again to hypnotize him. But it didn't work. The hypnosis didn't take it all. Later, at Mabel's request, we tried it on her too, but the result was the same. It seems hypnosis requires certain conditions. This old document had many parts that couldn't be read. Probably. It described necessary preparations before performing hypnosis. That part is torn and unreadable. It's difficult, huh? Yes, but what is it? Actually, I think I figured out the conditions necessary for hypnosis. Neither Kelv nor Mabel noticed. This is something I understood after analyzing various elements as an alchemist. To hypnotize someone, they need to be in a special state. I'll only tell Rookie-sama. That is, what is it? Before hypnosis, one must drink lots of strong tea, bite into the very spicy karakirihirahiri fruit, pour cold water over themselves in the large bathhouse, and then slap their body with 4-hour grass, which has a cooling effect. I see. Rookie seemed to realize it too. When Kelv was first hypnotized, he was in that special state. Kelv drank strong tea, bit into the spicy karakirihirahiri fruit, poured cold water over himself, and then slapped his body with 4-hour grass. That made him feel exhilarated, like he could defeat a magical beast barehanded. It seems hypnosis requires entering such a special mental state. If the same state can be recreated, it should be possible to hypnotize others as well. But the Chancellor seems to have forgotten the details. How strong the tea was, how many karakirihirahiri fruits he bit into, how many times he poured cold water over himself, how much he slapped his body with 4-hour grass, he doesn't remember. I see. Therefore, unfortunately, reproducing the hypnosis is impossible. That's for the best, I suppose. Yes. Uncontrollable power is dangerous. Good words. Yes. I'll write it down on parchment later and post it in my room. That will be the end of this incident. Saying that, Rookie laughed. Thus, the ancient document I discovered, Awaken Your Latent Ability with Hypnosis, was sealed deep inside the castle. By order of Demon Lord Rookie, henceforth, drinking large amounts of strong tea and biting into spicy tree fruits immediately before using the large bathhouse is prohibited. Please wait 30 minutes after pouring cold water over yourself or slapping your body with grass with a cooling effect. Such a notice was posted in the large bathhouse of the Demon Lord's territory. Chapter 140. Just Another Ice Sky Lover. Several days later, from Thor's point of view. After that, Demon Lord Rookie sent a letter to Princess Sophia. The contents were about expanding the trading post and establishing a branch office of the Demon Lord's territory there. Discussions continued via winged fairies regarding each other's proposals. Gradually, the talks came together, and once things had settled down, Rookie decided to speak with Princess Sophia through a representative. Thus, the date of the meeting was decided. Mabel, Ugmies, and I came to the trading post on the border for the meeting. I'm feeling nervous. This is an important mission entrusted to us by Her Majesty the Demon Lord, after all. It's all right. Princess Sophia has already been informed. A few days later, we were in the secret room of the trading post. Today, Princess Sophia is coming to the fizzy bath in the rest area. We're supposed to discuss the trading post there. The reason Princess Sophia designated this place for the meeting is probably to keep the discussion top secret. In this location, no one would know who she met with. The content of the conversation can remain confidential. But I get why Ugnies is nervous. It seems that Dorothy-sama will be joining Princess Sophia as well this time. Dorothy-sama's participation was at Princess Sophia's request. As the Lord of the Grand Duchy and a relative of Archduke Karen, she probably wants to share information too. Thurkanen-sama. What's wrong, Ugnies? That's not the reason I'm nervous. It's not. Why, yes. It's just, this secret room is a bit cramped. Ugnies said this with a bright red face. Now that she mentions it, this room isn't very spacious. The width is just enough for Mabel and me to stand side by side with a small gap. The depth is decent, but considering we'll be facing Princess Sophia and the others, the space we can use isn't very wide. That's why we're all pressed close together. Well, it can't be helped. That's true. It can't be helped. Mabel, Ugnies, and I nodded at each other. By the way, Ugnies, is the security of the rest area all right? It's fine. There's a Minotaur guard at the entrance. Around the area, we've set up traffic cones and cone bars. They're arranged for anti-human measures. Then it's safe. My hair is inside the traffic cones. As a result, it now intimidates the entire human race as a species. That's why no one enters the rest area with the fizzy bath without permission. Even I can't enter or leave without using the main entrance. Ugni-sama, I just had a thought. What is it, Mabel? If we want Sir Thor to rest properly, we could block the entrance to the rest area with traffic cones and cone bars. Oh, what a brilliant idea. I've been banned from doing it, so please do it in my stead, Ugni-sama. Understood. I'll try it after the meeting is over. You know I can hear you, right? Don't do anything weird, okay? Good grief. Mabel has come up with a strange use for the traffic cones and cone bars. Maybe I should adjust them so they don't affect Thorkanen. Clack. As I was thinking that, I heard the sound of the bathhouse door opening. Princess Sophia and her companion seemed to have arrived. Is anyone there? Thorkanen-sama. Ugni-sama. Mabel-sama. From the bathhouse, Princess Sophia's voice called out. Yes, we are here. Ugni's responded on our behalf. This time, she's the one relaying Rookie's message. That was the directive from Rookie. The letter said, meet with Princess Sophia in a group of 3, including Ugnis. It seems Rookie wants Ugnis, as General Rizenga's daughter, to gain various experiences. I am Sophia Dalgaria. Today, I will be visiting with Dorothy-sama. Pardon our intrusion. Princess Sophia and Dorothy-sama spoke. In contrast to Princess Sophia's calm voice, Dorothy's tone was tense. She had only just arrived in the borderlands, so it's understandable. I, Ugnis Freezed, shall convey Her Majesty the Demon Lord's words. First, we welcome Your Highness Princess Sophia Dalgaria and Dorothy Listen-sama. Ugnis offered words of welcome. So then, Your Highness, have you read the letter from Her Majesty the Demon Lord? Yes, I have confirmed that she has approved the expansion of the trading post. And on top of that, Her Majesty wishes to establish a diplomatic branch office at the trading post, correct? Yes, it is intended to promote exchange and diplomacy between our nations. What the Demon Lord's territory seeks is to place their own branch office at the trading post. There, they would resolve issues related to the post, listen to the local people and report to the Demon Lord's domain, and handle diplomatic procedures. Apparently, a civil official will be stationed there permanently. It'll probably be Urt. She's Chancellor Kelv's niece and an excellent civil servant. I, Sophia Dalgaria, have no objections to these proposals. Princess Sophia stated. However, I must consult with Commander Isaac and the Omawarison unit. I'll need to take the matter back and discuss it. Will that be all right? That's perfectly fine. Also, Her Majesty Demon Lord Rookie Everguard wishes to meet with you again, Princess Sophia. I would be glad to accept. She agreed without hesitation. Princess Sophia replied with no doubt in her voice. During our last meeting, a giant centipede attacked, cutting our talks short. I have absolutely no objection to meeting Her Majesty again and continuing our discussion. Please wait, Your Highness. Suddenly, Dorothy-sama raised her voice. I've heard that the Demon Lord possesses immense power. If we're going to meet with her, shouldn't we at least invite Karen-sama to accompany us for protection? Oh my, Dorothy-sama. I'm currently here speaking with everyone from the Demon Lord's domain with nothing but my own body, you know? That may be so, but right now, I am wearing only a bathing robe. If you'd like, I could cast it off and appear before the people of the Demon Lord's domain as I am. That way, I can prove that no harm will come to me from them. I understand. Please don't take it off. Princess Sophia's voice was full of determination, while Dorothy-sama's was flustered. Then, Dorothy-sama sighed and said, Please forgive my tactless comment. Seeing Your Highness like this makes it very clear how much you trust the people of the Demon Lord's domain. Compared to that, I can't even bring myself to take off my clothes. So Dorothy-sama is still clothed. Well, I suppose that makes sense. She is, after all, Princess Sophia's bodyguard. She can't exactly take a bath wearing just a bathing robe. That's a shame. This was one of my proudest creations, the luxurious noble's fizzy bath. You needn't worry about your clothes. I was the one who brought you to this place, Dorothy-sama. Princess Sophia spoke. Besides, the steam and mysterious light here conceal our bodies. Whether we are clothed or not, it makes no difference. Understood. Still a bath that manipulates steam and light. What incredible technology. This was made by the alchemist, was it not? So that no one would see Princess Sophia's bare skin during confidential discussions. I could sense Dorothy sighing. People who go to such lengths to be considerate to Her Highness would never intend harm to her. My earlier statement was truly misplaced. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. It's quite all right. It's only natural that people from the Empire are unfamiliar with the Demon Lord's domain. It seems Dorothy-sama is now convinced as well. Shall we go greet everyone then? Splash. The sound of Princess Sophia standing up in the bath. Sounds like she's coming this way. She prefers face-to-face conversations, after all. Excuse me. Thorkanen-sama. The hidden door opened. Princess Sophia, with wet hair, entered slowly. Naturally, Her body was concealed by steam and mysterious light. As for Dorothy Sama, she appeared to be in her maid uniform. Still, the steam and light kept her concealed, so I couldn't see clearly. Her hairstyle was the usual ponytail. Even in the bath, she wore gloves and socks. Once again, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Just after passing through the hidden door, Dorothy Sama bowed her head toward us. It caught me off guard. She hadn't even confirmed our presence after entering. Yet she bowed precisely in our direction. She must have identified our positions by our voices. Impressive, as expected from a relative of Archduke Karen. Just to be clear, I will not divulge anything said here. I am here solely for Her Highness's protection, and to have Dorothy Sama become my confidant. Princess Sophia continued Dorothy's sentence. If anything were to happen to me, for example, if I could no longer remain in the town of Nosa, I would need someone to take over my duties. Understood. Agnes nodded. If that is Your Highness's wish, then I too will treat Dorothy Sama as your confidant. Thank you. Now, let us discuss the details. Princess Sophia turned to me and said, Please convey all of this to Her Majesty, the Demon Lord. You may record it freely as well. She smiled brightly as she said that. And so, the face-to-face meeting between Princess Sophia and Agnes began. Right in front of me and Mabel, they proceeded to settle the finer details. The preferred schedule for the meeting between Demon Lord Rookie and Princess Sophia. The date to begin expansion of the trade center. The process for informing the town of Nosa and neighboring towns. The building and size of the Demon Lord's domain's branch office. The meeting between Miss Ert, who is expected to manage the branch, and the representative of the town of Nosa. The authority the Demon Lord's domain intends to grant the branch, and its limitations. Whether the Demon Lord's domain will establish a branch office within Nosa as well. Agnes continued the discussion with Princess Sophia while referring to the documents entrusted to her by Demon Lord Rookie. All of the conversation was being recorded on a voice recorder. Rookie would listen to it later and then give an official response. And that concludes Her Majesty the Demon Lord's proposals. With those words, Agnes wrapped up the discussion. While Agnes spoke, Princess Sophia nodded occasionally and posed several questions. Agnes answered them all precisely. This time, Agnes said she wanted to fulfill her role as liaison perfectly. So the three of us had practiced together. Rookie recorded her words into the voice recorder, and Agnes repeated them over and over. Thanks to that, she memorized everything perfectly. We even practiced answers to questions that Princess Sophia might ask. Agnes worked really hard. I'm glad it paid off. I understand. I accept all of the terms. After hearing everything, Princess Sophia said, As an individual, Sophia Dalgaria, I have no issues with these conditions. However, as I mentioned before, I must also speak with Captain Isaac. Once we reach an agreement, I'll provide an official response. With those words, Princess Sophia gave a deep bow. Agnes let out a sigh of relief. Mabel and I were also relieved. Now all that was left was to send Princess Sophia's response to the Demon Lord's castle. Which means, now I can speak with you privately, Thurkanen-sama. Clap. Princess Sophia clapped her hands together. Privately? The truth is, I have a personal request regarding Dorothy-sama. Why, Your Highness? This is merely a selfish wish of mine, Dorothy-sama. Princess Sophia said this while gazing at Dorothy. I cannot simply ignore the troubles of my trusted confidant. May I consult Thurkanen-sama about your worries? Your Highness. Dorothy seemed to hesitate for a moment. But then, as if steeling herself, she lifted her face and nodded. I mustn't trouble Your Highness. I shall speak for myself. With those words, Dorothy looked at me. Still wearing her maid uniform, she gave a deep bow and said, The truth is, I have received a special order from the Archduke. A special order? Is it all right for me to hear this? I don't mind. The Archduke said it was fine to share with those in the Demon Lord's territory. So then, after thinking for a moment, Dorothy continued. Do you all remember the perpetrator of the magical beast summoning, Gerald Zenger? The commander of the fortress in the west, right? He was taken to the Empire and imprisoned in the underground dungeon of the imperial capital, but it seems that besides summoning a new type of magical beast, he also managed to summon something strange. Huh? The fortress commander summoned something other than magical beasts. That was something we only learned through interrogation in the capital. But wasn't he interrogated right after the fortress fell, by Archduke Karen and General Risinga? Why is new information coming out now? According to him, I was too terrified of the Demon Lord's territory to speak during the first interrogation. Dorothy shrugged. According to Archduke Karen, the The man was trembling and pale, saying, "If they found out I summoned anything else, I felt like they'd drop a meteor on me." Makes sense. Come to think of it, I did use something like a pseudo-meteor when we defeated that giant scorpion beast. Seeing that might have scared the fortress commander more than necessary. What exactly did he summon? A mysterious box. Gerald Zinger called it that, apparently. A mysterious box. It seems to be a metal box of unknown contents. About 1 meter in size. It's sturdy and couldn't be opened or even peered into. No keyhole, and no gap to wedge anything in. There was something like that? Now I'm seriously curious. If it's a metal box, it's definitely man-made. Could it be from the hero's world, or from the world where the new type of magical beast came from? If it's the latter, that would mean civilization exists in the world of the Gargarasa magical beasts. I don't know if it's similar to this world or the hero's world, but if they can produce such a box, their civilization must be highly advanced. Very curious indeed. But when we investigated the fortress, we didn't find anything like that. Some of the soldiers apparently took it when the giant scorpion magical beast rampaged. So its whereabouts are unknown? Yes. However, the Archduke suspects that those soldiers were remnants of Tillich. Gerald Zinger had hired many mages with money. Among them were likely Tillich's remnants, who may have intended to steal the summoning rituals and the summoned object. The Tillich Marquis family. Alongside the Mishra Marquis family, they were one of the noble houses involved in the hero summoning. If I remember correctly, the Tillich family specialized in taming magical beasts. If their survivors interfered with the magical beast summoning and tried to control the summoned beasts, that would make sense. In fact, it's possible they were the ones who caused the magical beasts to go berserk. And when the fortress fell, they betrayed their side and escaped with the mysterious box. It would have been impossible for one person to carry a metal box alone, so there must have been multiple infiltrators. So that's what happened. Mabel suddenly murmured. She closed her eyes tightly and clutched the pendant wrapped in a silver cover. There might be a connection between Mabel's grandmother and the Tillich family. If that name has come up, it's only natural she would be concerned. A box summoned from another world is somewhere in this world, and its current holder might be a remnant of the Tillich family. If that's true, then that person might also know who Mabel's grandmother really was. Since the Mishra and Tillich families were close, there might be records of such information. However, the matter regarding Tillich is speculation. We have no proof. That's why we didn't report it to those in the Demon Lord's territory. Dorothy said. Also, I don't want to trouble everyone because of my personal mission. The investigation will be carried out by us, the Lady Omawarison squad. Once we have more information, we'll inform you. Understood. Please take care of it, Dorothy-sama. Princess Sophia, thank you as well for your concern. And no, thank you, Dorothy-sama. Huh. Princess Sophia was averting her gaze awkwardly. I wonder why. She looked troubled, pressing her forehead. Dorothy-sama, I'm terribly sorry to bring this up, but... Yes, Your Highness. What I wanted to consult Thorkanen-sama about was actually your personal concern, Lady Dorothy. Didn't I mention it the other day? I know why you always wear gloves. I was planning to talk about that matter. Dorothy-sama's mouth dropped open in surprise. Her large eyes turned into dots. It seemed like this was an unexpected development for her. Could it be that Dorothy-sama had two secrets? One was the command she had just spoken of, which came from Archduke Karen. But what Princess Sophia had intended to talk about was the other personal issue. So Dorothy-sama had accidentally revealed the special order from Archduke Karen instead. Ahawk. I completely forgot. With the matter of the trading post expansion and the establishment of a diplomatic outpost, and then hearing all that about the changes in the Grand Duchy and the Demon Lord's domain, I thought Her Highness's topic was also related to diplomacy. She was a bit of a scatterbrain. But still, she didn't seem like a bad person. What shall we do, Dorothy-sama? Princess Sophia twirled her damp hair as she asked. If you wish to keep it a secret, we can end the discussion here. And no, I've come this far. I'll feel better if I say it. Dorothy-sama kneeled in front of me. To trouble someone of your caliber with my personal issues pains me. But, no, I'm an alchemist, so I'll take on a request if asked. Would that be all right? Of course, within the limits of what I can do. For example, I can't instantly track down the remnants of Tillich who stole that box. That'll take time. Understood. Dorothy-sama sighed. Then she turned to Princess Sophia. As if steeling herself, she looked at me, then glanced at Mabel and Agnes. With a chirp, she removed the gloves she had been wearing. Then, please, alchemist, would you touch my hand? Your hand. If possible, gently. Just a light touch, please. Dorothy-sama closed her eyes and held out her hand to me. Doing as she asked, I lightly touched the back of her hand with my fingertip. Hiya. Huh? That was an awfully cute sound just now. When I looked, Dorothy-sama was blushing furiously and clutching her hand. Her previous composed expression was completely gone, replaced by a look like a child trying not to cry from too much tickling. The truth is, I have extremely sensitive skin. She placed a hand on her chest to steady her breathing, then spoke. Since birth, I've had a heightened tactile sensitivity, making me good at sensing people's presence or detecting monsters. Karen-sama even praised me for being adept at evading attacks. Dorothy-sama continued her explanation. As a child, she had honed her combat skills using her heightened skin sensitivity. Sensing the approach of an opponent's attack, anticipating the opponent's movements, detecting the presence of hidden beasts or monsters. She refined her abilities that way, gradually sharpening her senses. As a child, I admired a hero from another world who could evade attacks with just their skin sensitivity. I've heard of them. The hero who wore armor that only covered their chest and waist, like a swimsuit. I heard they were good at dodging monsters' attacks at the last moment and landing counterattacks. Yes, I wasn't very strong, so I admired that kind of fighting style. It is cool, I agree, but wasn't that only possible because they were a hero from another world? I didn't understand that when I was a child. That's why I went through reckless training. What kind of training? I snuck out of the mansion, went to the nearby woods, made sure no one was around, then felt the wind and magic directly on my skin with my whole body. Wait, that's a secret. A secret? I'm really curious, though. But Dorothy-sama was bright red, covering her face. There are magic-sensitive races too, like the winged fairies, pixies. I thought maybe I could do something similar. So, repeating that training on a whim, Dorothy-sama let out another sigh. I became extremely ticklish. Because of my sensitive skin, even being touched by someone, or just having someone blow on me, makes my whole body tingle. I see. My neck, palms, wrists, and ankles are especially sensitive. That's why I wear gloves like this, and clothes that cover my collar. Could it be? The reason you called yourself third-rate was because of this. With such a weakness, I could never become first-rate. Saying that, Dorothy-sama slumped her shoulders. Come to think of it, I've read about symptoms like Dorothy-sama's in a book before. It was in a government office library in the Empire. It was a dusty book that hadn't been read much. Among the notes, it was written quietly. It's a condition where, aspiring to be like a hero, one trains excessively, causing their physical strength and senses to go out of control. If I remember correctly, it was called hero syndrome, brave overwork. Dorothy-sama's symptoms might be a variation of that as well. Since the Grand Duchy is also part of the Empire, it's probably influenced by the supremacy of strength mindset too. I understand. I nodded. I'll look into whether Dorothy-sama's symptoms can be treated with alchemy. Truly, it's fine to do so only when you have time, you know? Dorothy-sama said. Her face was bright red, and she was holding her palm. She really is incredibly ticklish, huh? I don't have much in the way of compensation that I can offer to an alchemist like yourself. Yes, Dorothy-sama, I will cover it. For example, in that case, could you give me some personal information about the mysterious box? If the box was summoned through summoning magic, I'm very interested. Dorothy-sama said she would provide information for the Demon Lord's territory, but if possible, I'd like even more detailed info. The materials, the shape, the appearance. What kind of magical power it has. Why did the summoning magic call forth a box? It might even contain a living being, or something close to it. I really want to investigate. Please let me know if you find any clues about the box. Let's call that your payment. Would something like that really be acceptable? Yes. Also, if it's found, I'd love to be the first one to touch it. That doesn't count as a reward at all. But Dorothy-sama shook her head. Originally, Karen-sama was going to share the information about the box with the Demon Lord's territory. That's not something that can be considered a reward from me. Is there anything else? She was being serious. A reward from Dorothy-sama, huh? Then, just once, could you personally be on our side? After thinking for a moment, I said it. It's fine after Dorothy-sama's symptoms are cured. I'd like you to forget your position in the Empire or Grand Duchy, and just once, personally take our side. Would something like that really be enough? Yes. This time, I'm personally making a magic item to help Dorothy-sama recover. In exchange, I'd like you, just once, to personally be on our side. Let's call it even. I understand. If that is acceptable to you, Alchemist-sama. Good. We've reached an agreement. Once I get back, I'll look through the mail order catalog to see if there's anything useful. I see. So you were satisfied with just that? Huh? Princess Sophia turned to the side, puffing out her cheeks. I predicted that you, Thurkanen-sama, would be satisfied with the box information. That's why I had planned to first bring up Dorothy-sama's sensitive skin. But reversing the order was my downfall. Is something the matter, Princess Sophia? It's nothing at all, Thurkanen-sama. Princess Sophia took a deep breath, Sue. Then she smiled warmly, like a sunny meadow. It really seemed like it was nothing. Probably. Well then, please take care of Dorothy-sama's matter. Also, convey my thoughts about the meeting to Her Majesty the Demon Lord. Understood. I'll continue the investigation on the mysterious box. However, the Empire's movements are concerning. So you're thinking the same as I am, Thurkanen-sama? Princess Sophia nodded vigorously. Of course. The fortress commander, Gerald Zenger, confessed about the box in the imperial capital. Naturally, that information must have reached the top of the Empire. There's no way they'll ignore it. The area around Nosa town is already Grand Duchy territory. Since we have the Archduke's backing, I don't think the Empire will do anything reckless. I'll be very careful too. I don't want to cause any concern to your highness or the people of the Demon Lord's domain. Princess Sophia nodded, and Dorothy-sama curtsied, pinching her skirt. And thus, the meeting at the trading post came to an end. Princess Sophia temporarily left the bath area and headed to the rest area. She said that after hydrating there, she would enjoy the fizzy bath one more time. She really liked it, huh? Dorothy-sama said she'd use the fizzy bath after Princess Sophia. I hope it helps with her sensitive skin. After that, we parted ways with the two and returned to the Demon Lord's territory. We rejoined the Minotaur folks who were waiting in the forest near the border and headed to General Rizinga's mansion. There's a lot to report. To both General Rizinga and Mabel. For now, we need to prepare so we can act immediately once Dorothy-sama and the others find a clue. Of course, that's after making the item to treat her condition. If she's not in good shape, it might affect the investigation. As soon as we receive any intel, we'll think about how to deal with the box and the remnants of Tillich. The Demon Lord's territory is finally starting to develop. I don't want any old grudges to cause more trouble. Even Mabel, can't stay calm with all this going on. With those thoughts in mind, we returned to the General's mansion. Chapter 141. Just another Ice Sky lover. Thor's point of view. Well then, let's make a lotion for sensitive skin. Yes, Thor-sama. I'll help too. This is my home in the Rizinga territory. The day after returning from the trading post, I decided to start making a sensitive skincare item for Dorothy-sama. First, I thought about what measures I could take immediately. Then, a lotion to protect the skin came to mind. But Lord Thor, is it even possible to make lotion with alchemy? It's possible. I'm an alchemist, after all. I nodded in response to Mabel's question. Besides, I tried making a UV protection lotion before, remember? Oh, that's right. Even back then, I was confident I could make a basic lotion. As a basic skill of an alchemist, I know how to mix the necessary herbs and medicinal plants. Alchemy really is something amazing, isn't it? Alchemy is a technique for evolving and developing various things. After all, alchemy began with the attempt to create gold from various materials. It started as a way to turn base metals into precious ones. In other words, to transform matter into a higher existence. That evolved, and alchemy came to include transforming humans, demi-humans, and demons into something greater. Basically, just like turning iron into radiant gold, the goal became to make people, demi-humans, or demons into superior beings. My effort to recreate items from the hero's world is part of that endeavor. Well, it's also because I simply love magic items. And I believe the hero's world has succeeded in evolving people into higher beings. That's evident from the fact that heroes from another world possess outrageous skills, and from the absurdly powerful magic items listed in the mail-order catalog. I think in the hero's world, they've achieved the alchemic goal of evolving humans to some extent. The foot bath and health-boosting pendant have strengthened Mabel and Agnes. In a sense, they've evolved. I'm still far behind the technology of the hero's world. But, even just a little, I want to use alchemy to help everyone live more comfortably. That's how I feel. So, healing Dorothy-sama's sensitive skin and enabling her to perform at her best is also part of an alchemist's job. Saying that, I finished my explanation. Understood. That makes perfect sense. Mabel and Agnes nodded firmly. If that's the case, I'd love to help out. You can even use Agnes as a test subject. Thanks. Then let's start by making a basic lotion. Typical lotion is made using herbs as ingredients. Each herb has effects like moisturizing, blood circulation, and stimulating blood flow, so we use those properties. Extracting herbal essence and mixing various things together is how we make lotion, or rather, since this is for skin, we should call it a toner. I grow herbs in the garden, so I can get them ready right away. The only issue is, if a normal lotion could solve Dorothy-sama's problem, well, that'd be tough. Even the Empire probably has toners, which means Dorothy-sama might already be using one. But her sensitive skin problem hasn't been solved yet, so we'll need a more high-performance toner. If I use my skill to grant it attributes, I could probably make something pretty good. But since I accepted this request, I want to make the best possible item. That means I should reference something from the hero's world. For now, I made a list of skin-friendly herbs. Mabel and Agnes took the list and went outside to check whether the garden had any of the listed herbs. After seeing them off, I opened the mail-order catalog. If it's from the hero's world, maybe there's something that works for Dorothy-san's sensitive skin. However, toner is something you apply directly to the skin. Can I really treat Dorothy-sama's skin the same as that of a hero who can withstand a griffin's claw attacks? If strange ingredients are used, it might actually make things worse. I'll be extra careful and pick something that's gentle on the skin. In that case, this one might work. The gentlest on the skin, Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium, With the gentlest on skin Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium, achieve friction-free skin, dryness, roughness, prickliness. Do you have such concerns? Protect your skin with our Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium and enjoy smooth, touchable skin. This Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium uses a secret regional ingredient to deliver the ultimate smoothness. It's made entirely from natural ingredients. Since it uses skin-friendly components, it's safe even for those with sensitive skin or children. It protects your skin, so it's recommended for anyone suffering from itchiness or discomfort from clothing. The smoothness you feel upon application is like a freshly peeled boiled egg. With its completely frictionless texture, everyone will be amazed. We've received many happy testimonials from users. Individual results may vary. With this Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium, get skin as smooth as flowing water. So, this is the item. What do you think? Ugh. Mabel and Agnes, who had just returned, sparkled with excitement in their eyes. I'm very interested in that item too. I'll give my full support. Agnes wants one too. I'll cooperate. Both of them were highly motivated. This Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium might be useful for Dorothy's sensitive skin. It has the ability to protect the skin. If you apply it to your skin, it should reduce the ticklish sensation even when touched. If your skin becomes smooth and without any roughness, it becomes harder to tickle too. The only issue is what kind of herbs are used in this, but the list of herbs, yep, it's listed. They're all ingredients that don't exist in this world, but if I analyze them with the creative alchemy skill, I can figure out their effects. It seems like I can recreate it with the herbs of this world. What I need is rosmarina, sagiae, maronian, and then great sticky ginseng, What's wrong, Thor-sama? Well, in the corner of the photo of this Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium, in tiny print, it says Max Smoothness with a secret ingredient. Secret ingredient? Could it be you need that too? Yeah. Without it, it seems it won't become Max Smooth. The text in the photo is really small. Even I took some time to read it. What kind of ingredient would they need to hide that much? It says, a truly rare material, secretly sourced from a region with many lingering legends. Most likely, only our company is able to obtain this material. Those who are able to purchase this are truly lucky. A rare material from the hero world, And it's something that only the person in charge of this mail-order catalog could get. What should I do? There's no way something like that exists in our world. This is a problem. Without it, the lotion won't become Max Smooth. What should I do? Thor-sama, what kind of material is it exactly? Yeah, I'll read it out loud. So Mabel and Agnes, listen carefully. In the photo, there's a forest and a beautiful lake. I read the explanatory text written there aloud. The secret ingredient is something that can be obtained from a beautiful spring in this mystical country. Locals refer to it as the fairy's tear, pixie drop. So that's the secret ingredient? Why, yeah. It's clearly written. The fairy's tear, pixie drop can only be harvested from a spring within the forests of this region, said to hold mysterious powers. Since ancient times, It has been used as a skincare product by a select few noble individuals in this land. Our company has succeeded in acquiring it through a unique agreement with the local people, harnessing the natural energy of the forest. Is what it says. A beautiful spring. And fairies, huh? Come to think of it, the first time I met Soleil was also at a beautiful spring in the forest. And this fairy's tear, pixie drop, is also harvested from a spring in the forest. Which means fairies live in the hero world too. Well, of course they do. You wouldn't name something fairy's tear in a world where fairies don't exist. If this pixie drop is truly gathered from the tears of the fairies near the spring, then maybe there is a way to obtain it. I continued deciphering the mail order catalog. The description continues. Harvesting this water is extremely difficult and impossible without the permission of the local people. This too matches the situation of the winged fairies in this world. You can't pass through the western forest where the winged fairies live without their guidance. And their actual tears? That would be even harder to get. I see. So in the hero world, people must have befriended or captured fairies and used their tears to make lotion. That's quite the idea. Which means, Soleil or Lune, or any of the other pixie fairies, are you here? Yees. The winged fairies flew in from the window. 3 of them. Earth, water, and wind fairies. I wanted to ask something. Do fairy tears have any special effects? The fairies shook their heads. I apologize, but I do not know. Fairies are a race that enjoys daily life. We don't really cry much. So fluffy. Well, that makes sense. The winged fairies have always lived leisurely in the forest. Maybe they rarely experience anything that would make them cry. In the hero world, I wonder if the people got permission from the local fairies to harvest their tears. If they were tears from such fairies, no wonder they were considered precious. Fairy tears might have special magical properties. Suddenly, the water fairy spoke. When we think of someone dear to us, we fairies become filled with powerful magic. If we shed tears in that state, the tears might contain a special magical essence. Oh, the water girl's talking a lot for once. So embarrassing. The quiet water-winged fairy looked bashful. Wait, why is she hiding behind my head? If we think of that as natural energy, then the tears of the winged fairy pixie are probably closest to the fairy's tear. Pixie drop from the hero world. A spring in the middle of the forest. A rare material. Requires local permission. Several key terms point to the conclusion that fairy's tear, pixie drop, and winged fairy's tear are the same material. However, it's better to keep this a secret. If it becomes known that the winged fairy's tears have special effects, someone might target them. I should also keep the ingredients secret from Dorothy and Princess Sophia. I don't know how it's handled in the hero world, but in this world, keeping it quiet is the safer option. So, that's why this must remain a secret. Understood. Got it. Thor-sama. Ugnies nodded, and the winged fairies raised their hands. But Mabel had a thoughtful look on her face. I just had a thought. Thor-sama, isn't it possible that the fairy's tear in the hero world is just ordinary spring water? You mean just a product name? Why, yes. Mabel nodded. For example, a store might advertise a regular sword as having the sharpest edge in the world. By naming something with fairy, it could give the lotion a mysterious image. That's certainly possible. Yes, but I don't think that's the case this time. After all, we're talking about the hero world. I looked into Mabel's eyes and said, Ice Sky heroes can reshape landscapes with incredible magic and split massive rocks with a single swing of a sword, right? Just by existing, they're already mysterious enough. I don't think they'd need to use the word fairy just to give a lotion a magical image. Why, yes, that makes sense. Also, the heroes knew about the existence of elves, dwarves, and dragons from this world. That means those beings likely exist in their world too. So fairies wouldn't be out of place. That's true. Besides, naming spring water fairy's tear feels unnatural. In the hero world, they'd probably call it something like natural energy high water. Considering the hero's naming sense, definitely. So, fairy's tear, pixie drop, is probably exactly what it says, tears collected from actual fairies. And in this world, we have winged fairies, pixies. The places where winged fairies live are similar to where fairies live in the hero world. It's likely they're the same kind of being. So if we use winged fairies' tears in a lotion, we should be able to make a max silky, smooth lotion premium. But making a winged fairy cry for that, how would that be? That's not right. No, we could try making them laugh so hard they cry, but that's tough. It can't be helped. This time, I'll settle for a normal premium lotion without Max Silky. The alchemist seems troubled. Are we not helpful? So sad. Huh. Wait. Why do the winged fairies look so sad? No, no. I'm the one asking too much. You don't have to look like that. Let's all try crying together. Try to imagine it. To cry. Crying? Something sad? Like what? Let's imagine something really sad. The winged fairies huddled together, touching foreheads, discussing something. And then, for example, if the alchemist Sama disappeared from the demon lord's domain, sniffle, tears welled up in the winged fairies' eyes. In the blink of an eye, they overflowed, drip, 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 falling one after another. Hey, alchemist Sama, please don't go anywhere. It would be so lonely. Wah, a demon lord's domain without the alchemist Sama. I don't want that. Wait, I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to cry from just imagining it. Wait, actually, maybe having them cry is better? Hey, anyway, let's get the bottles and collect the winged fairies' tears. Yuaya, alchemist Sama, please don't disappear. The winged fairies clung to my clothes, tears still streaming down. They were crying way too much. I started feeling guilty, like I did something wrong. It's okay. I'm not going anywhere, so don't cry. Yuaya, Mabel, Ugnies, help me. We need to calm them down. Everyone, winged fairies, please don't cry. Thor Kanan-sama isn't going anywhere. And if he does, I'll throw everything away and follow him. Mabel and Ugnies did their best to comfort the winged fairies. But why were both of them teary-eyed too? Were the winged fairies' tears contagious? Alchemist Sama, it's okay. Thor-sama isn't going anywhere. That's such a sad thought. I don't even want to imagine it. So the winged fairies clung to me, bawling their eyes out. And in the end, even though one drop should have been enough, we ended up collecting enough winged fairies' tears for about 100 bottles of lotion. We feel all refreshed. We want to take a bath. I'll join you. I started crying too. So Ugnies wants to take a bath and calm down. The refreshed winged fairies, along with Mabel and Ugnies, headed to the bath. Thank you. Sorry for making you do something so unreasonable. I gave my thanks to the winged fairies. And then, I'll definitely repay you for this. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. Understood. In that case, we want to have a sleepover. All of us together. Snuggly sleepy time. The winged fairies happily declared this. So, tonight, the 6 of us would all sleep together. While everyone was in the bath, I got to work on crafting the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. Chapter 142. Just another Ice Sky lover. A few days later, at the Demon Lord's castle. This is the throne room of the Demon Lord's castle. Sitting on the throne in full Demon Lord regalia is Rookie. In front of her, Chancellor Kelv is gazing at a bottle of liquid. Yesterday, Thor sent over the Max Silky Smooth Premium Lotion. The two of them had decided to discuss how to handle it. This time, it seems Thor has created a high-performance lotion. Demon Lord Rookie said this to Chancellor Kelv. Thor wants to use it to treat Princess Sophia's close aides sensitive skin condition. That would mean giving the item to just one person, or 2 at most. Indeed. So there's no need to get formal approval, but Thor still sent us the item along with a permit application. I must say, I'm also quite interested in this lotion. Kelv said this while gazing at the clear liquid. It's rare for Thor-sama to make something like this. True. I never expected Thor to make a skincare item. Considering it's from Thor-sama, we can say it's a relatively safe item. It's just lotion, after all. Yes, it's not likely to be anything dangerous. The two of them turned their eyes to the lotion instruction manual that Thor had included. Max Silky Smooth Premium Lotion, Rarity. Attributes: Water, Earth, Wind. Utilizes herbs extracted through alchemy to achieve superior skin beautifying effects. Thanks to special materials imbued with water attributes and magic, it gives skin the smoothness of water. Thanks to special materials imbued with wind attributes and magic, it makes skin feel frictionless. Thanks to special materials imbued with earth attributes and magic, the lotion envelopes the skin, giving the effect extremely long-lasting durability. A lotion inspired by catalogs from the hero's world. The Max Silky Smooth effect is achieved through special, confidential materials. Due to its potency, it is recommended to dilute with 10 times the amount of water before use. One application provides long-lasting effects, protecting your skin. Its effects even persist after bathing, recommended for people with sensitive skin or who are bothered by scratchy clothing. However, due to the use of special materials, it is not suited for mass production. Physical destruction resistance. Applies to those who have applied the lotion. Shelf life, 10 years. This is supposed to be diluted about tenfold, then soaked into a cloth and applied to the skin. Demon Lord Rookie nodded while stroking the back of her hand. I tried it myself last night, and the results were wonderful. Is that so? After my bath, I applied just a little on the back of my hand, and the effect is still ongoing. If your majesty says so, then there can be no doubt about its effectiveness. Chancellor Kelv nodded seriously. The manual says, thanks to special materials, the lotion strongly protects the skin. Skin becomes as smooth as water, and contact with it feels as frictionless as wind. That description isn't an exaggeration. It's perfectly smooth. It truly feels like I have the skin of a jewel. However, what exactly are these special, confidential materials? They might have been created using an alchemist's secret technique. That's quite plausible. It's probably best not to dig too deeply. This is Thor-sama we're talking about. Who knows what kind of materials might have been used? It could be something beyond the control of anyone in the Demon Lord's domain. Why yes, quite true. Rookie and Kelv nodded at each other. If Thor labeled something as confidential, there was surely a reason. They both believed that he would explain when the time was right. Leaving the mystery of the materials aside, what's certain is that this brings very beneficial effects to the body. Demon Lord Rookie said this with a smile. Also, since it can't be mass-produced, it's unlikely to cause major changes in the Demon Lord's domain. Just so, Your Majesty. In that case, wouldn't it be good to let those with delicate skin in the Demon Lord's domain try it out? Yes. If we dilute the original formula tenfold, it should reach a great number of people. Indeed. Above all else, this silky smooth feeling is addictive. Rookie stroked the back of her hand with her fingertips. Feeling the texture, she couldn't help but smile. It was silky. It was glossy. It was smooth. It felt like stroking the finest silk. As if a transparent film were covering her skin, her fingers glided over it effortlessly. Rookie had only used a tiny amount of the lotion. Just as the instructions suggested, she had diluted it tenfold, tested it on her skin, and only began using it after confirming compatibility. Even so, her skin was silky smooth. The unbelievable sensation of smoothness made her smile without thinking. Kelv, why don't you give it a try as well? Would that be acceptable? I imagine Thor sent it with that intention. Wait a moment. I'll have water, a vessel, and cloth brought to dilute it. I could never trouble Your Majesty for such a task. I'll try just a small amount. With that, Kelv opened the lid of the bottle containing the lotion. He held it above his hand and carefully tilted it. A few drops of the viscous lotion fell onto his palm. Kelv rubbed his hands together, spreading the lotion over his skin. This much should be fine. I'll pay Thor-sama for it later. Why yes, but... Is something the matter, Your Majesty? Aren't you going to dilute it? It should be fine. Thor-sama wouldn't make anything harmful to us. You trust him then? The reason I find Thor-sama difficult to deal with is because the items he makes are too extraordinary. Like tools that can instantly slay magical beasts, or arrows that call down meteors from the sky. He casually creates things that could fundamentally change the Demon Lord's domain. Just remembering them gives me a headache, but... Kelv held his forehead as if the pain from that time had returned. Then, as if regaining his composure, he lifted his face and said, but this time, it's just lotion. True enough. It shouldn't have any effect beyond making the skin smooth. Exactly. This is indeed, oh, how smooth. Chancellor Kelv stared at his own hand in amazement. Because of all the paperwork I handle, my hands are always rough. But now, there's no roughness at all. It's so smooth. It's like there's a transparent film over my skin. Feels like something you could get addicted to, right? This is a whole new dimension of smoothness. Look, Your Majesty. If I press my palms together like this, my hands start sliding on their own. It's like I've applied oil, but without the stickiness. It actually feels fresh. This is wonderful. It didn't slide that much for me, though. I'm deeply moved. Let me send a usage report to Thor-sama right away. Indeed. Thor will be pleased. Please share your thoughts as well, Your Majesty. I'll write them down. Very well. I'll leave it to you. Please wait. I'll get a pen and ink. Chancellor Kelv reached out to the desk to pick up a pen. Slips. Roll, roll, roll. Plop. The pen slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. And my apologies. I'll pick it up immediately. Kelv reached for the pen on the floor. Slip. Roll, 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 roll. The pen slipped again and rolled across the floor. Kelv. It's not on purpose. My hand slipped. Your hand. Why yes. Then Kelv, Try picking up that scroll in the tube over there. Why yes. Slip. Slide. Slip, slip, slip. It's too slippery to hold. What is this? It's the effect of the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. In no way. Is it because I used the undiluted form? That must be it. That's why Thor said to dilute it tenfold with water. Just a moment, please. I'll go wash it off right away. Chancellor Kelv dashed toward the door. Watching his back, Rookie remembered the instructions that Thor had sent along. The instructions for the Max Smooth Lotion Premium included a translated description from a mail-order catalog. This is what it said. Achieve zero friction skin with the ultimate gentle-on-skin Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. Zero friction. In other words, absolutely no grip. Rookie had thought it was exaggerated, but she had been wrong. The people of the hero world had actually created a lotion that nearly eliminated friction. Most likely, this Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium had an additional effect besides beautifying the skin, perhaps to train heroes to grip swords and spears even in an ultra-smooth state. No, maybe only those who could overcome such conditions were called heroes. The hero world is truly terrifying. Your Majesty. What is it, Kelv? Weren't you going to wash your hands? I can't open the throne room door. I see. During important meetings, the throne room door is locked. To open it, you must grip the rod-shaped knob on the inside and twist it sideways. But Kelv's hands were now max smooth. Slip. Slide. Slip, slip. I can't grip it. I just can't. Calm down, Kelv. You can push the doorknob even without using your hands, can't you? Why, you're right. No, don't use your forehead. You pressed it earlier, so the lotion must have gotten on it too. That's max smooth now as well. Use your elbow to push it open. Why, yes. Click. The lock on the door opened. Kelv then dashed into the hallway and ran toward the wash area. And thus, Kelv's figure receded. The Minotaur guards watched him go. Don't worry about it. He was just testing one of Thor's items. Rookie, the Demon Lord, reassured the concerned Minotaurs. The Minotaur guards seemed relieved. I see. It was from Thor-sama. That makes sense. Nodding as if they truly understood. It seemed that everyone in the Demon Lord's castle had grown accustomed to accepting anything labeled Thor's item as perfectly normal, no matter how bizarre. On the contrary, Rookie realized she had been underestimating Thor. Just because it was lotion, she had let her guard down. If it was something made by Thor, she should have expected it to be a surprising, shocking, miracle skin item. Chancellor Kelv's misfortune had come from her own carelessness as the Demon Lord. With that in mind, Rookie straightened her resolve. Sorry for the trouble. Close the door and return to your duties. She addressed the Minotaur guards. Yes, Your Majesty. The Minotaur guards responded and closed the door. Now alone, Rookie murmured to herself. Thor intended for this Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium to be used by Princess Sophia's confidant. That thought surfaced quietly. If her confidant used it, then Princess Sophia would also learn of its effects. And Sophia was a clever woman. What kind of uses would she come up with for this lotion? I have a bad feeling about this. Thor should be visiting Princess Sophia right about now. It might be too late, but precautions were still necessary. Someone bring me a pen, ink, and parchment. No, don't touch the ones that fell on the floor. They're a slippery hazard. Get new ones. And so, Demon Lord Rookie began to write a letter addressed to Thor. Chapter 143. Just another ice sky lover. Meanwhile, in the town of Nosa. This is the residence of Princess Sophia in the town of Nosa. The reception room. After the completion of the lotion, I made an appointment to meet with Princess Sophia. So, Agnes and I came to town, showed them Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium to Princess Sophia and Dorothy-sama, and explained its effects. Princess Sophia was impressed, but Dorothy-sama seemed a bit skeptical. So, we decided to have her actually try it out first. We dropped a diluted version of the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium on the back of Lady Dorothy's hand to check if it suited her skin. After confirming there were no issues, we handed her the whole bottle. After that, Dorothy-sama moved to a separate room to use the lotion more thoroughly, and then, this is, what a wonderful sensation. As soon as she returned, Dorothy cried out in delight. I must apologize for doubting you earlier, Alchemist-sama. And she did so while kneeling formally. Dorothy deeply bowed her head, then smoothly slipped into a formal kneeling posture. In the hero's world, this was the very respectful Daijiza posture, kneeling with one's forehead on the floor, and she bowed again. This lotion has solved my worries. The areas that used to itch when I wore clothes now feel completely fine. No tingling, no prickling. It's wonderful. All right. You don't need to kneel like that. Why, yes. Dorothy stood up. Then, spreading her arms wide in front of me, she said, "As an apology, I will offer myself as your test subject, Alchemist-sama. Please, go ahead and tickle me." "Excuse me?" "WL, according to Her Highness, you always personally confirm the effects of your magical items." "Yes, I did mention that." Princess Sophia nodded in response to Dorothy-sama's words. "During your meetings with the Demon Lord and during the Magic Beast investigation, you were always at the front lines, personally verifying the effectiveness of the magical items you created. I passionately spoke of your courageous figure to Dorothy-sama. So please, verify the effect of this lotion using me." Dorothy said this with sparkling eyes. In other words, please tickle me, apparently. It seems Dorothy-sama was genuinely moved by the effects of the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. She must have really struggled with sensitive skin. She trained hard to sharpen her sense-detecting skills, and as a result, became extremely sensitive. I can't even imagine how difficult that must have been. Moreover, Dorothy-sama is the younger sister of the next Archduke. For someone of such high status to offer herself as my test subject shows serious determination. Honestly, I respect her for it. And for me, having Dorothy-sama as a test subject is helpful. If she's that ticklish, she's the perfect person to confirm the lotion's effectiveness. I'm also curious about how exactly the lotion changed her skin. In that case, I need to respond to her resolve as well. Yes, that experiment will be conducted by Agnes, Thor-sama's loyal aide. Just as I was thinking that, Agnes suddenly raised her hand. Things like that should be done by Agnes. Otherwise, Her Majesty or Mabel would get mad. Is that so? It is so. Yeah, you're right. And also, Agnes leaned in close to whisper in my ear. Her Highness Princess Sophia is standing behind Dorothy-sama with the lotion bottle in hand. It's really bothering me. It's like she's saying, I'm next. True. When I looked in that direction, Princess Sophia quickly hid the bottle behind her back. She wore a calm smile, but there was definitely something scheming about it. If Thor-sama were to tickle Dorothy-sama, and then Her Highness said, "Now it's my turn," it would be hard to refuse. That would be very dangerous. As expected of Agnes. A strategic mind straight from General Rizinga. No, this isn't a strategy or tactic. It's a girl's intuition. Intuition. If I were in the same position, I'd be lining up behind Dorothy-sama, too. And no. Anyway, I believe it's best for Agnes to conduct the experiment. Got it. Then I'll leave it to you, Agnes. And so, Agnes gently tested by tickling Dorothy. Dorothy-sama stood with her arms spread wide, eyes closed, as if steeling herself. When Agnes touched the back of her hand. How does it feel, Dorothy-sama? I can feel Agnes-sama's touch, but it doesn't tickle at all. With a blink, Dorothy-sama's eyes widened. She nodded repeatedly, clearly moved. It's as if I've returned to the time before I began training to heighten my senses. I'm being touched naturally and feeling it normally. My sensitive skin and ticklishness are completely gone. How about your sense detection skill? That works normally. Thanks to the lotion, I can now control the sensitivity. This is amazing. Good. It looks like the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium is working exactly as intended. Well, since it's an item from the hero's world, I wasn't too worried. Plus, the winged fairies, pixies, all worked hard on this. If it had failed, it would have been due to my own shortcomings. I'm really glad it succeeded. Now then, Agni-sama, no need to hold back. Please, continue. Oh my, or so I thought, when Dorothy tilted her head. Is something wrong, Dorothy-sama? When I asked, Dorothy touched around her armpit area and said, No, it's just the sensation inside my clothes. Is it still prickly? That part's fine. I've been using a strong moisturizing lotion on the itchy areas. Huh. When I asked, Dorothy looked over at Princess Sophia. In place of Dorothy, who was hesitating with an embarrassed expression, Princess Sophia spoke up. I shall explain on her behalf. Miss Dorothy has sensitive skin, so she was feeling an itchy sensation where the straps of her undergarments touch her skin. I see. Yes, that's why she's been wearing strapless underwear, but it seems there was still a bit of irritation. So she applied Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium a little more thickly on the areas where it touches her skin. Princess Sophia explained calmly. Dorothy's earlobes turned bright red as she whispered into Sophia's ear. I see. The underwear slipped and is gradually falling down. Why, Your Highness? Why are you saying it out loud like that? I have nothing to hide from Thor Kanan-sama, Princess Sophia declared confidently, decisively, and for some reason, with a great deal of dignity. Besides, to Dorothy-sama, Thorkanen-sama is someone who helps her with her sensitive skin issues. He's like a doctor. One should not feel embarrassed to report their symptoms to a doctor. Well, yes, that might be true, but wah. Miss Dorothy. And no, it's just, the underwear. It's slipping further? It won't stop falling. Dorothy clutched desperately at her chest. Could it be? Miss Dorothy, you said you used the lotion a bit thickly. Did you dilute it with water? You didn't use it undiluted, did you? Of course not. I mixed water and lotion, about a 1-to-1 ratio. What? Actually, I spilled a bit of the lotion on the table, and I didn't want to waste it, so I used a cloth soaked in water from a dish to mix and apply it. I didn't think it would be a problem. That's the cause, then. In that case, Agnes and I will step outside. I turn my back to Dorothy. While we're gone, please wash off the lotion. A 1-to-1 ratio is practically undiluted. Your underwear is definitely going to fall off. Yeah. We've already tested that, by the way. Diluting it with 10 times the amount of water. That ratio wasn't something we just guessed. Mabel, Agnes, and I experimented and came up with it through trial and error. It was a tough road to get there. We tried using it undiluted on our hands, slipped, and couldn't get back up. Then Mabel, trying to help, slipped and fell with me. Mabel's underwear dropped straight down. We applied the lotion to Agnes and released fire magic to test how much heat the lotion could withstand. Because the lotion's effects didn't change with heat, Agnes ended up in quite a situation. Honestly, if we hadn't been engaged, it could have been a huge problem. That's how we figured out the proper ratio of 1 part lotion to 10 parts water. Please follow the instructions and dosage from now on. Understood, Dorothy-sama. Why, yes. I'm very sorry. All right, then Agnes and I will be waiting outside. After warning about the proper use of Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium, Agnes and I stepped into the hallway. 5 minutes later. I'm terribly sorry for the trouble. When we entered the room again, Dorothy bowed her head deeply. I've truly experienced the power of an alchemist's item with my own skin. I'm so sorry. I don't think I deserve to use this lotion. No, I made it for you to use. Please go ahead. Is that really okay? Of course. Thanks to this, I now understand that when giving it to others, it should be diluted tenfold first. Still, when you dilute it 10 times, the quantity becomes a lot. For people like Dorothy who use it regularly, managing it becomes troublesome. It takes up space, and you need a lot of bottles. That's why I gave it to her undiluted. But clearly, there needs to be an improvement. So this wasn't just Dorothy's mistake, it was also mine. After all, Mabel, Agnes, and I made plenty of mistakes during the lotion tests. Oh right, we agreed to pretend those didn't happen. Anyway, what will you do? If you promise to properly dilute it to 10 times with water, I'll give it to you as is. If that's too hard, I'll take it back and give you the diluted version. Of course, I promise to follow the instructions properly. Dorothy nodded with a serious expression. On the honor of Dorothy Lee Stan, I swear. If I lie or fail, I will accept any punishment. Please allow it. As well, Thorkanen-sama. Princess Sophia followed up on Dorothy's words. I will personally ensure that Dorothy-sama uses the lotion correctly. Also, I will keep the secret of this lotion safe. So please, may we keep the undiluted lotion as it is. I see. Well, if Princess Sophia is vouching for her, then it should be fine. I understand. Then, please use it carefully. In the end, I decided to give her the lotion in its undiluted form. If you dilute the contents of that bottle tenfold, it should last for a while. It might even help cure your sensitive skin. If it doesn't, I'll come up with a better solution. Truly, thank you very much. But I'm glad you were able to wash it off quickly. This lotion is quite potent, and it's usually hard to remove. I'm impressed you managed to wash it off in just 5 minutes. Huh? Why are you averting your eyes, Dorothy-sama? And why are you holding down your jacket and skirt? I would also like to thank you on Dorothy-sama's behalf. Princess Sophia stepped forward and bowed her head to me. Meanwhile, Dorothy, her face bright red, was hiding behind Princess Sophia. If it's not too much trouble, could I also receive some of that lotion? Of course. There's still a little left at the workshop, so if that's okay with you, that would be more than fine. In fact, just using it once should be enough. Your Highness Sophia? No, it's nothing. More importantly, I just remembered something important. As if it had just come to mind, Princess Sophia clapped her hands. We received new correspondence from Archduke Karen. I shall relay the message to you as well, Thorkanen-sama. With that, Princess Sophia retrieved a letter from the shelf. She nodded toward Dorothy before opening it. It seems there's been some movement in the imperial capital. As expected, the High Officials Council will also be conducting an investigation into that box. According to Archduke Karen, a unit specializing in stealth and capture techniques will be deployed. Stealth and capture techniques. I've heard of them when I was in the capital. They're a special forces unit serving the imperial family. I see. The Empire places importance on many types of strength, swordsmanship, magic, projectile weapons, and so on. It makes sense that the imperial family would employ a unit skilled in stealth and capture tactics. We will also be conducting our own investigation into that box. Dorothy Sama's Lady Omawarison unit will be in charge, so we should find some clues soon. Why yes, we'll be handling that. Behind Princess Sophia, Dorothy nodded repeatedly. We don't intend to cause any trouble for the Demon Lord's territory. However, if something were to happen to us, and the cause is unknown, it could lead to confusion. That's why you're sharing this information with us. Our Grand Duchy and the Demon Lord's territory have a friendly relationship, after all. Dorothy said that, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Seeing that, Agnes also smiled. Until now, the Demon Lord's domain had no real allies to speak of. So, for Miss Dorothy, related to Archduke Karen, to call it a friendly relationship must have made them happy. I understand. I'll report all of this information to Her Majesty the Demon Lord, I said. And, just in case, I'll also prepare countermeasures in the event something does happen. Thank you very much, Alchemist-sama. Oh right, there was one more thing I meant to give you all. Princess Sophia took out several documents. They bore the crest of the Grand Duchy and her own signature. These are residence permits? That's right. I had them made so the people of the Demon Lord's territory can freely enter and leave the town of Nosa and its surrounding areas. Of course, with Archduke Karen's approval. The documents contain the following statement. The bearer of this letter is a dear friend of mine, Sophia Bulgaria, that I take full responsibility for both the bearer and their companions. Please treat them with the utmost respect. There were several written notes, each bearing the names of me, Agnes, and Mabel. As expected, there wasn't one addressed to Rookie. Well, if it had said something like, this person is Demon Lord Rookie Evergard, the townspeople would have been shocked. Can't be helped. I was originally planning to give these to you after the meeting with Her Majesty the Demon Lord, but as a token of thanks for the lotion, I'll hand them over now. Thank you, Princess Sophia. Thank you very much. Agnes and I both bowed our heads to Princess Sophia. She really is incredible, Princess Sophia. She's showing through written correspondence that the Demon Lord's domain and the Grand Duchy are on friendly terms. With this, exchange between the Demon Lord's domain and the towns and villages near the border should progress. For us, this is more than we could have hoped for. I'll inform Her Majesty the Demon Lord of this and make sure she thanks you properly. No need, that lotion is thanks enough. But that was just leftover stock. You deserve something more proper from Her Majesty. The lotion will be fine, Your Highness. I'd truly like to have just a little of that lotion. If Thor Kanan-sama could deliver it, that would be more than enough. Why yes, if that's all right with you. It's no problem at all. Yes, it's a promise. Princess Sophia took my hand, hooked her pinky with mine, and began the Yubikiri Jinman, a pinky promise passed down in the hero's world. With Yubikita, pinky cut, the promise was sealed. She smiled in satisfaction. Well then, if we receive any information about that box, we'll let you know right away. Why yes, I'll be counting on you, Princess Sophia. Please do. Something about this feels a little off, but, well, whatever. If Princess Sophia wants the leftover Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium, I don't really mind giving it to her. She was originally in poor health, after all. She probably wants to take care of her skin. With that, we left the mansion, being seen off by Princess Sophia and Dorothy-sama. Sometime later, after we'd left the town of Nosa, Agnes suddenly stopped walking. Thor-sama. What's wrong, Agnes? Actually, I'd also like a bit of that lotion. Huh? Didn't you say? It's too hard to use, so you don't need it? She had quite a time during the testing phase. The swimsuit made from earthweave cloth. No, I decided to seal away that memory. Just in case. With a serious expression, Agnes declared this. I think I should also train in handling that lotion, just in case. How should I put it? Princess Sophia seems to be coming up with a new way to use it. I'm not really sure what you mean, but yeah, that's fine. I said it was leftover, but honestly, there's still quite a bit left. When I tried to use up all the fairy tears, it ended up making a large quantity. It's just sealed away because it's hard to find a use for it. Also, You don't have to be so formal about it. After all, we're engaged, right? You can use it freely if you want. Thor-sama. For some reason, Agnes turned her head away with a pout. Thor-sama sometimes catches me off guard. I do. You do. Got it. I'll be careful. No need to be careful. Saying that, Agnes took my hand. Even that side of you. Agnes accepts it. Because Agnes is your fiancé. I see. Yes. Before I realized it, Agnes and I were holding hands. We left the town and were on the way back to the Demon Lord's domain. In the forest near the border, General Rizinga's men were waiting for our return. If we keep walking like this, they'll definitely see we're holding hands. But somehow, I didn't feel like letting go, and so, hand in hand, we stepped into the forest. Hey, Agnes. Yes, Thor-sama? Your skin is already so smooth. Do you really need lotion? Thor-sama, you really don't understand a woman's heart. Saying that, Agnes flashed an oddly fearless smile. That's why, from now on, Agnes will teach you, together with Mabel. Please go easy on me. Yes, Thor-sama. And so, in the end, we stayed hand in hand all the way back to General Rizinga's mansion. Chapter 144. Just another Ice Sky lover. A little over 10 days ago, in the Imperial capital, we've decided to dispatch an investigative team to the border region to look into that box. In the palace of the Dalgaria Empire. Inside an office there, the first prince, Diaz, spoke. Seated before him were a prince and a princess, each with high claims to the throne. They remained seated in their chairs, listening to Diaz speak. There was also a suggestion that we should use the Princess of the Holy Sword to give the investigation some prestige. However, Liana's twin sister is in that area. There's a risk that the investigation results could leak. That's why we were called, right, Diaz-Nizan? That's right, Ricardo. Diaz spoke to the tall prince. His name was Ricardo. He was the third prince. Skilled in magic, he was in charge of leading units to subjugate magical beasts. The petite girl next to him was Princess Daphne, the second princess. She had long black hair tied up carelessly and stared sharply at her brother, Diaz. So let me ask, who wants to lead the investigation team for that box? Prince Diaz asked. Prince Ricardo and Princess Daphne both raised their hands simultaneously. They glared at each other with challenging eyes. To calm the two of them, Prince Diaz added, "Let me make it clear. This mission is for investigation, not for combat." Is that so, Diaz-Nizan? Prince Ricardo murmured. He lowered his hand as if he'd lost interest. That's boring. Extremely boring, Brother Diaz. Archduke Karen and the high officials suspect that we're the masterminds behind the magical beast summoning incident. We can't draw attention to ourselves. Not until their misunderstanding is cleared. Crown Prince Diaz shrugged. Even though the real mastermind behind that incident was the Minister of Magic, Azim Rajan, Archduke Karen said something strange, and now the high officials are being misled. It's troublesome. Since it's Archduke Karen who defeated you, Oniisama, it can't be helped. Princess Daphne murmured quietly. Archduke Karen can use both his arms again and has regained his title as the strongest. If someone like that speaks, of course everyone will listen, right? It's only for now. Eventually, Archduke Karen will grow old. The Grand Duchy thrives because the former Sword Saint Karen is there. What about the next generation? Will the successor he chooses have power equal to his? You're straying off topic. And speaking too fast. You're flustered, Oniisama. In a whispering voice, Princess Daphne continued. A future emperor should remain calm. Seeing you like this worries me. I am calm. I want you to trust your full-blooded brother. Crown Prince Diaz went on. Let's continue. From the interrogation, we learned an unexpected fact about Commander Geralt of the fort. He didn't report the summoned box to the Minister of Magic, Azim. At the interrogation, Commander Geralt admitted that he had summoned something that wasn't a magical beast. He also admitted that he hadn't reported it to his superior, the Minister of Magic. Geralt had said, I plan to report it to the Minister of Magic after checking the contents of the box. That's what he said, saying, we found a weird box, and we don't know what's inside, would make him seem incompetent. So after successfully controlling a giant scorpion magical beast, he intended to report about that box along with his achievement. As a result, that box was taken away. Now we must search for its whereabouts. Diaz shook his head. This time, the investigation will be carried out by a unit directly under the Imperial family. Those troops only obey those of Imperial blood. That's why I want one of you two to take command. Daphne has one question, Oniisama. The princess with jet black hair, Daphne, spoke. What if someone from the Demon Lord's domain got their hands on that box? In that case, it's fine to back off. You must absolutely not interfere with the Demon Lord's domain. Crown Prince Diaz said that with a bitter expression, as if chewing something unpleasant. Until a few months ago, the Demon Lord's domain was a mysterious nation. To the Empire, it was a country to avoid as much as possible, and one to be kept in check by sending hostages. However, over the past few months, the situation changed drastically. The Demon Lord's domain began demonstrating its technology and terrifying magical skills. They instantly annihilated the magical beast Gargarasa with powerful magic. The Demon Lord and the subordinates negotiated with Princess Liana and Minister of War Zagran, securing favorable terms. Their sharp intellect and dignified conduct showcased their cultural sophistication. Furthermore, they later used the mysterious word Omawarisan to freeze the movements of a giant centipede magical beast. They employed a mysterious familiar to identify the actual culprit behind the magical beast summoning. As for the magical beast summoned by Gerald Zenger, they reportedly defeated it using the magic spell Meteor. Seeing such achievements, even the people in the border regions changed their minds. They came to believe that they were saved from magical beasts by the Demon Lord's people, and began to feel that the Demon Lord's domain was on their side. The Demon Lord's domain promptly set up a trading post and began doing business with the Empire's citizens. While the high officials were still debating how to respond, the border region effectively became part of the Grand Duchy, making interference difficult. The Demon Lord's domain was no longer a mysterious, inferior country. It should now be regarded as a magical superpower with powerful technology and culture. But still, the Empire cannot afford to get too cozy with the Demon Lord's domain. The Empire holds pride in being the rightful heir of the hero. To fraternize with demons or demi-humans is unthinkable. I don't know which of you will be ordered to investigate, but His Majesty the Emperor will surely say it. Never lay a hand on the Demon Lord's territory. Understood. Then, Diaz Nizan, what will you do about the unnecessary princess, Sophia, the sickly one who has become the ruler of the Grand Duchy? Prince Ricardo raised his hand. It's fine to give her orders, isn't it? That girl was acknowledged by Archduke Karen and made a ruler. She might be getting full of herself. Isn't it fine to remind a useless princess of her place? If it's necessary for the investigation. Understood. At Diaz's words, Prince Ricardo nodded. He lowered his head, stifling a laugh. Diaz sensed something ominous in his attitude, but he couldn't remove Ricardo from the operation. The authority to decide on the investigation of the box lies with the Emperor, their father. Diaz's duty was only to convey instructions to the princes and princesses in charge of the investigation. This matter was already beyond his control. Whether this was to protect the crown prince from scandal, or for some other reason, Diaz did not know. Father is one of the strongest of all emperors in history. Surely he has a plan. With that thought, Diaz continued his explanation to his younger siblings. Present day, the day after Thor visited Sophia. Princess Sophia's point of view. I wish to accompany the investigation of the box. Princess Diaz spoke. This was the reception room of the mansion. Besides Sophia, her subordinates Dorothy and Isaac were present. As the two widened their eyes in surprise, Sophia continued. As the ruler of this land, I have a duty to protect the people. If something unknown lies within our territory, I cannot simply ignore it. Especially now that an imperial investigation team is coming. As one who bears the blood of the Emperor, I must make sure they do not overstep their bounds. Please wait, Your Highness. Go ahead, Sir Isaac. The investigation of the box is the responsibility of Dorothy Sama's Lady Omawarisan unit. There's no need for Your Highness to go personally. I'm sorry. This is my selfish desire. Sophia gave Isaac a slight bow. I want to see this box, said to be summoned from another world, with my own eyes. Your Highness, when I was living in the detached palace, I read many books about the hero. The knowledge I gained might be useful in analyzing the box. At the very least, if it truly came from the hero's world, I should be able to identify some characteristics. Your Highness, do you wish to obtain that box for yourself? Dorothy asked. I've heard that the box cannot be opened. Even if we confirm it's from the hero's world, if we can't see what's inside, it has little value. To be honest, I don't understand why everyone wants this box so badly. The value of the box is quite clear, Dorothy-sama. Sophia shook her head. Because that box is enough to move so many people. Ah. Dorothy's face showed surprise. Isaac was the same. He nodded repeatedly, as if he now understood. Why, you're right. The Imperial investigation team, our forces, and even those who stole the box, all of them were mobilized by it. That box has moved many, even without revealing what's inside. Exactly. Just by being something summoned from another world, the box has attracted attention. As people gather to obtain it, trouble could easily break out in this border region. Sophia looked intently at Dorothy and Isaac as she spoke. As the ruler of this land, I am obliged to protect the peace of the people. Whether or not we can obtain the box is secondary. I want to gather as much information as I can. I understand how you feel, Your Highness. I, too, deeply respect Your Highness's thoughts. Isaac and Dorothy both nodded. But if by chance you do obtain the box, what do you plan to do with it? Let's see. Hypothetically speaking, Sophia tilted her head and made a thoughtful gesture. Then, with a mischievous smile, I'm thinking of duplicating the box and sealing away the real one. What? A replica? Is that for theft prevention? Yes. I'd like to have the proper experts analyze it thoroughly to their heart's content and then create a replica. Of course, only if the box hasn't been opened yet. With that, Sophia slowly began to explain. They would obtain the real box and have a replica made from it. If the box remained unopened, then no one would know what was inside. Even if it were empty, that wouldn't matter. If the real one was stolen, it would still be empty. The only loss would be the cost of making the replica. Compared to maintaining peace in the borderlands, that was a small price. The replica box could be made so the lid wouldn't open. While the thief tried to open it, time would pass. In that time, at least one potential conflict could be avoided. As for the real one, we can seal it away or preserve it as a relic. I'd like to consult with Archduke Karen on that matter. What a plan. Your Highness, you've thought that far ahead. Of course, this is only if we manage to obtain the box. Personally, I think just finding some clues would be enough. I don't intend to fight over it. The problem arises if that box possesses powerful abilities, but there's no point in worrying about it now. We'll either have to seal it, destroy it with Sophia's light attack magic, or neutralize it with that person's help. Sophia's goal is to maintain peace in the borderlands. Now that she's become a lord, she has a responsibility. She cannot allow herself to look disgraceful before someone important to her who lives in the neighboring demon lord's domain. That's why she wants to gather as much information as possible about that box, the Imperial investigation team, and the person who stole the box from the fortress. That's exactly why I want to accompany the investigation. My knowledge might help in locating that box. I understand what you're saying. However, Dorothy looked worried, and understandably so. She was probably uneasy about bringing Sophia, who lacked real combat experience, along on the mission. What's more, Dorothy was also Sophia's trusted right hand. It was only natural for her to worry about her liege, although Sophia herself thought of Dorothy more like a friend. Then, how about I accompany you only for the investigation at the fortress? Sophia suggested. You mentioned it before, didn't you, Dorothy-sama? That you would investigate the fortress Gerald commanded, and then gather intel in the surrounding towns. You're planning to inspect the fortress, stay overnight in town, and return the next day, correct? Yes, that's right. After thinking for a moment, Dorothy nodded. We had planned a one-night, two-day trip. Sir Isaac's Omawarson unit is keeping watch over the fortress, after all. Indeed, if it's that location, it may not be too dangerous. What does Sir Isaac think? Having secured Dorothy's agreement, Sophia turned to Isaac, eyes sparkling. If it's a location that Omawarson unit is stationed at, the danger shouldn't be too high. Besides, I may be able to offer the unit members some encouragement. If that's the case, Isaac nodded. If Her Highness is coming to encourage them, the men will be pleased. Then I can't very well oppose it, can I? Nor can I raise any objections. Thank you, Dorothy-sama, Sir Isaac. Sophia stood from her chair. Then, holding her dress skirt, she gave the two a formal bow. And with that, the meeting came to an end. A few days later, Princess Sophia and Dorothy's unit would head out to investigate the fortress where the beast's summoning had taken place. That evening, in Sophia's room. Your Highness, a delivery from the alchemist. Thank you, Soleil-sama. A pure white owl sat by the window. When Sophia opened the window, the owl pulled back its hood and transformed into Soleil, a winged pixie. This is the Max Silky Smooth Lotion Premium. The undiluted version, I see. The alchemist was originally going to dilute it 10 times before handing it over. But Your Highness preferred the undiluted version, right? Yes. That gives me more ways to use it. You want your skin to be radiant, don't you? Yes. I want to show off my radiant skin. Uh, I understand. Also, the alchemist left you a message. Why, yes, I'm listening. You don't have to sit formally, you know. The alchemist said. There's the investigation team from the Empire to consider. Things might get dangerous, so please don't forget to carry your self-defense item when going outside town. Thorkanen-sama is worried about me, isn't he? Sophia instinctively touched her cheek. Feeling the warmth rise in her body, she said. Did Thorkanen-sama say anything else about me? He said, thank you for the residence permit. Next time I'll come visit just for fun, no work involved. That makes me happy. The fact that Thor appreciated the residence permit, that he said he'd visit just for fun next time. It made Sophia smile softly with joy. Thank you. Please give my regards to Thorkanen-sama. Got it. Do you have any reply you'd like me to pass on? Then, please tell him. Next time we meet, let's test the lotion together. When using the undiluted version, and when using the 10x diluted version, let's both feel and compare the difference. Are you sure you want me to say it exactly like that? Sorry, no? Please don't. Waving her hand, Sophia retracted her statement. Realizing she'd blurted out her true feelings, her face turned bright red. The truth was, the last time Thor had said, lotion should be diluted 10 times with water. Sophia had been very curious how he came up with that ratio. Moreover, Thor had predicted that Dorothy's underwear would fall off when she used the undiluted lotion. That implied he had personally experienced the same phenomenon before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to say it so confidently. So naturally, Sophia wanted to try the same experiment together with Thor, but if I say anything too weird, he might stop wanting to visit. Sophia muttered to herself without speaking aloud. Then, regaining her composure. Then please tell him this instead. I'll find a chance to visit Thorkanen-sama's home as well. Sophia said, and when I do, please treat me the same as you would Ugni-sama or Mabel-sama. Understood. I'll deliver your message. Then Soleil-sama, let me make us some tea. Let's have a little snack time. Really? Of course. You've come all this way, after all. Besides, I've instructed the maids to prepare afternoon snacks, just in case. There should be some leftovers. Everyone used to worry because Sophia had such a poor appetite. But thanks to the foot bath and the sparkling bath, she had become full of energy and able to eat plenty. The maids were happy too and started preparing snacks for her every day. Since her body was naturally slender, there was, so far, no worry about her gaining weight. Besides, it seemed Sophia had a body type where nutrients mostly went to her chest. In fact, when Liana had visited, she had said something like, even though we're twins, I feel like that's where the biggest difference shows. Next time Liana visits, maybe we should have Thorkanen-sama confirm how different we are as twins. Twins differences? Soleil and Lune are sisters close in age too, but we're quite different. Then let's all have Thorkanen-sama confirm the differences together. I'm in favor of that. How we pull it off? Let's discuss it over tea. And so, Princess Sophia enjoyed a pleasant tea time with the winged fairy Soleil. Chapter 145. Just another ice sky lover. Thor's point of view. Now then, let us begin the meeting. General Rizenga made his declaration. The meeting was about to be held in the large hall of the general's mansion. Gathered were civil and military officials connected to the trading post. The agenda was expansion of the trading post and establishment of a diplomatic mission. Ugnis and I are also attending. We're in a sort of envoy role, going back and forth between the Demon Lord's territory and the town of Nosa. It's important that we share information. For this meeting, we have invited civil official Ert. The general announced this to everyone. The moment her name was called, Ert-san hurriedly stood up. She looked around at the people in the hall and said, nice to meet you all in the Rizenga domain. I am Ert, a civil official. She bowed deeply. Ert-san is Chancellor Kelv's niece and also helps evaluate the magic items I create. Because of that connection, it seems she was appointed as the representative for the diplomatic mission to be established at the trading post. I may still be inexperienced, but I will do my best. Please lend me your support. Of course, we will assist you wholeheartedly. General Rizenga responded. Sending a relative must mean that His Excellency the Chancellor has high hopes for the new trading post. Let us not betray that trust. Everyone, I ask for your cooperation. Understood. All the people gathered in the hall raised their voices in unison. Of course, I intend to do everything I can. I owe a lot to Ert-san. As you all know, the trading post will now be expanded. There, a diplomatic mission from the Demon Lord's territory will be established. The one in charge of its operation will be San. General Rizenga continued his explanation. The purpose of the expansion is to economically develop the Demon Lord's territory. By deepening our interaction with the border towns and the Grand Duchy, we can gain many things. Hearing our reputation, other nations may also desire trade with the Demon Lord's territory. Isn't that right, San? Why yes, I believe that's possible. That's why we've been working together with the Chancellor's office to operate the trading post. Of course, the trading post was established thanks to the achievements of Alchemist Thorl, Mabel, and Ugnes as well. Huh? General, why are you turning the conversation this way? Didn't we agree we'd only respond if asked? Also, why are your eyes sparkling? Thanks to Thor's growing friendship with Princess Sophia, we were able to establish a trading post, that is, an outpost of the Demon Lord's territory, in the border region. Having gained the trust of the Grand Duchy, we are now expanding the trading post. Isn't that right, San? Why yes, just as the general said. Therefore, Thor's achievements are significant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the establishment of the trading post was Thor and Ugnes' first joint endeavor. Father. Suddenly, Ugnes murmured. We are in a meeting right now. I believe it would be best to stick to the main topic. Why yes. Clutching her health-boosting pendant, Ugnes gave a sharp look, and the general quickly nodded in return. I apologize, everyone. It was parental instinct. No, I simply got off track. What I meant to say is that Thor's contribution to this matter has been great. That was all I wanted to say. I had no other intentions. Saying that, General Rizenga turned to Now then, San. Regarding the trading post, you've received a letter from Her Majesty the Demon Lord, Rookie Everguard, haven't you? Could you please present it to everyone? Please, San. Why yes, understood. San took out a letter from her pocket. She began to read it aloud slowly. From Demon Lord Rookie Everguard, regarding the expansion of the trading post. Princess Sophia of the Grand Duchy proposed an expansion of the trading post. After thorough deliberation, I have decided to accept it. The purpose of expanding the trading post is to develop the Demon Lord's territory. Buying the Empire's products and learning their technology and culture offers many benefits. We shall adopt and study useful cultures. Learning technology will enable us to create better products. However, with deepening interaction with humans comes the concern of increased trouble. To resolve this, a diplomatic outpost will be established at the trading post. Civil official and members of the Rizenga domain will be stationed there. Of course, should any major issues arise, they will be handled at the Demon Lord's castle. And the others will handle minor issues that can be resolved on-site. There are things only those on the ground can understand, and some matters require swift resolution. I believe the expansion of the trading post will become a catalyst for further development of the Demon Lord's territory. If funds or materials are needed, submit a request. I expect great work from you all. That is all. Saying that, San folded the letter. Silence fell over the hall for a while. Everyone seemed to be absorbing the contents of Rookie's letter. Eventually, development of the border regions. Economic growth. Ultimately, for the Demon Lord's territory. As expected of Her Majesty. The responsibility is heavy. Her Majesty trusts us. If we do not live up to that, the name of the flame giant Ifrit's retainers will be tarnished. The civil and military officials of the Rizenga domain raised their voices. Everyone seemed moved by Rookie's letter. As expected, Rookie is amazing. With just one letter, she's captured everyone's hearts. That's our Demon Lord for you. We understand everyone's feelings. We, too, have great expectations for this project. After that, General Rizenga looked around and declared, but we can't proceed immediately. The expansion of the trading post will be carried out in cooperation with the Omawarison unit of Nosa town. However, it seems they are currently preoccupied. Right now, the Empire's investigative unit is moving to obtain that box. Princess Sophia and the Omawarison unit must deal with that. Therefore, the trading post expansion project will have to wait until after that is resolved. When the situation on their end is resolved, we must be ready to move immediately. We will draw up a plan here, create a layout of the trading post, decide where to place the diplomatic base, and determine security arrangements. We'll also need to prepare materials. Saying this, the general looked toward San. San nodded to everyone and spread a layout diagram on the table. From here, it was the civil official's job. Well then, I'll take over from here. First, regarding the procurement of necessary materials. And so, the meeting continued. Even though it's called Trading Post Expansion, there are countless issues to tackle. Personnel placement, procurement and transportation of materials, how to inform Nosa Town about the construction, the timing and duration, the role of the diplomatic base, policies for dealing with trouble, coordination with the Omawarison unit. San went over each point, listening to everyone's opinions. People from the Rizinga territory actively voiced their thoughts. This kind of thing is impressive about the Demon Lord's domain. Back when I was in the Empire, it was basically top-down communication. The upper levels' opinions reached the lower levels clearly, but the lower levels' opinions never reached the top. That caused a lot of problems. Thor Kanan-sama. Suddenly, Agnes murmured, "Our role is to serve as envoys to Nosa Town, right? That's what the residence permit is for." "Yeah, we're the ones who go in and out of the border towns most frequently." "I understand that. But still." Agnes looked down. "It would be nice if Mabel could come too. She also has a residence permit." "I get it, but it's probably not possible right now." "Yes, elf ears stand out too much. But I want to find a way to help her." "Well, I've already thought of a countermeasure, actually." "Huh. Didn't I mention it? That I'm developing an item that will let Mabel walk around Nosa Town freely." "Well, we can talk about that later. We're still in the meeting." Agnes and I put our fingers to our lips and made a SHHH gesture. We turned our attention back to the ongoing discussion. Thus, the meeting continued, and without a chance for Agnes or me to speak, it came to an end. Eventually, everyone began to leave the room. I stood up to follow them out, but, "Thor-sama, forgive me, but may I borrow a bit of your time?" General Rizinga stopped me. "I would like to hear your opinion on using traffic cones for the trading post security." "You mean the magic item?" "Yes, the magic item." "Understood. I'll hear you out." And so, I ended up having a one-on-one conversation with the general. After that, we moved to another room. We received some tea from the mansion's maid and took a short break. Then, the traffic cones created by Thor-sama. Those will be used for security at the trading post, General Rizinga said. "However, I do not fully understand the effective range of the traffic cones. That is why I want your advice." "So that's what this is about. The effective range of the traffic cones, huh? I haven't done precise experiments yet, so I'll have to estimate. The effective range is a radius of a little over 10 meters. But the intense killing intent is within about 1 meter. The effect varies with distance, then?" "Yes. When the traffic cone is visible, it exerts a slight pressure. If someone gets within 1 meter, that becomes a strong sense of killing intent. People will feel a threat to their life, so normal folks likely won't even be able to touch it." "I see. Then it should be useful for trading post security." General Rizinga folded his arms. "How would you suggest we deploy them, Thor-sama?" "Let's see. When the trading post is open, they can be used to guide people. People will unconsciously keep their distance from the traffic cones, so if you place them well, you can make them form lines. Also, you can place them in restricted areas." "I see. The problem is what to do when the trading post is closed." "Indeed. During that time, I would like to reduce the number of guards as much as possible. When the trading post is closed, only Urtsan's diplomatic base will be operating. There will be fewer visitors, so many guards won't be necessary. But some level of security is still required. It's a tricky balance. The trading post opens only once every few days. During the rest of the time, only the diplomatic base will be operating. With the current size, a small number of guards can manage. But once it's expanded, it'll be harder for the guards to keep an eye on everything, since it'll be larger. Indeed, the question is how to use the traffic cones to cover those gaps. We also have to consider the investigative unit coming from the imperial capital. I want the security to be tight. If the trading post expands, that will also increase the number of places that can't be properly monitored. So they want to fill that gap with the traffic cones, huh? There's also the issue of the investigation unit from the imperial capital coming to look into that box. It'd be better to strengthen security. How about arranging the traffic cones in a formation then? A formation? You mean treating the traffic cones like soldiers? As a general, you must be familiar with formations used to surround or intercept enemies. I think we can take inspiration from that. That way, the traffic cones could more effectively block intruders. I see. That's an interesting idea. General Rizinga clapped his hands with a pawn. If it's a defensive formation, it can intercept enemies efficiently. If we apply that, the traffic cones might be able to guard the trading post with minimal waste. Do you have any recommended formations? If you'd like, I can adjust the traffic cones to fit them. Let's see. Perhaps the formation used by the hero from another world would be good. A hero from another world's formation? Huh. Come to think of it, There were things like the crane wing formation and the fish scale formation. Though the ones who actually arranged the formations were soldiers from this world, apparently. The hero himself was satisfied just by laying out the formation and then charged straight into the Demon Lord's army. Indeed, that's why few in the Demon Lord's territory are familiar with the hero's formations. General Risinga sighed. But you, Thor-sama, who are well-versed in the hero's world, might know what formation would make the traffic cones most effective, right? That's true. I remembered reading in a history book at the government office in the imperial capital about a so-called self-proclaimed strategist hero. He apparently taught various formations and strategies to the humans of that time. The crane wing formation and fish scale formation are still recorded even now. And that's not all. This self-proclaimed strategist hero supposedly knew even more impressive formations. Although it was never actually used, there was one called the Stone Soldier 8 formations. I think it probably involved using stone golems, but the hero boasted that he could use such things. If I can imitate those formations, maybe I could make even better use of the traffic cones. Understood. I'll try to come up with something. There's no need to rush. It's something for after the trading post expands. Just keep it in mind. Don't overdo it. Yes, General. With that, I left the room. Alchemist-sama, may I have a moment of your time? As I stepped into the hallway, I was stopped by Ert-san. I have a favor to ask regarding my assignment to the trading post's diplomatic base. A favor? Yes. It's about my horns. Ert-san stroked the horn behind her ear. It was about the length of an index finger. Not as big as Rookie's, but still fairly noticeable. For ordinary humans, demon horns must seem frightening, right? I think they look cool. Thank you. You're welcome. But what about from the perspective of ordinary humans? Well, they might be a bit surprised. I thought so. Ert-san lowered her shoulders. It's difficult to interact with humans. Of course, I think there are people who wouldn't be surprised, too. I understand that. But I can't depend on that possibility. Ert-san nodded with a tense expression. After I'm assigned to the trading post, I'll have to face many humans. I don't want to scare or surprise them. I'm going for the sake of friendship between the Demon Lord's territory and the human world. If possible, I'd like to get along with them. Ert-san, there was a time when I used to be wary of humans. But now I know there are humans who can be trusted and others where there's no point in being on guard. That's why I want to understand humans better. I see. That's how it is. Huh. Why is Ert-san staring at me like that? And why does she have such gentle eyes? In any case, I want to befriend humans and fulfill my role as a diplomat better. For that, I'd like to ask for your help, Alchemist-sama. With that, Ert-san finished her explanation. There was something a little off, but I got the point. She doesn't want to surprise people by showing her horns. In that case, shall I make you an item to hide your horns? Thank you. But, if possible, could you come up with an item that only dulls the horn's appearance? To make them less noticeable, huh? If I completely hide them, it would be like deceiving humans. Ert-san declared this firmly. I want to remain as fair as possible. Pretending to be a demon without horns feels dishonest to me. So if I could make the horns less noticeable so that humans won't be startled, that would be ideal. As expected of Chancellor Kelv's niece, so serious. She doesn't want to surprise people, but she doesn't want to lie either. Impressive. That kind of mindset is something I can genuinely respect. In that case, I'll help her. I was just thinking about a disguise item for Mabel. If I apply that, I might be able to naturally dull the visibility of Ert-san's horns. All right. I'll think about it on my end, too. No need to hurry. You have more important duties, Alchemist-sama. You can put me at the bottom of your list. I know. Do you really know? Alchemist-sama. As I listened to Ert-san's voice, I hurried off toward the workshop. Chapter 146. Just another ice sky lover. So, let's start by thinking of a formation that could work with the traffic cones. Back at the workshop, I was having a meeting with Mabel. I had received 2 requests from General Risinga and Ert-san. One was to find a formation that would effectively make use of the traffic cones. The other was to come up with a way to make Ert-san's horns less noticeable. To fulfill these requests, I decided to ask Mabel for her input. Sometimes, when we're drinking tea and talking together, ideas come to mind. A formation, in other words, lining up the traffic cones like soldiers to enhance their effect. That's the request from General Risinga. But I sipped my tea as I asked Mabel. Mabel, do you know any formations used by the Otherworld hero? I'm sorry, I hardly know anything about them. So even that self-proclaimed strategist's records aren't in the Demon Lord's domain. That's right. It's recorded that the self-proclaimed strategist was a powerful magician. But as for information on formations, there's almost nothing. Mabel said this apologetically. Does the Empire still have any formations passed down from that strategist? Formations like the crane wing formation and the fish scale formation have already been analyzed and are in regular use. It seems there are derivative formations too. I see. But whether they're being used correctly or not is still a mystery. This self-proclaimed strategist hero apparently charged straight into the Demon Lord's army himself, right? And because of that, the human soldiers broke formation and fought too. In the end, no one at the time really understood why he used those formations. The otherworld hero, known as the self-proclaimed strategist, left several formations behind in this world. Over time, those formations were researched, put into practical use, and even developed further. But the reason that Hero favored those formations remains a mystery to this day. And no one knows what the other super powerful formations he claimed to be able to use were like, either. After all, there was no tactical information in the mail order catalog. Speaking of which, it seems the Demon Lord's domain still has letters that the self-proclaimed strategist sent. Suddenly, Mabel said this, as if remembering something. Before battles, that Hero would send letters taunting the Demon Lord's army. The content was, no need to rush. Just take your time remembering. Yes, I believe it said something like, I can use not only the crane wing formation and fish scale formation, but also the incredibly powerful Stone Soldier 8 formation, 8 Gates Golden Chain formation, and Ultimate Invincible formation. Prepare yourselves. I've heard of the Stone Soldier 8 formation by name, but there were also the 8 Gates Golden Chain formation and Ultimate Invincible formation, as expected of a hero from another world. That's amazing. So, there really was such a letter. Yes, a copy of it should be in the treasure vault of the Demon Lord's domain. I'd love to read it once we get back to the castle. But it seems those super powerful formations were never actually used. Mabel continued as she sipped her tea. Does the Empire have any records of the Stone Soldier 8 formation, 8 Gates Golden Chain formation, or Ultimate Invincible formation? Nope. In the end, those kinds of formations were never used. So, the Stone Soldier 8 formation, the 8 Gates Golden Chain formation, and the Ultimate Invincible formation remain a mystery. Maybe they were too difficult for soldiers in this world to use. Or maybe there were specific activation conditions required. Stone Soldier 8 formation, 8 Gates Golden Chain formation, Ultimate Invincible formation. I'm intrigued, but it's probably impossible to arrange something like that using traffic cones. That means we'll have to go with either the crane wing formation or the fish scale formation. They're already established in this world, and their usage has been analyzed to some extent. Speaking of activation conditions, I just remembered, there was more to that letter. Mabel murmured. In fact, the self-proclaimed strategist sent another letter just before the battle. It said, against my Stone Soldier 8 formation, 8 Gates Golden Chain formation, and Ultimate Invincible formation, you are no more than infants. A warning? Or maybe a demand for surrender? That's likely what it was. So, the self-proclaimed strategist intended to use those super powerful formations. But in the end, he didn't. Why not? But the letter also said, however, I am not in the mood today. Mabel explained. It also supposedly said things like, you're lucky. The direction is bad, and the stars are not aligned. That's why people in the Demon Lord's domain say the self-proclaimed strategist didn't use those formations. Not in the mood, bad direction, stars not aligned, Yes. And in the end, neither the Stone Soldier 8 formation, the 8 Gates Golden Chain formation, nor the Ultimate Invincible formation were used. That's what the records in the Demon Lord's domain say. I see. That's information the Empire didn't have. As expected of Mabel. She's so dependable. The self-proclaimed strategist knew of powerful formations, but never actually used them. I had always wondered why, but thanks to Mabel, the mystery was solved. The reason was, not in the mood, bad direction, stars not aligned. In other words, in the hero's world, there were formations that couldn't be used unless the user was hyped up, or the direction was correct, or the stars were aligned. If the conditions were met, they probably were incredible formations that could overwhelm enemies. I agree with you, Thor-sama. Mabel and I both nodded. The otherworld hero once summoned to this world changed it forever. If one of those heroes, this self-proclaimed strategist, was about to use a formation, it's only natural that the requirements would be strict. They came from an unimaginably advanced world. It wouldn't be strange if they used formations with overwhelming effects that we can't even comprehend. That also explains why this self-proclaimed strategist led the charge himself. He might have been trying to raise the soldiers' morale by showing them his own courage. That way, he could trigger the must-be-in-high spirits formation. And stars not aligned. That sounds like a formation that harnesses stellar power, like the meteor spell. Maybe it was something that sent a group of soldiers crashing down like meteors. In that case, of course the position of the stars would matter. But there's no way the soldiers in this world could form such a grand formation. A formation only works when the soldiers are perfectly in sync. The self-proclaimed strategist must have been frustrated that he couldn't use his super powerful formations. That's probably why he informed the Demon Lord's army that he could use them. But neither the must-be-in-high spirits formation nor the stars-aligned formation would work with traffic cones. Traffic cones can't raise their morale, and meteor-related formations are just too dangerous. That only leaves. So, a formation that uses direction, huh? I see. Huh? Thor-sama. Mabel looked curiously at my face, staring intently. Could it be that you've already figured out the key to that formation, Thor-sama? How did you know? Just a feeling. I'm your maid and fiancé, after all. I'm always watching you, Thor-sama. I hope to become a part of you, to understand your thoughts. And when that happens, sometimes I can tell from your expression when you've come up with something, just a little. But, really? Yes. Mabel looked down shyly. No, I'm actually really embarrassed too. Well then, shall we talk about formations that utilize directions? Why yes, let's do that. I took a deep breath and looked at Mabel. Then I began to speak about what came to mind. Do you remember when you made the health boost pendant? Of course. Thanks to that item, I was able to become friends with Agni-sama again. The health boost pendant worked by converting magical energy to eliminate imbalances and make people healthier, right? And it involved 5 divine beasts. The health boost pendant used a special magical theory from the hero world. It divided magical attributes into wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, something apparently called the 5 elements. And by placing the divine beasts, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise, and Kirin, in 5 fixed locations, the pendant converted magical energy. By placing the Kirin in the center and arranging the other 4 in designated positions. In other words, that pendant shows that the positions of the divine beasts, or rather, the directions, are important. I see. Mabel's eyes widened. Certainly, at the center of the health boost pendant was the Kirin, and surrounding it on all 4 sides were the 4 divine beasts. That means, from the center point, the directional placement of the divine beasts is crucial, right? Yeah. So the formation that this self-proclaimed strategist tried to use, which emphasized directions, might be based on the same magical theory as the health boost pendant. So that's what it was. That means if we make divine beast-shaped traffic cones and place them in the correct locations, we might be able to understand what this self-proclaimed strategist's ultimate formation was like. Here's the formation I came up with. Place a Kirin-shaped traffic cone in the center, and then place 4 divine beast-shaped traffic cones in the cardinal directions, east, west, south, and north. Inside the square formed by those 4, line up regular traffic cones. Then observe how those traffic cones change. Of course, this won't exactly recreate the ultimate formation, but I think it should at least strengthen the traffic cones. After all, the magical flow would be improved. As for which divine beast to place in each direction, that's easy. Yes, the heroes from other worlds always placed north at the top of the map, and that's why the maps of this world also came to have north at the top. The top of the pendant is likely the part where the chain connects. When you wear it around your neck, the naturally upward direction is north. That would make it north, black tortoise, east, azure dragon, west, white tiger, south, vermilion bird. Well, this is just a hypothesis. We won't know until we try. I wonder what kind of effects the formation will have. Maybe it'll enhance the intimidation effect by improving magical circulation, or perhaps the traffic cones will start moving in response to the magic flow. That would be a powerful formation. The strategists from the hero world are truly something else. First, let's make the divine beast-shaped traffic cones and test them. It won't be hard to make. Just modify traffic cones into the shapes of black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Kirin, and give them elemental attributes. It's just an application of the health boost pendant. Once they're done, I'll choose a day when the trade station is closed and set up the formation. I'm excited to see how the traffic cones will change. There's also the matter of this special box investigation team coming from the Imperial capital. We should strengthen the security in the border region anyway. The formation part is set, so next is Ertsan's issue. The concept for the divine beast-shaped traffic cones is decided. Now let's think about Ertsan's request. As I mentioned earlier, Ertsan is looking for a way to make her horns less noticeable. To get along better with humans, right? Yeah, but she said she doesn't like the idea of hiding them, because it feels like lying. She wants to interact with people while still having her horns visible. She's a sincere person. She really is. That side of Ertsan is something I genuinely respect. If someone like her is at the trade station, I feel reassured. She'll get along well with Princess Sophia and with the people of the borderlands. So, that's why I want to help her. Yes, Thor-sama. And as for a specific method, you mean a way to hide the horns, right? Yeah. I think we can apply the research we did to make your ears less noticeable. Understood. Applying the research done to make my ears less noticeable. Wait. Huh? Mabel looked puzzled. Thor-sama. What's up, Mabel? Were you conducting research to make my elf ears less noticeable? Yeah. I thought you might want to go to Nosa Town. Was that so? Well, you looked kind of lonely when you saw Agnes and me off. Thor-sama. You noticed? Just like you watch me, I watch you too, Mabel. Isn't that obvious? But Nosa Town is full of humans. So naturally, you'd stand out as an elf. You'd probably feel uncomfortable, and I wouldn't want people staring at you either. So, I was thinking about countermeasures. Thor-sama? If you cover your ears, Mabel, you just look like a regular. No, more than regular. An incredibly beautiful human girl. Of course, even with your ears visible, you're still an extraordinarily beautiful elf girl. But after hearing Ertsan's request, I started to rethink things. Rather than hiding your elf ears, maybe it's better to just make them less noticeable. They're part of your charm, after all. And I want to see all kinds of sides of you, Mabel, huh? Thor-sama. Mabel covered her face and slumped over the table. Huh, that's strange. Did I say something weird? As I thought back on what I had just said, I didn't tell a single lie. Mabel is cute. But if I take her to the town of Nosa, she'll stand out. I don't want other people staring at my precious fiancée. Mabel is cute. There's nothing strange about that. That's exactly the problem. What is? I'll explain that properly next time, Thor-sama. Mabel puffed out her cheeks as she said that. I think it should be when we visit the Demon Lord's castle. I'd like to have a long, thorough talk, maybe over the course of one evening, with Her Majesty present. Really? Please let me. Okay, got it. Well then, let's leave this topic for now. Mabel, blushing to the tips of her elf ears, took a deep breath. Then, as if to psych herself up, she gave her own cheeks a light slap. I'm sorry. I interrupted the story. Please continue. Right. So, while I was researching ways for you to walk freely around the town of Nosa, I came across something like this. I placed the mail order catalog on the table. Opening to the relevant page, I showed it to Mabel. What was written there was, let the natural volume hairpiece help you become the you want to show. Naturally adds volume to the areas you're concerned about. The natural volume hairpiece covers up those spots without anyone noticing. No matter your age, appearance always matters. But if your hair suddenly gets thicker, or you change its color out of the blue, people around you will be surprised, right? That's where our natural volume hairpiece comes in handy. Our hairpieces are made to order. They are customized to match your hair color and face shape, enhancing volume naturally. Because they're increased in 12 stages, the result is truly natural. They cover the areas you're concerned about without being noticed by those around you. If interested, cut out the postcard at the bottom of the page. This is a hairpiece that increases hair volume, right? Yeah. You could think of it as a partial wig. But Thor-sama, this is something related to hair, so I don't think it has much to do with my ears or Ertsama's horns. It makes sense you'd be puzzled, Mabel. But the important part is the natural increase part. The natural increase. Exactly. For example, what do you think would happen if Ertsan's horns were made small enough not to stand out, then increased little by little over 12 stages? Ertsan had always been concerned about how noticeable her horns were when meeting with humans. So, she wanted a way to make them less noticeable. That's why, first, we disguise her real horns to make them look smaller. Then, about once a month, we increase their size in 12 stages. Eventually, they return to their original size. Then, the people who come to the trading post will first see very small horns, hardly noticeable. They'll be able to interact with Ertsan without fear. In that state, they can become friends with her. Why yes, Then gradually, her horns get bigger. In a way so natural they don't notice the change, right? Exactly. Let's decide the growth stages based on how friendly Earth Sand becomes with them. If she's at friendship level 1, increase the horn size by 1 level. Once she reaches level 12, they're back to their original size. And then what happens? Yes, by then, people will see Sama horns when they're already close with her. Mabel's eyes sparkled. She seemed to get what I was trying to say. In other words, the people near the border will get to know what kind of person Sama is before they form any preconceptions about her horns, right? The horns will have grown gradually over time, so they might not even notice the change. In other words, cover the areas you're concerned about naturally, without being noticed, right? They might even react like, oh yeah, did this person always have horns? That's truly a natural change. Items from the hero world really are amazing, huh? Mabel and I both nodded. Then, Mabel tilted her head slightly and said, but Sama, I wonder, in what situations did people in the hero world use this natural volume hairpiece? I don't imagine heroes with tremendous power would care much about their hair volume. There are exceptions. Exceptions? Well, when a hero awakens, their hair sometimes changes from magic, right? Like it stands up or changes color. Oh, that's right. Some heroes definitely did that. But if someone suddenly powers up like that, it would surprise everyone, right? It could even lead to conflict. Like, why did you suddenly become so strong? I think this hairpiece was made to prevent that kind of trouble. You put it over the changed hair that turned colored during awakening, and then gradually shift to the new color. Heroes were obsessed with strength, which meant they likely cared about how changes in their appearance reflected that strength. This hairpiece was probably made to slowly ease people into that change. If you use this hairpiece to change over time, the other heroes will be like, ah, that guy must have trained hard for a long time to get stronger. What a hard worker. And they'll accept it, right? So that's what it was. Yeah, that's the kind of item I think it is. In other words, this item is meant to make your strength less conspicuous. That makes it perfect for San. Horns on demons are symbols of strong magical power. By making them look smaller, she'll appear weaker. That should help reassure the people around the border. I think this natural volume hairpiece can be adapted from the design of a body pillow. The body pillow can transform into the shape of the person whose magical power it absorbs. If I shape it into a wig and have it constantly absorb Sand's magical power, that should work. That way, it should be able to keep its transformed shape without a time limit. I could use the body pillow to make a cover for her horns, but rather than that, maybe it's better to hide the real horns with a wig and create a smaller pair of horns on top. By doing that to make the horns less noticeable, once Sand becomes friendly with the people in the border region, we can switch it out for the next version. So, let's start making them one by one. Yes, Sama. We'll start with Mabel's natural volume hairpiece. There's a priority order, after all. But still. Well, both General Rizenga and Sand said there's no rush. So, isn't it natural to make the highest priority one first? I also want to go shopping in Nosa Town with Mabel. I'm happy to hear that. But, Sama. Yeah. Shouldn't we also make a natural volume hairpiece for Her Majesty? Mabel said this, clenching her fists with a very serious expression. If she had that, Her Majesty could freely walk around human towns too, right? Together with you, Sama. That's true. But aren't horns a symbol of a demon's strength? Yes. In that case, we shouldn't make Rookie Sama's horns smaller, should we? When I said that, Mabel gave a mischievous smile. Then, placing a finger to her lips, as if to whisper a secret. I think Her Majesty also wants to be just an ordinary demon girl sometimes. Like when she's having a tea party in the portable warehouse. Or, for example, this is just hypothetical. If she were to go shopping with Sama. Shopping with Rookie Sama. That does sound fun, but isn't that impossible due to her position? It's just a hypothetical. I think it would be nice if something like that could happen. Mabel spoke with a gentle, dreamy expression. At times like that, strength isn't really necessary. Is that so? Then, why not ask her directly? With a proud puff of her chest, Mabel said it. Well, I don't mind making a natural volume hairpiece for Rookie. But since she probably has her own preferences for hairstyle, I'll have to make it under her supervision. So, I asked a winged fairy to deliver a letter to the Demon Lord's castle. And the next day, the letter I got back said, go ahead and make it. I leave the design to Thor. Thor shall think of the hairstyle that suits me best and make the hairpiece. I shall inspect it once you return to the Demon Lord's castle. That's what was written. Hey, Mabel. Yes, Sama. The difficulty level just went up. What should I do? Do your best, Thor-sama. And so, I ended up having to make natural volume hairpieces for Rookie, Mabel, and Ert-san. To be honest, it's more pressure than making sacred beast-shaped traffic cones for formation use. With Mabel's and Ert-san's, I can get their input as I make them, so it's still manageable. But for Rookie's, it's all left up to me. And then she's going to inspect it afterward. What if I make something that doesn't suit her? It'll be fine, Thor-sama. While I was working, Mabel brought me tea and said that, with a reassuring smile, as if to comfort my troubled heart. If it's something you made, Thor-sama, I'm sure Her Majesty will be pleased. I hope so. If not, then Her Majesty and I will just have a nice, long talk about it. Maybe over the course of a whole night. Don't say things like that with such a sweet smile. And so, I continued making this sacred beast-shaped traffic cones and the natural volume hairpieces. Chapter 147. Just another ice sky lover. It's finished. This is the natural volume enhancing hairpiece from the hero world. Is this the item I asked for? When I wear this, it hides my ears and horns, right? A few days after receiving the request, I showed the new hairpiece to Mabel and Ert-san. We were in the living room at home. On the table were two hairpieces. One was for Mabel, and the other for Ert-san. Mabel and Ert-san were both staring at the hairpieces with surprise. That was probably because they looked like ordinary hair extensions. Normally, no one would think these could hide horns or elf ears. But this is a powerful transforming hairpiece that uses the same technology as the body pillow. Natural volume enhancing hairpiece, rarity. Attribute: water, wind, light. Thanks to strong water attributes, it has a smooth texture and flexible transformation ability. Thanks to strong wind attributes, it has excellent breathability. The light attribute allows the surface color and patterns to change freely. A hair extension type hairpiece created through alchemy. The embedded magic stones are preloaded with Mabel and Ert-san's magical power. Using that power, the hairpiece takes on the appearance of their natural hair. It uses the same system as the previously made body pillow. Since the area that transforms is small, it can maintain transformation for long periods. The natural volume enhancing hairpiece is meant to be attached near the ears or horns. It's highly breathable, so it doesn't affect hearing. Once attached, it transforms to hide the original ears or horns and creates human-like ears or smaller horns. Since it is constantly supplied with the user's magic, there's no time limit for use. Comes with a safety mechanism. Physical damage resistance. Durability, 1 year. So, that's how it works. Ert-san, would you like to try it on? I handed the hairpiece to Ert-san. There's a clip at the base of the hairpiece, so attach it by clamping it onto your hair. One on each side, around where your horns are. I understand. Nodding, Ert-san attached the hairpiece above her ears. As she clicked the clip into place, something's squirming on top of my head. Here's a hand mirror. Thank you. Huh. Hey. Ert-san's eyes widened as she looked into the mirror. The hairpiece was automatically covering her horns. In the blink of an eye, her horns were hidden within her hair. What remained was hair styled into a bun. Then, part of the hairpiece transformed into the shape of horns. They were much smaller than her original ones, about half the length of a thumb. They peeked out just a bit from behind her ears. This is me? I look just like a human. In an instant, Ert-san had completely changed her image. From a horned demonkin woman, she now looked like a human. As expected, items from the hero world are amazing. Just as the mail order catalog description said, it naturally covers parts you're concerned about. No false advertising here. That's the magic of hero world items. What do you think, Ert-san? It's strange. My horns have shrunk, but it doesn't feel unnatural at all. Staring into the hand mirror, Ert-san muttered in amazement. My original horns are naturally hidden within my hair. The horns created by the hairpiece feel just like the real thing. It's incredible. Mabel, what do you think? There's no sense of artificiality at all. I'm amazed. Mabel's eyes were wide with surprise. The horns made by the natural volume-enhancing hairpiece don't look fake at all. It really feels like Ert-san's horns just got smaller. It's amazing how much your appearance can change with just one hairpiece. Ert-san moved the hand mirror around, checking her horns and hair. She looked serious, but the corners of her mouth were slightly curved. Yeah, looks like she likes it. You can adjust the horn size. I continued explaining. By channeling magic into the magic stone and tapping it, the horns will extend or shrink. I'll explain how later, so please adjust it to your preferred size. Okay. Also, as a safety feature, you can switch to a no-horn appearance. A safety feature? Yes. Use it when you want to completely pretend to be human. That function was added just in case. San will be working at the trading post from now on. People living in the borderlands might be used to different races, but some of the people from the Empire might be hostile toward demons or demi-humans. To prepare for encounters with such individuals, being able to appear fully human will be very useful. The people of the Empire know little about non-human races. If she looks the same, they won't be able to tell whether San is human or not. It should help her fool them and get through dangerous situations. You thought that far ahead, Alchemist Sama? I believe this hairpiece has many possible uses. I think it might even be useful to Princess Sophia. If we give her a hairpiece that lets her disguise as an elf, she could escape from those targeting the human. Princess Sophia. It's quicker to put on than the cosplay pajamas, and much less bulky. It's an excellent item that can even handle unexpected trouble. That's what this natural volume-enhancing hairpiece is all about. And that's why I think this, along with the personal alarm and hairdryer, belongs in the top 3 security items. That's what I explained to San and Mabel. Of course, we'll be making new items in the future, so the top 3 might change. But for now, I think this one makes the cut. As expected of you, Alchemist Sama. So this hairpiece is also suited for danger avoidance. Both San and Mabel widened their eyes in surprise. I shrugged and said, well, either way, I plan to give this to Princess Sophia too. She can use it when she visits the demon realm for fun. And knowing her, I'm sure she'd enjoy disguising herself as an elf or a demon at least. That's what I think. What do you think, Mabel? Yes, I feel the same way as you, Sama. Mabel nodded. She's met Princess Sophia multiple times too. She must know that the princess is quite friendly. If Princess Sophia disguises herself as an elf, and San and Mabel disguise themselves as humans, and if they start moving back and forth between the demon realm and the borderlands, I think it would deepen the exchange between the people in the borderlands. That's what I'm hoping for. Before I realized it, I found myself saying all that aloud. If that exchange continues, then maybe eventually, the people of the borderlands won't care about racial differences anymore. That's what I'm wishing for. A princess from the Grand Duchy, occasionally appearing as an elf. A demon like San, who works at a trading post, sometimes taking on a completely human appearance. If that sort of interaction becomes normal, maybe the people of the borderlands will stop worrying so much about appearances or races. The local lord, Princess Sophia, is pretending to be an elf just for fun. It would really reduce resistance against demons and demi-humans. If that happens, exchange between the demon realm and the borderland people will surely expand. We'll gain more allies for the demon realm too. Even now, Princess Sophia and Dorothy San are pretty much already on our side. Well, that's what I've been thinking. Why do both Mabel and San look so dumbfounded? Sama, you had that kind of hope riding on this hairpiece. Why, yeah. I mean, I hope it turns out that way. Amazing. Sama. Mabel grabbed my hand, clearly moved. Her fingers were slender and a little cold. She knelt in front of me, looked up, and said, I am truly glad I met you, Sama. I'm proud to be able to assist you. I never imagined this natural volume-enhancing hairpiece held such meaning. Of course, the hairpiece's original purpose is to let you and San move freely between the human world and here. I know. Still, even so. And also, wanting to increase understanding of the demon realm is part of my goal to surpass the hero. The otherworldly hero who was once summoned changed this world. It was his fault that demons and demi-humans were driven to the northern lands. It's also because of him that the Empire became a strength-focused nation and why interactions between humans and the demon realm decreased. So by encouraging exchange between people from the demon realm and the borderlands, we're also working to rebuild the world that the hero changed. It's part of surpassing the hero. At least, that's what I believe. Anyway, sorry, San. I went off topic. I turned to San. In any case, I believe this natural volume-enhancing hairpiece will be useful to you. Please use it to shorten the distance between yourself and the people of the borderlands. Thank you very much. I'll treasure it. San murmured with what seemed like genuine emotion. She placed a hand on her chest and bowed. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to her, she said, Also, I think your vision is admirable, Alchemist Sama. However, I do have one concern. A concern, something you're worried about? Yes, it's about the risk of this hairpiece being lost or stolen. San said, This allows disguising as a human, demon, or demi-human. If it falls into the wrong hands, Someone might use it to infiltrate the demon realm. I believe we should prepare countermeasures. I see. She had a point. Using this hairpiece, a human could disguise as a demon or demi-human, and vice versa. It makes visual distinctions meaningless. Thinking about it that way, yes, countermeasures for theft or loss are absolutely necessary. As expected of Ert-san. A brilliant insight. And no, I feel bad as if I'm criticizing something you went to the trouble of making. Not at all. I prefer to hear lots of feedback. It can even help improve future magic items. Why yes, I'm relieved to hear that. Then let me explain how to use the anti-theft system built into this hairpiece. Yes, please explain how the anti-theft, huh? Ert-san's eyes widened in surprise. You Alchemist-sama? Yes. You already built in countermeasures? Of course. Just in case something like this happened, I incorporated an anti-theft system into the natural volume-enhancing hairpiece. Then why did you praise me? Well, because it was still a valuable opinion. I see. Also, people like you, who give critical feedback on items, are extremely valuable. Just like how Chancellor Lord came up with the idea for the spherical cleaning robot. If you keep sharing ideas, Ert-san, maybe someday I'll get a hint that leads to creating something truly extraordinary. Ert-san, why are you leaning your forehead against the wall and sighing? Why are you slowly shuffling toward the pillar? That's right. This is the kind of person the Alchemist-sama is. No wonder Uncle Kelv gets headaches. Ert-san, are you okay? I'm fine. Cooling my head on the stone wall helped me calm down. I'm glad. Well then, let me go ahead and explain how the anti-theft system works. I pointed to the magic stone at the base of the natural volume-enhancing hairpiece. At the base of this hairpiece, 2 magic stones have been embedded. The larger magic stone is the source of magical power used to transform the hairpiece itself. The other one is for registering magical power. That one, attached to the metal fitting, was a really tiny magic stone. Ert-san's magical power had been registered into the magic stone mint for registration. In order to activate the natural volume-enhancing hairpiece, it must be worn by the person who initially registered their magical power. If someone else puts it on, dummy horns or ears won't appear. I see. As expected of the alchemist. However, just in case that wasn't enough, I've added another safety mechanism. I took out a random magic stone and poked it with my finger. You see the magic stone on the hair clip part, right? By tapping it with your fingertip, you can control the length of the horns. If you don't know this, the hairpiece is basically useless. Oh, I see. Try tapping the magic stone with your finger, tap tap. Tap tap. The horns extended a little. To shrink them, tap rapidly, tap tap tap. Do it quickly. I did it. So this is how it works. Once you get used to it, you should be able to freely extend or shrink the horns. Tap tap, tap tap tap. I see. This is quite interesting. This is the second safety mechanism. If someone doesn't know how to use it, they won't be able to disguise themselves as a demon or demi-human. In order to transform, tap tap, tap tap. Exactly. Random tapping won't activate it. I think that's a wonderful safety feature, right? Even if someone tries to use it without knowing the proper way, tapping it continuously like tap 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 or tap 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 tap. Yes. Even if someone taps like tap 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 or tap 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 tap, it'll just go haywire and won't let you disguise as a demon or elf. It's safe. It only causes a malfunction and can't be used for disguise. That makes it safe, huh? Whoosh. Ert-san's horns grew downward, like the branches of a tree. The horns wrapped themselves around Ert-san's arms. Alchemist-sama, my arms are restrained. I can't move at all. Tithor-sama, what is the meaning of this? Oops. I explained things in the wrong order. This is the third safety mechanism. If someone tries to use it without permission, it restrains the user. How can I release it? I'll release it. Mabel, hold Ert-san's body. Why yes. Mabel wrapped her arms around Ert-san's waist to support her body. Then, I reached toward Ert-san's ear. I pinched the magic stone on the hairpiece with my fingers and pressed it. A long press for 10 seconds. Shurun. The hairpiece stopped moving, and Ert-san's horns began to shrink. In several dozen seconds, everything returned to normal. This is the third safety mechanism of the natural volume-enhancing hairpiece. If someone tries to use it after stealing it, the horns and ears extend and restrain the wearer. I think it's a safety feature that prevents misuse and simultaneously apprehends the culprit. 2 birds with 1 stone. Is that not acceptable? Come to think of it, Ertsan is also responsible for evaluating the magic items I make. If that's the case, maybe this was too much. It went haywire and restrained Ertsan. After all, I guess it can't be helped if the natural volume enhancing hairpiece gets banned. No, I think it's a necessary safety mechanism. To my surprise, Ertsan quietly nodded. This is something that would be terrible if stolen. I understand your reasoning, Alchemist. Sitting on the floor, holding her chest, Ertsan wore a calm expression. She was surprised, but it seemed she still appreciated it as a safety mechanism. However, was there no other kind of safety feature? That's the only thing that concerns me. Well, yes, I understand this is a highly advanced item, so it's not easy. That's true. Mabel's hairpiece only works for someone wearing a specific accessory. Maybe I should have used the same system? Wait a minute. There's such a system. Ah, yes. Mabel always wears her pendant of the water spirit stone. Her natural volume enhancing hairpiece is keyed to activate only when that pendant is worn. Then, why is mine the kind that malfunctions if you press it wrong? Because you go to more dangerous places, Ertsan. So I thought the safety mechanism should be stronger. That is reasonable. And besides, don't you think having horns grow and restrain enemies looks cool? It is barely reasonable. Ertsan nodded with a kind of expression. I understand. Then, since I also have a bracelet, could you make it the safety mechanism for the natural volume hairpiece? Understood. And please leave the system where the horns extend to restrain enemies as is. Is that all right? I believe I understand romance to some extent as well. I can see that it's cool. Being with the Alchemist Sama, it feels like that sense might go out of control, which is a little scary. Saying that, Ertsan fell deep into thought. Then, she straightened her posture and said, Well then, let me thank you again. Thank you for granting my wish. Ertsan bowed deeply to me. When she raised her face, she had a somewhat bashful smile. I understand the Alchemist Sama's feelings now. By using this natural volume enhancing, I promise to do my utmost for the sake of friendship between the Demon Lord's domain and the people of the Borderlands. With a serious expression, Ertsan made that declaration. And so, Ertsan's version of the natural volume enhancing had finally reached the stage of practical use. Using the experiment as a reference, I should now move on to creating the version for Luki. Though, it might be better to start after things settle down with the trading post. Rookie did say she wanted to see the hairpiece in person to inspect it. It would be better for both of us to do it when we can make time. Well then, next let's test Mabel's natural volume enhancing. Thor-sama. Holding the silver hairpiece in her hand, Mabel looked at me as if pleading. As for me, if possible, I'd like you to see me putting it on when we're alone. Really? Yes. I'll be wearing this when I go with you to the town of Nosa. Blushing slightly and looking a little embarrassed, Mabel added. I'd like you to check if it looks natural when paired with different outfits and worn in various ways. Thor-sama, I'd like your opinion as much as possible, in as many styles as possible. I see. Yeah, got it. I nodded. Then, how about tonight? After we finish General Rizinga's request. Why yes. Tonight would be perfect. Thank you very much. I already had plans during the day, after all. Today, I'm supposed to show General Rizinga the traffic cone formation. I was originally planning to do it at the trading post, but the general said, I'd like to confirm the safety first. I'm not planning to do anything particularly dangerous though. This formation is just a modified version of the traffic cones, with some cones styled after the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Kirin. The only other thing is aligning the formation with the cardinal directions. Also, when we tested with a few cones, it just changed the flow of magical energy. Well, we hadn't activated the cone's intimidation ability at that time though. Knowing the general, he's probably thinking about whether this could be used in actual combat. As expected of one of the strongest warriors in the Demon Lord's domain, the experiment is scheduled for this afternoon. The location is a grassland near General Rizinga's mansion. I figure the general and Ugnis are probably starting preparations by now. Well then, shall we head out too? Yes, Thor-sama. Then, as the official in charge of the trading post, allow me to accompany you as well. And so, the three of us headed to where the general and Ugnis were.